have theories of truth and, all that kind of crap, and somehow, like, enlighten us all with your nonsense.
But what I don't understand about them, they believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures. If we ask them, does he believe in the Injil? They'll say yes. Does he believe in the Torah? They'll say yes. But we'll say, okay, where are they? They've been corrupted. Okay, so then you believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures? No, I don't. Okay, it's like a really weird thing that they do. When they say, oh, well, the law said he wouldn't preserve those. Well, then how is he the last prophet? Like, what is he the last prophet of? Corrupted scriptures? It just doesn't, like a normal person, this is what I mean. Like, it's only Christians who entertain this bullshit. Like, they need us for these things to actually be said. Like, if we never spoke to them about this shit, no one would ever know how dumb this shit is. And that's why a lot of the times I'm like, why do I promote this sort of behavior on their side? Because if there's nobody for them to speak to, then there's nobody for them to tell that the Torah and Injil don't exist. It's like, I just where does that argument go? Where does it lead you? It leads you to absolute nothingness.
If anybody wants to have a one-on-one discussion, I'm here.
Yeah, I have a one-on-one with you.
No. I mean, I don't want to do it in front of the group. I mean, you guys are annoying as shit.
Well, listen, actually, we're doing a little hazing, but like once you pass the hazing, actually, we're pretty cool. On your first day, you're not gonna get fucking Matt Slick treatment. I'm sorry to tell you that. Your first day, you're gonna get hazed. You don't like it?
Your New York accent is so annoying, man. It sounds like you I don't know, watched a lot of Hollywood movies.
So they get the fuck out. They get the fuck out.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I just want to talk to one-on-one, like somebody one-on-one. Not Megatron. Megatron sounds like a queer, to be honest with you. But
okay, let's do this. Why don't you tell me why
Tim,
I have to believe?
So small? Why should you be so small?
Why don't you tell us what you want to have a discussion? I'm giving you an option. If you don't want to have a discussion, just leave. That's fine. So the question is, tell us why we should believe in Islam and why it's true. If you want to give us that,
it's not.
You could have been his 11th friend.
Yeah, I know.
He broke into double digits. I mean, congratulations.
He's not a prophet. Like, how are we mocking a prophet? He's not a prophet. He's not. We don't think he is. No, he's not. In your world, he is. That doesn't make him a real prophet. Just because they believe he's a prophet doesn't make him a prophet.
Well,
just because a Jew killed him doesn't make him a prophet.
That was the problem in his logic all the time. Is he's judging everything by his own religion. So I was trying to point out to him then, if that's the case, why can't other people judge by their religion? Why do we have to judge by your religion? It doesn't make any sense.
You know, the moment that somebody says, like, this doesn't make sense logically, that they have zero grasp of logic. It's just like a tell. It's like somebody sitting at a poker table and they keep scratching their right ear when they have a good hand and they don't even know they're doing it. It's like, let me tell you logically, this is what it means. Okay, great.
I like my read on him is he's a white boy sitting in his off-campus housing at the Evergreen State University where they don't give out grades, right? And he converted to Islam because he has such solidarity with Palestine that, he figured he'd take that next step, There's really no shit.
Yeah, queers for Palestine.
Oh, Islam.
No, he made an anti-queer comment, so I don't think so.
Yeah, anti-queer is not good.
It doesn't matter. The point is they.
And then the anonymous in the chat, that's like the best. I love the anonymous. And like listening afterwards, that just makes it all the better, I think, honestly. Because if we weren't that important and we're that stupid, be no point to listen anonymously. Right? There'd be no point. Right? There would be no point.
Oh, is that the anonymous? Is that what you could do? You could make yourself anonymous and listen?
Yeah, that's you gotta pay for it though. So they're paying. They're paying. So obviously we're worth it. If they're paying. Fuck, I wish we got that money though. Like, I wish there was a fund where they would give us part of that portion of the money if they listen into our conversation.
Dude,
Like,
they
I
would
think
make-
the people in the
they
room
would
should
make-
get this money.
Clubhouse would blow up again if they started saying, hey, like big content creators that have rooms get money. And Clubhouse would get really
Anonymous?
popular again.
Yeah.
No, just in general, if they said, hey, look, you know, if you sign up as a content creator and you get enough like followers and you have rooms and you have enough people in the room, you get, you know, some small percentage of the take, the rate.
Maybe they're
It would
working
go up
towards
just like,
that with the karma.
well, yeah, TikTok does that. Look at all the people that go on TikTok now and hold lives because they get money. And same with YouTube. You know, it's like, well, you got to incent the people that are keeping your site alive to, you know, share in some of the monetization.
TikTok's all right, but they literally censor everything you say. They censor it, so you could get banned on there for the most stupidest thing.
Yeah, but the one thing that's kind of okay about TikTok is that you don't get banned forever.
No,
You know,
of course
they
not,
like do
but
these like little bans,
you've
like a
got-
day or two or a week or whatever. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. So yeah, the maximum the ban you is a week. But the thing is when you've got a huge following and you're following, you know, don't see you live regular because you've been banned for a week, it kind of gets frustrating. So I just think, and it's ridiculous because you haven't really got freedom of speech on there. Even
Yeah,
if you swore.
But it's getting to the
if you
point where
told me-
everybody just sort of knows what's going on. It's like, oh yeah, I got banned. I'll be back in a week, and people are just like, okay, I'll see you in a week, and because they're getting banned too, so they're just like playing under those rules. You know.
I mean, TikTok's good for
I think
following,
TikTok's a
and
mess. I don't
TikTok's
like it.
good for like, you know, getting people like the traffic flowing. You can get hundreds, thousands in your room. But so it's better. It is a bigger and better platform. I agree. But I mean, I got banned for a week just for calling someone a stupid cunt. Do you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. There's no freedom of speech. You get fed up with it in the end. Mate, I like Clubhouse, mate. Freedom of speech, say what you want.
Yeah, but if I don't think he's a prophet, how am I insulting him? Why would I have to respect somebody I don't even think exists, or even like is part of anything that I stand for? That's saying well, since the president of the United States is Trump, you have to vote for him the next term because he's the president now. And he's the president, you have to respect the president. Like, no, I don't have to vote for him. I don't have to give him a good rating. I can give him a shitty rating. I could have voted for him and then still think he did a shitty job. Like, I live in America, and these are the rules that I abide by in America. So, if I don't like somebody, now I'm not going to sit here and go on a 2-hour rant. But, I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, hold on, let me put the hijabi pictures up. And this is my favorite hijabi picture, bro. I can't stop looking at this one, right? Right, Daniel? This one is fucking hot. I love this one.
Is it true? By the way, Daniel, I heard you got a hot lady now. You're kept man, and you're No longer a bachelor? Is that true?
Yeah, me and Saxon hooked up. I'm trying to get Saxon to put on her hijab, but she won't do it. She's feisty. So every day I gotta get back to it. I take one of those little, I hear the little pitter patter, those tiny little feet in the morning, and I just grab one of them and I suck on her feet. And then I have her in her hijab. Because I have a foot fetish for you, Lisa.
Oh, shit.
Me too.
Catholics have so much foot fetish shit going with them.
Yeah, it's not even funny.
Where you been anyway, Daniel? I haven't seen
What
you
is it
around.
about the feet in Catholics? Like,
You deal down.
oh, I guess maybe.
Daniel, where you been?
Sick, honey.
You sound a little stuffy. You need some,
I'm like really fucked up right now. I don't feel
you
well.
need some hot crab soup.
Oh, that would be great. It's more like I'm gonna
If I was
have
close
to
to
get
you, I would make some nice chicken soup.
So when I had a Korean roommate in college, and when we would all inevitably get sick at the same time, her mom would come down and make us hot crab soup. So that'll clear you out.
Oh, I'm doing well, by the way, Daniel. So I'm in the top 5 for the karma thing, but I've only got a few hundred more points to get to be in the top 2%. I mean, that's not bad for being on Clubhouse for 2 months, right? Optimistic, that was me when I walked in on my son saying, do your tits hang low, do the wobble to and fly, do your tits hang low.
I can't do that anymore, Saxon.
You know what's so
Oh,
good
I'm
about
very
that is when
happy,
she
you know.
says, she doesn't say hang, it's I'm low. I'm low.
I mean, my son was recording a video for his YouTube, and I've just got out of the shower, I had the towel around me. I pulled the towel down, I went, do your tits hang low, do the wobble to and flow. He was like, Mom, I'm fucking recording. Oh, God, I'm the comedian in my house.
I'm pretty happy. My boobs are finally starting to get a little bit unsquare at the bottom. But,
Yeah, Daniel, I gotta ask you a tough question, Daniel, and I think you know where I'm gonna go with this one. I think you know exactly where I'm gonna go. So, Daniel, you are the son of Saxton.
oh God, Bart.
And she had you, right? The youngest possible she had you when she was 15 years old.
Shut the fuck up.
And she is 33 at her prime. You are 18.
So wait
Now,
a second.
under divine command theory, God comes to you and says, Daniel, all you have to do, leap with Saxon, and you will save the world. What are your choices,
What?
Daniel? What are your choices, Daniel?
Well, I'm going to say if he's the son of Saxton, I'm going to have to raise an SOS signal.
Yeah, we gave it divine command theory. I gave this, I didn't even know John Lee actually, had something, weird with his mom. And I had this thing all, worked out before, and they're like, oh, what are you doing? He really got molested by his mother. And I'm like, I didn't know this shit. I just asked him a question. This was a joke that I ran the night before with Kim Kardashian being your mom. And if you had to sleep with her, you could save the world. But then after sleeping with her, she's the most amazing, obviously, the most amazing thing. He says, well, if you sleep with her again, you go to hell. question is, after you save the world, would you still be willing to go to hell, sleep with her until you die? And then, these are tough questions. These are the questions that divine command theory like this comes about, with these silly divine command theory shit. So I'm just pulling the same question to him. If Daxton, 33, you're 18, legal. I think I know what Daniel's gonna say. I have an idea. What would you say?
Daniel's always been a motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he is a motherfucker.
It did up my boyfriend that was my boyfriend when I was a senior in high school hadn't been a motherfucker, I wouldn't have ended up in my first marriage.
Really?
Yeah, because like what happened is.
Oh man, when the story starts,
I was hanging out with a friend and his roommate, right? And the bass player for my boyfriend's band comes over because we're all friends, whatever. And he says, Paul is over at this women's house and he fucked the daughter and then fucked her mom. And I was like, fuck this. And then because of that, I ended up with the roommate guy hitting it off, and I ended up marrying him. And he was my first husband. So there you go. It wasn't his mother, but it was the girl he fucks mother.
Yeah.
How trash is that? Like fucking going over to some girl's house that you're like trying to like get with and fuck her mother too. Ooh.
Yeah. That's why females shouldn't talk about their experiences with the guy they're with, because if a girl gets wind of it, sometimes they're not. You know what I mean? What's up, Big Zed?
I'll tell you what's up. I'm basically like kicked out of work because I gotta go drive around the state to be chaperone for my kids now because there's no busing.
Ah! Well, that's what you got to do when you send your kids to private school. That's the
It wasn't the private busing that bailed me.
what was it?
Busing goes by state orders. Doesn't even matter if it's a private company. And the state closed it because of the freaking hurricane. Typhoon. The boom cyclone.
I lost my ticket to the. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. I think I put it somewhere. I don't know.
I got your ticket right here, Joseph.
It's right, baby. Right. Today I have these the great van, the truck, the Kia truck. You want me to get it from the car? It's great. The Kia. Yeah, the gray. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You want to just give me the key? guess we could have kept them in a room for a little longer, right? Dame los llaves, yo me voy de ahí. I guess we could have entertained that for a little longer, right? We're a little patient. A little patient, I guess. Oh no, this is not. This one's not. It's not this one. It's this one. It's not that one. That's not my car. No, that one's not my car. Where is it? I thought it was this one. Sorry. Yeah. It looks just like that one, but it's light gray. It's this color. But actually, what's funny is that, but that's my license plate. Puppy, that's my license plate. There we go. Poor McZed. It's not play dad today.
What's wrong with that?
Being a Jewish lawyer is more lucrative.
Yeah, so Nargis feels bad because she feels like she's too associated with Islam and people don't understand her. And she kind of feels like, I don't know, just kind of tired. She feels under the weather a little bit, I guess. Thank you. She feels a little under the weather.
She's being told she has to support the Iranian regime, which she's not a big fan of.
Yeah, that must suck. That must suck. And it's so backwards, too, because then the whole time, they were the ones supporting Palestine, and now they're the ones oppressing their own people. It's kind of like a weird dynamic for them, right?
Yeah, the whole thing is very weird.
How does my Bluetooth sound? Does it sound okay?
Sounds Bluetoothy.
Okay, all right, I'll take it off.
Well, it's okay.
Oh, so I didn't tell you guys this morning. My wife didn't want me to take her car. Her car is the truck. And I'm like, well, let me drive your car. She's like, no. I'm like, all right. So I drove my car, and I drove down the road from my house, and I hit a fucking pothole, and I got a flat tire. So I parked my car in the mini mart near my house. And as I'm calling her, like, she's not picking up, so I had to start walking back. And I started walking back, I didn't realize how far it was from my house.
So is the city going to pay for your flat tire?
Well, I didn't even get to the city, thank God. Oh, I guess I could put a claim in, but I'm probably not going to get the money for a while.
Yeah, you should definitely put the claim.
I'm a Christian. I guess I don't do shit like that. I don't know. Some Christians do, though. I'm just not that type to do that. I'll probably just blame it on myself for not looking at the road.
Who said that Nargis has got to support the regime in Iran because she's a Muslim? Who said that?
Her peoples.
Various Muslims, I'm sure, are telling people they have to support the Iranian regime.
Wow.
It's pretty messed up. Think about it.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I went into Brethren in Purity today, and I went in there, and I guess they said, I forgot what they said to me. They asked me if I was a Muslim yet, and I said that I did the Shahada, but I didn't do the last part, because I felt like I would be adding partners to Allah.
Isn't that Hamza's thing?
You know, when you have to say that Rasulullah, you have to like confess that Muhammad is the last prophet. And I just didn't do the last part because I felt like I was adding partners to Allah. One of my favorite lines. It's a good singer.
When you send peace and blessings upon the Muhammad in the Arabic language, the way you say it is so funny.
Yeah. Oh, I was insulting the prophet by doing that. I'm sending him peace and blessings, and I'm insulting him. I don't get it. I never understood it. I never understand that. All right, so give me a good topic here, guys. Let's go with something good. What do we got?
I don't know. It's 8 p.m. here. I'm starting to feel tired.
And you know, the only dishonest Jewish person I feel like I had a debate with is Sicario. He's extremely dishonest. Yesterday he told me he was talking about the Pantera. You know about this, Giro?
What, the
So
Roman
they said
soldier?
Yep, Pantera. That this was a pagan, some pagan said as a polemic against Christianity. That Jesus had a father that was named Pantera. That was a centurion. That was in love with Mary. And Mary was extremely pretty, and Joseph kind of locked her in a room. So she had a window, and the centurions would walk by, and she started talking to the centurion, and before you know it, one thing led to the next. And that she committed adultery, and that she was afraid of being stoned to death. So I asked him, I said, well, why? She was afraid of being stoned to death. I said, well, can you tell me, can you give me evidence that women were stoned to death for adultery in the 1st or 2nd century, or even before? You know, maybe even during the Maccabee period. And do you want me to share the Talmud thing he gave me? I'm gonna share it with you. I'll put it on. And I'm like, they said that they didn't do. First of all, during the Maccabee period, I think it was 63 BCE, the Roman Empire took away that power from them, that they were able to perform capital punishment. So they didn't even have it. They didn't even have that right. It was taken away from them. So And then he gave me something during the back here. Hold on a second. Let me make one split. Really weird. Congressman. I don't know, it's somewhere in here. But it was really dishonest. Oh, right here. This. And I looked it up. Oh, here it goes. Hero, are you there? No, Hero? Okay. Yeah, Cora, can you read this because I'm driving? You'll probably be able to look up more information. But yeah, this was the account that was given. I thought this was a big stretch, man.
Remember the link to the top?
Yeah. The Jews actually carried this out. This is Mishnah, M-A-K-K-O-T 102.110. A Sanhedrin that executes once every 70 years is called destructive. Rabbi Akiva says, if we were in the Sanhedrin, no one would ever be executed.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to read like all the context or just a little bit about the story?
Well, you can read a bit about the story and you can do your own research and like go into it. But yeah, go.
Okay. I'll just. Someone asked the question. It doesn't show the question. Anyway, Sukkah 56b of the Babylonian Talmud. The woman mentioned there is Miriam Bat Bilgah. She is not a stoning case. She is portrayed negatively for priestly misconduct during the Second Temple period. Let's unpack it carefully. The context, the Tricade Sukkah discusses temple rituals, priestly rotations, and Sukkah service procedures. The discussion in 56b concerns why the priestly family of Bilgah was penalized. Bilgah is one of the 24 priestly divisions serving in the temple. The Talmud says, paraphrase translation, Mary, the daughter of Bilgah, apostatized and married a Greek officer. When the Greeks entered the temple, she struck the altar with her sandal and cried, Wolf, wolf, how long will you consume Israel's money, yet not stand by them in their time of distress? Because of her behavior, the ring used to secure sacrificial animals for Bilgah was fixed in place as a penalty. The storage window in the temple chamber was sealed. The punishment was collective, applied to the whole priestly family. The likely setting was the Hellenistic period of the 2nd century BCE, possibly during the Seleucid oppression, Greek control over Judea. The Greek officer detail suggests intermarriage with occupying forces seen as betrayal and religious defection. Her accusation, calling the altar a wolf, implies criticism of temple sacrifices, suggesting sacrifices consume wealth but fail to save Israel. This reflects internal Jewish tension during Hellenization, a crisis of faith during persecution. Is this about Mary, mother of Jesus? No. This is a very common polemical mistake. The reasons are the Miriam here is the daughter of a priestly family, lives in a Hellenistic temple area, marries a Greek officer, speaks during a Greek temple invasion. most likely refers to events around 167 to 164 BCE, which is the Maccabean period. Mary Mother's Jesus lived around 150 years later. No stoning was involved, no crucifixion context, no Christian polemic language. There is zero scholarly support connecting this to Miriam to Mary of the New Testament. What is this passage from? It's from the Babylonian Talmud, specifically Turkot Sukkah, Folio 56b, discussion of priestly penalties. The Talmud was compiled centuries later in the 56th century AD, but often preserves earlier traditions. Why the story matters: it reflects anxiety about Hellenization, temple criticism from within Judaism, collective punishment of priestly families, and rabbinic moralizing tradition. It is not a legal execution case, nor a New Testament polemic, a historical account of Mary, or evidence of Christian suppression. The theological significance: if you're engaging in debate, if someone uses this against Christianity, you commonly respond that the Miriam in Sukkah 56b is linked to the priestly house of Bilgah. The story is set in the Hellenistic temple crisis. It predates Christianity. It contains no reference to Jesus. It is rabbinic moral tradition, not Roman judicial record. There you go.
That's it. I don't know why you would give me this. I mean, he's doing the word farming. It looks like he's doing the word farming too. Which I blamed Christians for doing to him. I can't believe he's doing it back. So yeah. So the Pantera. You wanna look that one up? That's interesting. You wanna look that
I ain't ready for me. My thing with the Pantera thing is I think it's a bastardization of Antipater. I think it was word of mouth that got, like, it's a telephone game. It got fucked up.
Yeah, and then they bring it back up in the medieval period. It's a big jump.
Well, yeah, and even Josephus has mentioned a Pantera. I think by then it had been like telephone game to the wrong name. I think if you're gonna lean on that account, you got to go with Antipater, and that makes much more sense because it aligns with the lineage of Mary that was accounted in Mark, I believe, where that makes her a Hasmonean and
I got it better.
Mary's the Antipater, and Jesus has a double claim to the throne of Judea in that he's the last Hasmonean kingly and priestly offspring, and also the eldest grandchild of Herod. So, yeah.
All right. Well, Cora, I got another gem for you here, and I'm not sure if you and Tim know about this, but click on that one. Get rid of that one. This is a new link. Click on that link. Click on this one.
Is it the Josephus crucifixion account?
Yeah. This is interesting. It's really interesting.
You want me to read this?
Yeah, please read this one. This one's
Okay. Yes, this episode does come from Josephus. It is one of the most important extra-biblical confirmations of Roman crucifixion practices and survival possibilities. Here's the passage, the context, and why it matters. The exact Josephus passage is from Josephus' Life 75, sometimes cited as Life 420 through 421, depending on numbering. I saw many captives crucified and remembered 3 of them as my former acquaintances. I was very sorry at this in my mind, and went with tears in my eyes to Titus and told him of them. So he immediately commanded them to be taken down and to have the greatest care taken of them in order to their recovery. Yet 2 of them died under the physician's hands, while the 3rd recovered. This is Josephus speaking in the first person. Historical context: the date's around AD 70. The event is the Roman siege of Jerusalem. Authority involved was Titus, the Roman general and later emperor. The situation was Josephus sees 3 men he personally knows being crucified. He intervenes immediately. They are taken down alive. They received medical treatment. 2 still die and 1 survives. This is not a miracle account, not propaganda. Josephus presents it soberly and almost pessimistically. Why this is historically important: A, it confirms Roman crucifixion brutality, even when removed early, given medical care with imperial authorization, most victims still died. This reinforces crucifixion equals normally fatal, survival equals extremely rare, death was expected even after removal. B, confirmed survival was possible but exceptional. Josephus proves crucifixion does not equal instant death. Timing matters, intervention matters, but no, 2/3 still died. Survival is explicitly presented as unusual. This actually strengthens Christian claims rather than weakens them. Why this hurts certain skeptical claims. Some argue Jesus could have survived crucifixion. Josephus shows survival requires immediate removal, medical care, no spare room, no prior scourging described, even then 66% mortality. Now compared to Jesus, severe Roman scourging, hours on the cross, spear pierced side, confirmed dead by Roman executioners, no medical intervention, buried in a tomb, not treated. Josephus makes a swoon theory dramatically less possible, not more. Connection to the New Testament, indirect but powerful. Josephus unintentionally supports Roman competence in executions, the finality of crucifixion, why the spear check in John 19:34 matters, why Pilate confirms death. The gospel writers emphasize death precisely because survival was theoretically possible but practically rare. Summary: Josephus personally witnessed 3 crucifixions. All were removed alive. All received medical care. 2 still died. Only 1 survived. This confirms crucifixion is usually fatal. Survival is exceptional. Roman executions were effective.
Well, it's true that crucifixions were usually fatal, but they normally take a very long time.
Yeah, they take days, not
Yeah, exactly.
hours.
Not hours. Yeah, exactly.
The only
So
thing I would
that's
say,
problematic.
the only thing I would say is that it's not fair to say that survival is extremely rare if 33% survive, right? We would say that we would say medically that's actually not extremely rare. We would say like extremely rare would be like less than 5%, because 1 in 3, if you
his friends were up on the cross, like he
Yeah,
came upon them, so who knows how long they were there. So saying that hours is enough. Also,
No, but Jesus was only up there for hours, right?
right. Yeah,
No.
right.
Yeah.
It's assuming that they came down, quote, immediately. They came down immediately upon being discovered by Josephus, and then having Josephus have to take the time to go contact the Roman authorities. So they were up there for at least hours, if not more. The other thing is it leaves out the wine on the sponge, which could have been some sort of medical, like some sort of theriac or something that would have knocked Jesus out and made him seem dead. So
yeah.
So you're saying he might not have been dead.
right, he might have just seemed dead because they gave him something on that sponge that.
It does seem likely that he would have survived.
I mean, it's not. If you use this, it's great information. It definitely gives the idea. It definitely shows that crucifixion was a thing, that it was brutal, that it was really harsh, that people died from it a lot, that it was a punishment that people had regularly, because it wasn't just something unique to Christ. So that was interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at what the Romans did to him prior to putting him on the cross, I mean, they had these whip things with what looked like razor blade sharp things on the edge, and they was whipping him. So his skin was like cut deep, it literally tore his flesh.
That's just part of the passion story, though. We don't really know if that's how it went down, but
Yeah, that doesn't seem likely.
yeah, but this.
Yeah, but that film's only describing what the Bible says.
So I'm gonna, but I know that's what the Bible says. I'm not denying that you believe that. Now, The thing that gets me about this story now, I'm just gonna put my atheist hat on here, and I'm just gonna be a bit objective here. Okay. Why 3? Why an account of a story where 2 men died but 1 survived? Now this is the thing that intrigues me about this story. To me, I don't know why the ChatGPT went in that direction. Like, this should help the account of Christianity.
Right.
I don't really think this does.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because it's putting this story like right in 70 AD, where like the John story was written, right? Or like even like most of the New Testament stuff was like finalized, right?
Well, who are the 2 men that died and the one that survived?
In this story. Oh, in the gospel account?
No. So there's 2 different accounts we're talking about?
We have Josephus' account of 3 of his real friends.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
But the account with the Jesus is the 2 thieves on the cross. Remember that story? Where the one is like, well, save yourself. If not, I'll see you in hell. And the other guy was like, oh, look at this guy. He's done nothing wrong. We're the ones who, bad guys. And he says,
it definitely lends credence to the idea that they were probably, when they were doing crucifixions, they were doing them in 3s. Like, it was like not, it was like, hey, next week on Friday we're doing crucifixion and it's always 3 people kind of thing.
No. They did. They would. All right, so I got another post that says they were doing when they were doing the siege in Jerusalem, they had hundreds of crosses outside the walls and they were just hanging people outside the walls.
Wow.
You want that one? I have that one. That's
pretty gnarly.
Yeah. I could go into more. Here, look, I'll post the other one.
So what are you imposing? That he was nailed to the cross and he wouldn't have died, he could have not died? Is that what you're saying?
Just how the stories are really similar. I'm not questioning my faith. I just question, like, was this...
Well, you're in the Matrix, man. But wasn't they trying to... They was making it, I think... I believe Jesus got a really harsh punishment, to be fair. I think they really made an example of him because, remember, he was crucified for blasphemy.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly possible. I don't know. Don't know the historical circumstances in which people were crucified under. My guess is if he's saying hundreds of people were being crucified, the list of reasons that people were being crucified probably was expanded. It wasn't probably just thieves and murderers. It was probably a whole myriad of reasons because they were doing it sort of wholesale at some point. If you're talking about hundreds of people being done all the time. So it doesn't really like do much of saying like, well, that was really interesting because he was done for blasphemy. That's just going to be like somewhat trivial at that point.
Well, blasphemy.
It wouldn't have been blasphemy because Jewish law is not Roman law. He was crucified by Romans, right?
Yeah, but he was
crucified for basically making claims to like state authority. He wasn't like backed up by any Jews because both the Pharisees and the Sadducees had an interest in seeing him out of the picture, so they kind of like didn't step up for him because they thought he was blasphemous. But that was.
I don't believe that because under Roman law, he broke no law under Roman law. If I remember rightly, the emperor at that time that was ruling Rome, he they didn't want to crucify it. It was handed to Rome by the Pharisees and the Sadducees, whatever you want to call them, right, the Jews, because I can remember watching a history documentary about it and reading the Roman, the letters to Rome about the crucifixion. It was handed to Rome because the Pharisees didn't like what he was saying, because it was deemed in being blasphemy, because it was claiming to be the Son of Man, God, so basically claiming to be God. And under Roman law, now blasphemy under Jewish law at that time was death by stoning, right? Under Roman law, he committed no crime. They made that clear. They even offered to swap him.
So I think we're saying the same thing, Zach said. We're talking past each other.
Yeah,
they had to trump up charges on Roman law because there is no crime of blasphemy under Roman law, because Roman governance is syncretic. It doesn't actually say there's one God that you can't speak against.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Roman
Church. Read the new link that I have on the top. Read that one.
So the Roman charge was sedition, and specifically claiming to be king, because only Caesar, of course, is the emperor.
Well, they didn't want to crucify him, though, did they?
Well, I don't know if they did or not. I mean,
no, because when they stood him up, and he was standing next to the Roman emperor at the time, there was another guy that was in jail. I can't remember his name, that had done much worse things.
Barnabas.
Yeah. So, and he said, "Oh, so do you want me to crucify this man who's done no crime? Yeah. Or do you want me to let go Barnabas?" And they wanted to let go Barnabas.
We know the story, Lisa. Corporate, want to read the link at the top?
Yeah, I watched Monty Python's Life of Brian. But no, the sedition charge is very serious, and that's why they have on the top of his cross that he's king, and they presumably were mocking him for being
they had to trump up the sedition charge.
King of the Jews. Yeah. Well, I think there's some reality to it, because I think some of the things that he was doing could be seen as threatening.
Romans' power. It has to have some weight behind it. That's why I kind of always lean into that sort of he had a dual sort of claim to actually be the quote king of Judea, because he was a Hasmonean and he was also the grandson of Herod the Great.
Right? And he was essentially objecting to Roman rule.
Yeah, it was a threat to Rome and a threat to the Pharisees because of what he was saying. This is what I mean. It was all about authority and power, wasn't it, really?
Well, see, the Pharisees in particular would have had extreme opposition to any Hasmonean coming back into the picture, because both the Pharisees and the Sadducees, their priestly sort of authority stems from the overturn of the Hasmonean dynasty, right? They got into power because the priest kings were deposed, right? And killed off. So that's why they wouldn't have liked that situation very much. Yeah.
Corp, read the link at the top.
Okay, I'll read it. Okay. I don't know what question you answered because it never shows it, but excellent. This passage deserves a deeper dive because it is one of the strongest first-hand descriptions of crucifixion from antiquity. We'll break this into who Josephus was at the time, the exact historical setting, what this tells us about Roman crucifixion procedure, medical implications, and why the survival is remarkable, and how historians interpret it. Flavius Josephus was born AD 3738. He was a Jewish aristocrat and priest, originally fought against Rome in the Jewish revolt, captured by Rome, became an interpreter and advisor to Roman General Titus, present during the siege of Jerusalem in AD 70. At the time of this event, Josephus was attached to the Roman command, had access to Titus personally, had political leverage. This matters because only someone with influence could get crucified men taken down. Historical setting, siege of Jerusalem, AD 70, Titus. The Roman forces surrounded Jerusalem. Thousands were crucified outside the city walls. Josephus says crosses became so numerous that there was no room for crosses and no crosses for bodies. Crucifixion was being used as psychological warfare, public terror, and mass execution. Josephus sees 3 acquaintances among those crucified. The text in full context. I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears. He ordered them to be taken down and treated with greatest care. Yet 2 died under the physician's hands, and 1 survived. He details often overlooked. He says, many crucified. This was routine. He recognized them while still alive. He intervened immediately. Titus ordered medical treatment, which was unusual mercy. They were taken down before death. Even with early removal, medical attention, and Roman authorization, 2 of 3 still died. What this reveals about Roman crucifixion. It was designed to cause asphyxiation, accompanied by severe blood loss, often preceded by scourging, intended to last hours or days. Survival required early removal, immediate medical attention, absence of fatal trauma. Josephus' story proves crucifixion was not instantly fatal, but it was overwhelmingly lethal. Modern medical historians know crucifixion causes hypovolemic shock or blood loss, traumatic shock, respiratory failure, possible cardiac rupture, organ failure. Even when removed, infection risk is high, internal damage is severe, and organ stress is extreme. The fact that 2 died under physicians shows damage had already progressed too far. Removal alone did not reverse the trauma. The survival of 1 likely means there was very early removal, possibly shorter exposure, perhaps less severe prior beating, but Josephus gives no details. Why Josephus mentions this. This episode appears in the life of Josephus. It serves 2 purposes. It shows Josephus's compassion and shows his influence with Titus. He's subtly saying, I had enough status to intervene with Rome. This is autobiographical, not theological. Comparison with other ancient sources. Other Roman writers confirm crucifixion's lethality, which includes Seneca the Younger, described prolonged suffering and death. Cicero calls crucifixion the cruelest and most disgusting penalty. Tacitus treats crucifixions as a standard execution method. No one describes routine survival. Josephus is the only known ancient writer to record an actual survival case. What historians conclude. Most scholars conclude crucifixion had a high mortality rate. Survival was rare but not impossible. Early removal was essential. Medical treatment did not guarantee recovery. Importantly, Josephus does not describe how long they were crucified, whether they were scourged first, their physical condition prior, but the 2/3 mortality rate is telling. Why this passage is so valuable historically, it is firsthand, non-Christian, politically neutral, medically realistic, and embedded in an autobiography. It gives us a real world data point. Even rescued crucifixion victims often died. Okay, no more links, Barth. I gotta eat lunch, otherwise I'm not gonna get any lunch. You have to go to reading.
I just find the story fascinating.
What was the point he was trying to make with the story? This one's there.
The 3, like the 3, it still follows like a similar story in the gospel. 3 up, 1 down. 2 down, 1 up, or should I say 1 survives, the other 2 don't?
Oh, right. Now I understand the context. So, the original commentary saying it was extremely rare is correct.
So I'm not saying that the belief that Jesus
Ontario's
Christ.
here. He's an expert.
Yeah, I'm not stating that the belief that Jesus, the Christian belief that he was crucified, died, and resurrected. That's the faith of Christians. I'm not doubting that. But just that someone else wrote about 3 men being put on the cross and 1 being brought back to life. That's the part where I tend to say to myself, like, you know,
No,
could
that's
this been a build up, you know, for a better story.
You mean maybe Jesus survived?
Maybe.
I think there's a possibility. I mean, the only thing that makes me think that maybe he survived is that he died so quickly, you know, after only a few hours. And then you have this thing with a Roman soldier lancing his sword or whatever it was into his side. Like, why would he do that?
Because if not, they would have had to break his legs. And they said that they wouldn't.
Why would they have to break his legs?
It's to speed up the process of the crucifixion.
No, I'm talking about after he died. Didn't the soldier put a sword into him or something?
No, that's
Yeah.
actually what killed him.
No, that's not what killed him. They were, they didn't know if he was dead or not, so they stabbed him to make sure that he was dead.
Yeah, but is that something they actually did?
They would stab people that were on the cross
No.
that were on there too long.
No,
You saying they wouldn't kill people that were on the cross?
no, they would break their legs before they would never stab them. They would break their leg.
Yeah, but if they were doing something that they needed to speed the process up, they would break the legs. That would be more of like adding to the torture.
Why would they?
Torture.
Why would they have needed to speed the process up?
I think they want to speed the process up because when you look into it a bit deeper, maybe the reason why they stabbed him is to make him die quicker because them Romans knew he was divine. They knew.
Well, in the crucifixion account, it's because they wanted to get them off the cross before the High Holy Day.
Yeah, but can you remember? Do you think? I don't know. Maybe I'm watching too much documentary fucking TV as well. Some of them knew what he did and what he was, because they knew he was divine. I believe they knew he was divine, and I think some of them felt some sort of guilt for killing him. To be honest. And that's why they made the process. That's why they speeded it up by stabbing him rather than breaking his legs.
Yeah.
Because if he'd have broke his leg, that would have prolonged it even more.
Well, I mean, if he was dead, breaking his legs ain't gonna do nothing. So in order to just verify that he's dead, or to just make sure that he's dead, they just stabbed him. He was already dead on the cross.
What, before they stabbed him?
Yeah, he was dead. If you read the text, he gives up the ghosts, right? And then when the Romans, the sun's going down, and so it's almost going to be, the high Sabbath day. They can't. The Jews don't do any burials or anything on like high holy days, right? They're not allowed to touch dead bodies. They're not allowed to do any of that stuff. So, the Romans would have had to take care of it themselves, right? So instead of doing that, hey, listen, let's just make sure they're dead before the sun goes down. They can get pulled off and buried, and then we don't have to do it ourselves.
I think I might go read a bit more about the crucifixion.
Yeah, he gives up the ghost. So you see where he's talking. He's like, hey, Father, in my hands I commit your spirit. And then it says he gives up the ghost.
Yeah, but
then after.
The whole problem of the story is that the other two people that were being crucified with him, they did not get speared. They got their legs broken.
Yeah, they were still alive. That's why.
So they wanted to speed up the deaths of the other two by breaking their legs, but with Jesus they wanted to spear him.
Only Jesus was getting speeded up.
So again,
because he was Jewish.
It doesn't make any sense.
Jesus was already dead. They stabbed him because they didn't know if he was dead or not. Right? He's just hanging there lifeless. He's hanging there lifeless. They don't know if he's dead or not. They take the spear and stab him. Right? Blood and water shoots out. With the other two, they're still alive. They can visually see that the other two guys are alive. So they break their legs so they can asphyxiate him. Because then you can't push
So
them.
the thing is they might have actually provided some relief by stabbing him in the side, especially if water came out and reduced the water load on his lungs and stopped the asphyxiation process.
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm reading, the Romans didn't use that method to confirm death. They would just break the legs or away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was the normal means of how they operated. But I'm sure there you can find instances where they're doing stuff that is out of the normative function. This would be one of those cases.
Well, I mean, only John mentions this.
The stabbing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other Gospels don't mention it, so.
I mean, John mentions a lot of things that the other Gospels don't. Like he gives
Exactly.
Yeah. So he gives specific names. He gives other dates. He gives other accounts, like events that happened.
Why are Muslims and Jews giving these kind of arguments? Like, these are good arguments against Christianity. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is the reason why I brought this up to Sicario. Why does he care about why does he care about a centurion fucking married? Like, that shows nothing. Who gives a shit if she was a virgin or not?
But I don't even consider
what is he really focusing on? Like Sicario, these are the kind of arguments you give against Christianity. Like, this is a fucking narrative. The Jews during 70 AD. Like, this is gold. Like, if you look, Sicario, pay attention. If you want to give good Christian arguments, all right, this is where you start. Shit like this. It's gold.
I don't even consider it an argument against Christianity. I just consider it an argument against the form of Christianity that insists upon the divinity of Jesus and not just his role as a communicator of wisdom, right?
Do you guys not see how this would be a great polemic against Christianity? Do you guys not see it? Am I the only one? Am I like the only one that can see this? Come on, Euro, be creative here. Come on, don't let me spit it out.
I think maybe you should spit it out for the room.
This makes the story in the gospel about two men dying, another one being resurrected. Okay? This doesn't fall too far from the tree, is all I'm saying. If a story like this made it into the gospel, but it's actually a real story written by Josephus and told by him at the time, okay? Remember who was killed shortly before this, right? And the movement that was happening. James the Just was killed in 63, right? Yes? No? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? How many Jesuses? How many Jesuses did Josephus write about in his writings? Just give me a number. How many people with the same name? Sicario. This is a good exam question for you, Sicario.
Any
This is
occurrence
good
of the
arguments.
name Joshua or Yeshua.
How many? How many did he write about? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. He wrote about 20 of them. But when you break it down, it's only 14 because he used the name again. And guess when this starts? His writings start in 30 BCE. 30 BCE. Not 30 AD. 30 BCE. About Harold infusing himself in the temple. And how from 30 AD on, the priestly class was no longer just Jewish. He married himself into the priestly class. In 30 BCE. Guess what that guy's name was? I'll give you one question. I'll give you one clue. It started with the J. You want the evidence? Here, I'll give you the evidence. Yeah, if I was against Christianity, bro, I'd be bringing up some fucking amazing. This is why me and LSF. That's why I love LSF, because like we go over this shit together. I'm not like fucking Saxon. They had to know he was God. They he was shitting spectacles.
Megatron, shut the fuck up. You sound like an
All right,
idiot
I'm
right
just
now.
saying. All right, sorry, just saying. He was pissing gold. Come on. Now let me give you the real link here. Let me give you the real link and the real list. Okay? And he wrote about 30, he repeated the name Jesus 20 times. Right? That we all know in Greek is Joshua. Right? And when you break it down, it's only 14 people. And what's amazing about this story, what I love about this story, is that even the numbers of the dates even match up to what the New Testament is saying about his death, right? So we have here. Hold on one second. Let me get the link because I have this saved. Hold on. 1 second, please. 1 minute. Let me get it.
quiet all of a sudden.
I'm tired. It's almost 9 p.m. here.
But that's impossible. It's almost 10.
Almost 10 where you are.
Yeah, so it can't be 9 if it's almost 10.
Dude, we're done for that.
I mean, in 3 minutes, it's going to be 10 o'clock. So,
Yeah.
so we're already
Almost 9 p.m.
so we're already past 9 because it's 3 minutes to 10.
See, well, we're on different time.
And you expect me to accept that?
Oh, you're a sugar cup man. Don't brain rot me tonight.
No brain rot. Okay. I'm not sure we're waiting
just
for.
tired, man. I'm longed out right now.
Is Cora going to read for us?
All right,
She does.
there we go. So we have the names that are listed here, and I have different lists that give more details about the others, more over others. I have them like in a row. I'm not so sure if this one puts them in chronological. It puts this in reference. Maybe this isn't the right date. This isn't the right one. I'll give you the one where they're talking about the accounts that he talks about. Hold on. Let me look this up. Yeah. Let me give you another list. I have a few of these lists. Right? I'll give you this one. This one's good. This one's a good list. I have many of these lists though, and they all categorize different categorizations on how he would write about these different Jesus figures, but consistently using the same name over and over. Like, so I'm not sure why he did this, or why he wrote this, but I guess it was common name. I don't know, maybe they did this on purpose. I don't know. I have yet to understand why. I haven't looked into that yet. So don't question me about that part. But Euro, can you read this list? It's not that.
I can read it, but I thought Cora was doing the reading.
Yeah, she said she had to do something.
Oh, okay.
And this is not even the list. I have a better list than this. Hold on, let me give you a better list. This one's the better list.
Reading paused for a better list.
Yeah. Pause.
No, but if we're going to have a serious discussion, we really need to include Sicario.
Yeah, maybe Sicario should read this list. I mean, I think Sicario should try to redeem himself and possibly use this argument instead of the Centurion Pantera account. But yeah, Sicario, if you want to come up and describe who these people are for us so we get some context, I think that would be amazing. But this is the list that I wanted to go over. And this list starts in 30 BCE. Okay? Flavius, he was the high priest under Harold the Great, replaced by Simon bin whatever. And I guess that was the moment there where Harold married himself into, right, the priestly class, right? And that's why they bring that up. Then, the second person, again, this is the teacher slash cult leader, whatever they want to call him, was Jesus Christ. Then in 62, Jesus, who was called the Christ, the brother of James. That's how it's written. Then Jesus ben Ananimus, or son of another high priest, 62-7. Another Jesus, appointed high priest, another appointed. Jesus, the son of Gamaliel. Jesus, the son of what's that? Sabiasis? Are you looking at this? No? All right. Well, you guys can read the list. I gave you the extensive list, and these are all the people that Josephus wrote about. So, just from the Josephus accounts, right? I'm not trying to debunk Christianity. At the same time, I like to look at this evidence. I like to look. What?
So it sounds like you're trying to debunk Christianity.
No. My faith is wrapped up in this stuff. What's up, Charlie?
What the?
What's up? We're going over some
Happy Land?
Yeah, we're Happy Lent. We're going over some really deep theological.
You're gonna have to dumb it down for me. I'm not as intelligent as you guys.
What?
You're gonna have to dumb it down for me. I'm not as intelligent as you lot.
No, it's fine. So we're filling you in. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and I don't think a lot of Christians are gonna leave. They're not gonna like where I'm going with this. They don't like this.
You criticize every belief, like even as a Muslim, like I'm open to criticism about my own book.
Yeah, the thing here is, right, I take these really deep dives, and a lot of Christians don't like when I do this. And that's probably why a lot of Christians that used to hang out here, they don't like Draco and some of these guys that like to use these stupid, ridiculous anti-Semitic arguments. Like it's got to be more than just your biases towards Jews. Like you have to give me something like really good, like something convincing. You have to put your biases to the side, which I do with Christianity. And I look at it in all angles. I don't care if people don't think I'm a Christian. I don't care if you think I'm heretical. I want to understand and know this information. I can care less. Like that shit I can put to the side. You know, I can put those things to the side because I know that it is fake, right? But here we're talking about the writings and stuff during the time. So that's why a lot of Christians, like, to be honest, when it comes to these types of things, look, they all left. They all left.
Do you think it's
They're
because
probably shit talking me in another room.
do you think it's because they've not? Do you think a lot of Christians have not read the Old Testament?
No. This has nothing to do with the Old Testament. This has to do with all the stories that are surrounding and during that exact time.
Yeah.
Of just the New Testament. But it's not. The reason why the New Testament is historical in some cases is because it matches up with other historical stories that are writing alongside of it. You understand? It's not over embellishing on these crazy points. Of course, it's a theological book, but they use a lot of historical context that they could appeal to what Jerusalem looked like before the destruction. That's the reason why John is such a historical masterpiece in a sense, right? Because it describes Jerusalem to the T. So the person who wrote it must have known what this place looked like before the destruction. So that's the reason why they use these things as history. But just because it has historical accounts and they're using using historical evidence that rides alongside the story to make the story more convincing doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, they do this with every historical book. I mean, honestly, they could have done this with Exodus also. Because
I do feel like you are motivating me right now to go on the Bible app, start downloading and read a bit more. Look at that.
well, you're not going to find any of this information in the Bible. So I can say the same thing about the Exodus account.
So where
The Exodus account, there was many, we don't have, it doesn't describe it like the Bible where there was millions of people coming out of Egypt. But there were Jews that were exiled. It just wasn't that big of a group. They were like smaller groups. So they're not like making up a story. They're not making it up.
So as you can see that God did not condemn all of them. Or they condemned like a few that like led astray.
No. I'm looking at a story of Jews leaving Egypt. That's it. That's all I'm going to look at. And what other stories that are like this that they can give this account of a sort of an storyline? That doesn't technically mean that all these things happen. They're attaching Jews leaving or being exiled from Egypt and coming back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that story could be taken as, part of this story. And that goes with any story. There's always a bit of truth with the mysticism. Yes.
No, I see you. I feel like honestly, if Hannah was here, she would actually like add so much more to this conversation. She's definitely a very mystical person.
Yeah. So like, I'm not trying to hinge on it being like something that like I'm not trying to say, the Exodus story is wrong or this any other. Listen, all I'm saying is
It's just the interpretation.
It's how we're looking at these things. So we have inscriptions, we have things like that.
I think you would like Han's interpretation of it, even the Red Sea splitting.
No, we don't have to get into all of that. All I'm trying to say is I'm trying to use the same thing for Jesus. I'm trying to say the same thing about Jesus. If Josephus is writing about 14 different Jesuses, 14 different ones, and I have the list at the top. Okay? They're all high priests. They're all high priests and they're all named Jesus.
So what do you think it is? Do you think? I mean,
No. Listen, I haven't given my full breakdown
I'm
yet.
thinking of something, but I don't know if you would agree with it. This is you put a Christian cap on, not a Muslim cap. So if, you know how like in Christianity, Jesus is seen as eternal life, right?
Yeah.
So what would the issue be if, let's say, if you are to put the Christian cap on, what would the issue be to say if we're different versions of Jesus? Do you know what I mean? So how you said there's different accounts of him. Like I think that actually just further strengthens the argument is that okay, there's different variations of Jesus. Like for example, the Indians have their own version, the Africans have their own depiction of Jesus. Every culture has their own definition. So it's like if he's this eternal light, who's to say he's not always existing? Who's to say? I mean, he was the one that helped Moses.
Put it this way, look.
Maybe it was him, Jesus.
Why only one crucifixion? Crucifixion in Josephus is typically associated with Roman punishment for slaves, rebels, or low-class offenders, or lower-class offenders. Most of these Jesuses were priests or elite figures, and when they died violently, it was usually in battle, nation or mob violence, not Roman judicial execution. The exception of Jesus of Nazareth fits the Roman use of crucifixion for a perceived political, religious thing, right? So, Jesus, son of Phoebe, the high priest, right? High priest under Herod, right? This is when Herod infused himself in it. It's 30 BCE, right?
Yeah.
They're saying, and this is before crucifixion, but then they're saying here, right, that Jesus of Nazareth died in 30 CE. Okay, but we're not going to say we're going to say that's a bit common. That could be a little little CE, BCE, slip of the pen. Who knows? But then everyone after 63, high priests, they're all high priests. Noble connected to priestlyhood, possibly high priest. High priest appointed by someone else. High priest who deserted to the Romans. Temple priests, not high priests, but still elite clergy. All these guys are high priests. They're all high priests.
So what is
Yeah. I'll put this one. I'll put this one. I'll put this one up because this doesn't even include Jesus. Okay, I'll put this list. And if we look at all these Jesuses, right? I'm just posting the Jesuses, the historical secure list of 14 men. At least 6 were high priests, directly connected to high priesthood, and this connects all the 6 high priests.
So why did
So it says at least these means almost half of Josephus's historical real Jesuses were all the top of the religious hierarchy. Why so many high priests named Jesus? Name was popular. Yeshua was one of the most common Jewish male names in the 1st century BCE CE. The elite priestly families were no exception. It is the same name as Joshua and revered priestly elite intermarriage. A priesthood was dominated by a few aristocratic families. Popular names often repeated with these families over generations. Herald and Roman manipulation. Herald the Great and later Roman governors rotated high priests frequently to keep the role politically weak. Meant many more names than historical record. And if Jesus was already common, it shows up often. Some scholars have noted that the name Yeshua, Joshua, means Yahweh saves. The biblical history of Joshua, son of Nun, which that's the one with Moses, and we went over this yesterday, right? Sicario, we went over that yesterday.
So why did the Christians have a problem with what you're saying? Why do they not like this?
Well, I could give you freaking. This just might poke holes in the story of the New Testament. But you see, no one's gonna actually dig this deep. Not even Sicario is gonna dig this deep. He does this superficial, surface level shit. I'm trying to show Sicario, yo, listen, Sicario, if you're gonna come with some argument, fuck the Pantera argument. Throw that shit in the garbage. Bring some shit like this, Sicario. Give me the real fucking meat. Make us understand that it wasn't just one Jesus, and this name, Yeshua saves, wasn't just meant for this one Messiah figure. It was meant for every high priest in the clergy. This is the meat and potatoes. You know, like if you really want to rock, like if you really want to go with this person wasn't crucified, or if this person was crucified, right? Then this name came up so many times that a crucifixion and then the name Jesus constantly being repeated. Jesus, 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 Jesus. It's more to the story. Like, but they don't do stuff like this. This is why I criticize them with these horrible arguments. Like if I played Jew or Muslim for like a week, the Christians would hate. They would hate me just as much as the Muslims hate me now.
I don't think
I'm telling you right now, they would all come for me. Every Christian would be in my room every single day, fucking badgering me with evidence and insults constantly. Like I honestly wish I could play for 1 week on some fuck Christianity shit for a week. I guarantee I will send this whole app upside down with the shit that I got. This is not even touching the subject. This is not even touching the surface. If me and LSF, if I unleash LSF on the shit that I can debunk, it'll be a major fucking problem.
But do you think
I might do it. I might fucking do it. I might do it for a week because I get so bored and I love to debate.
You've read quite a lot. So
I've read too much. That's the fucking problem, Charlie. I've read too much. This is the result. Mm-hmm.
Like it's got its head, but you can crit like. But at the same time, it's like. I mean, there's two ends to it. Some people sometimes like some people go too much. They go down that rabbit hole of like where they just end up not believing in anything, right? Because they can criticize things from different angles, even their own belief. But I feel like the vibe that I get from you is no, a lot, but you still have some faith in your belief.
Yeah, because it's faith. It's faith. The faith. For me to have faith in something, I don't need any evidence. Straight up. I have zero evidence that my wife is going to be wiping my ass. I have faith that she's going to be wiping my ass when I get sick. I have zero evidence.
But I think that shows sincerity.
You like that, right? You like that? You like that song?
It's stupid.
It's true.
I can relate to things because I feel like it's like people can bring forth as much as evidence if it's not happening. But I have faith in the messenger of God.
Wish me luck, babe.
These people feel like,
Yeah.
oh,
I'm going to call them up right now.
What did you say, Charlie? Say that one more time.
I said that no matter how much people criticize Muhammad, peace be upon him, I have faith that he's the prophet of God. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
I believe he's truthful, but like that's just my faith.
Yeah, I don't think that's a secret.
Like I don't believe all this propaganda. Like I'll go out of my way to defend it. I mean,
Right.
he hates it, but it's just I have faith. That's all it is.
So, what you call it? So, Megatron, do you think you could debunk Christianity? Because I don't do the faith shit. I would love to hear you debunk Christianity, or anybody think that they could debunk Christianity. Yeah, because he's wilding.
No, his point is like,
Wait, Smiler's a Christian?
but he has to. Like the thing is, right? Just because you can debunk something with something, like you can. A lot of times when people read books, you can read books from like different people's arguments. Doesn't mean.
Well, more so, I guess what I would be mentioning, if someone could show me, because I would say I have faith in the sense that I don't have proof, but I think I have enough evidence to come to the conclusion that Christianity is true. But I would definitely always be open to, okay, if somebody was able to demonstrate how Christianity can't be true, then I would
I'm not
definitely
gonna lie, it's not smiling. Your picture is confusing me. I gave a film Christian.
Oh, I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm trolling. This is
Oh my god.
this is from another day. We were.
Oh, Smiler's a Christian now?
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but the other day, me and Megatron were defending Islam, and so I changed my
I saw you defending Islam.
You know, I don't know. I think Clubhouse is
So confusing.
The Christians are defending the Muslims. This is the day that I didn't.
No, I never. I didn't say I was a Muslim for a day. Yeah. No, it's not that I entered Islam for the day, which who knows, maybe I'll try it one day. But it's not that I became a Muslim for a day, but rather I just defended Islam. So anybody that had an argument against Islam, I was just gonna defend it.
But to be fair, I think the Christians do a better job than they cosplay as Muslims for a day.
Oh, they did a much better job. They did a very good job, actually, yeah. You're right, they did a very good job. They almost convinced me.
Yeah, it was interesting.
I'm still curious about who is this girl in Megatron's PTR?
That's fucking AI.
I heard him say, like, call his wife, like, you know, words of endearment. I'm like, is this Megatron's wife? Or is it just
That's his wife.
He makes her dress up and let me job for something. Christian hijab.
Oh yeah, there is a Christian job.
Yeah,
There is.
Christian hijab came from just people in the Middle East. It didn't even come from Islam.
It's a cultural thing. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
even the men in Arabia, they wear headscarves.
Yeah.
Yes, because you get a sunburn on your fucking scalp if you don't cover your head.
Exactly.
No, interesting. I found that actually, even the men in Arabia during the time, some of them are all.
Yeah, they didn't want to get assassinated. That's probably one of
You still see that if you go to like tribal areas of like Afghanistan, like Kyrgyzstan and stuff. They'll wear like the sort of like they'll wear usually a turban, but not a Sikh turban, like just more of a like the old school like Mughal style turban, and they'll pull stuff across their face. But that has a practical purpose too. It keeps the dust out of your fucking nose. Like,
right. So if you see somebody wearing a hijab, your first question should be, "Are you a Muslim?" You should be, "Hey, are you from the Middle East?"
That's true.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I'm sure that's more of like a Western, thought. I mean, because I would always do that too. I would associate the hijab just with Muslim.
When I was in high school, I had this one Ethiopian, like, East African friend, she's Christian. And she used to, like, fast everything, like, in the Christian fasting. She was very religious. And she used to wear the headscarf or covers, like, she would wear it according to her culture. Like, not all the time she would wear it. But I remember, like, this one guy did not get it. He was so fucking ignorant. Why the fuck are you dressed like an era? Like,
Oh my God.
I go, you don't know uneducated girl. She's fucking East African and she's a Christian. You would know this, she's all of this, like,
Ignorant. Yeah.
He's so ignorant.
Yeah. It's true.
But a part of me does think, like, I don't want to put the Islamophobic card, but part of me thinks, like, with this hatred towards hijab in the Western world comes because there's almost the people wearing it. Even though historically they don't want it to.
Might say a little bit to some extent. The AB, I mean, because what's fun? It's weird because it's like Hindus, even in America, still I would say they dress fairly similar to Muslims, especially from like a Western point of view. And I mean, we don't hate on them for that. So how come we're like looking at the Muslim woman like, hey, what the heck?
I mean, the Hindus, but because like let's say from the subcontinent, like because of course like there's Muslims in our subcontinent as well. Their ancestors were like Hindus or Buddhists or like they followed pagan beliefs, right? So some of these Hindus converted to Islam. So of course they're still stuck to the like Hindu culture, which is like the cultural ties. So you're gonna completely drastically change it. I think the only difference that I would say is, for example, when the Hindus they wear saris, they show their belly.
When they're what? Oh yeah, they do.
Whereas like
Stuff full of
whereas like whereas the Indian Muslims or the Bengali Muslims or the Pakistanis, they don't. The way they wear sari would be very different.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It would just be like adhere to the Islamic guidelines.
Right. Yeah, I didn't know the difference. I didn't know where that difference came from.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, them Indians, boy, they be freaky.
Since we were freaky.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, the way that women dress and how they be dancing. Shit. You already know they be out there.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, these Kama Sutra came from the beginning.
Yeah, see.
But what's so interesting is now the Indian society, like they see
They be flying under the radar, yo. Me and my homies was never like, hey, let's go holler at them Indians.
converted way. Whereas it's like they're like a lot more conservative. They're like, dude, like you're a civilization that introduced Kama Sutra.
Right, yeah, that's true. See, I just thought about that too when you said that. Did you read that book?
Which book? Oh no, I've not read it. It's just I've heard about it.
That shit probably around.
There's nothing wrong with Kama Sutra. I think honestly, if I
Just
was
certain.
married, if I was to get married, I would actually read it with my husband. That's very cool.
Married? Snap. You were born Muslim?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's yeah.
But then again, like, I don't think anybody's specifically born with a religion. I think.
Well, not literally, but
After a certain while, you question your beliefs or you look into, different beliefs as well, and you come to your own conclusion. There might be biases, of course, naturally.
yeah, they're gonna be the biases for sure. That's why I tried to. I mean, when I first, I think I was like maybe, I was probably like 22 or 23 when and it was more so having talks with my Muslim friend that made me more like research more, because we used to have a lot of conversations about God, and a lot of things we like agreed on. And then I didn't really know what Islam was at all, actually. And then he, he would say certain things. He'd say certain things. I'm like, what the heck? And I was like, I don't know, maybe, he did things differently or whatever. And then, I went and did my whole deep dive for about 3 years or so. Yeah, most people are doing that.
I do feel like everybody's got their own kind of like version of how they practice their beliefs as well, or how they interpret the book, whether it's like Muslims,
Right.
Christians, Hindus.
Yeah.
I feel like I always say this, who you are as a person is how you view God. So if you're going to have a very angry, violent God, whereas if you're a merciful person, he's calm, all that kind of stuff. And you're going to have a very peaceful approach of how you view God.
So, with that, which I think is true, and then I think that sort of affects our interpretation of certain texts. I think this is where, and you may even say this to some extent on the other side of like maybe another religion, but like, so there'll be some Muslims I'll talk to and I'm like, Islam teaches this, and they're like, so? And then somebody else, I'm like, Islam teaches this, and we just think like, no, it doesn't, and then you know, I'm like, oh shit.
Wait, I'm not going to lie, my first encounter on this app was with like, and this is so fucked up, like, it was like with people that like I don't know, it's not like I'm just not going to go like, don't come on here to talk about religion. Even if you are going to expect some civil dialogue. But I literally come across like ISIS or Al Qaeda and the way that they were taught.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit. What is this about? Like,
Shit.
I kept looking at the way they would talk about Muslims themselves. It's so fucked up. Like, if you're a Muslim,
Like takfir them and stuff, or what do you mean?
yes, like you disagree with their interpretation of
Oh yeah.
Smiler, you extra as fuck, bro.
Thank you, bro.
You extra as fuck.
Nah, you just hot.
No, how did you do that? Did you are you copying these from somewhere, or are you actually making these? Because if you're making them, man, you should start making memes. I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Well, he's just dressing up.
Did you make that, or did you just take that off of TikTok or something?
No, I had AI make it. I just took the picture of God Logic and I said, turn this person into.
Yeah, bro, you should focus on something. Start doing memes or something.
I probably should do it. Make it to a meme.
Yeah, that still goes big, man.
Yeah,
Meme channels go big.
Do you know Charlie? He used to wild out.
Does Mikhail know that
Me,
about Christian?
compared to you. Bro, there needs to be a better saying than the pot calls the kettle black. There's like, I'm not even a pot, but you're a kettle.
Damn, I'm a black kettle.
Nah, we already passed that. I'm not confusing you for black again. Filthy Puerto Rican.
I'm not Puerto Rican.
Dominican is all the same. You're a Hispanic, bro.
Well, Smiler's, he's no longer Muslim and he's no longer black.
No longer black.
Wow, I'm so confused.
Oh, he's just not black. He's Hispanic, actually.
Well, he's no longer black.
Well, you know how it is. Some of these Hispanics, they pretty much are black. You know, there's Afro-Hispanics, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like Fight Club. We don't talk about that.
Sure would.
Nigga, what? Nigga, what? Every movie go through.
All the gangsters around. Come out.
Nigga, what? What? I'm telling you, man.
Oh, Smiler, you don't have a medal, but you're top 5%.
Yo, do you see mine? You see mine, nigga? See mine, bro?
Shouldn't be
Yo,
proud.
I just want to thank Euro. I want to thank Smiler. I want to also thank you, Charlie. I want to thank you, Messiah. I want to thank Aya. I want to thank Saul. I mean, I even Necro.
The fuck Saul?
Universe. Even this Doctor who? Dr. Cheyenne.
Hello.
Hello.
Who's Dr. Cheyenne?
Dr. Cheyenne.
Oh, there.
Hello.
Look at there.
Dr. Cheyenne. Hello. Hello.
Actually, she's pretty cool. Actually,
Hello.
she knows about Judaism.
Oh, let me ask you. Is she a Christian?
She's a Jew, actually. Or,
She's a what? She's a what? She's a what?
I'm serious.
Wow. Bring your ass up. No, there's not that many Jews on that
Actually,
planet.
she's a better talk than Jason, I'll tell you that.
Really? Jason's pretty fucking smart, yo.
No,
Jason put me on
he's
to a lot of
fucking
shit.
not. Seriously, Smiley, do people think Jason is smart?
Oh no, which Jason you talking
Oh,
about?
wait, Jason is
I'm talking about Dog Lawyer.
Oh, the God's barely.
I like Jason. Yeah, he's cool as hell.
He's
Forget about I didn't talk about his entertainment value, Smiley. I talked about his intelligence.
He's a Jewish Hamza.
You think Jason is smart?
Jason is not smart. No, he's slightly autistic. I'm not gonna lie. And the fact that fucking Sicario, is his fucking.
Oh, it makes it even worse.
It makes it worse. It makes it worse. So you gotta hear the arguments that Sicario is giving against
These
Christianity.
guys are borderline brain dead.
Fucking ridiculous. I want to smack him. I want to take that Jew card.
I just don't understand why Dog Lawyer has an issue with Christ. The guy doesn't argue Islam. He ain't even arguing the Trinity. He just be slamming on Christ and Mary. Like, bro, this guy, he truly represents that old kind of Jew, like that early Common Era. Like, biggest haters on Christ was them, man.
Bro, he's asking me questions like, come on, you can't be this stupid. You're a smart guy. Why do you believe in Jesus?
Bro, I'd be telling
That's
him.
the most like autistic shit in the planet.
He doesn't get it. I'd be like, bro, if your whole excuse that Jesus isn't the Messiah is because Christianity claims that he is God, you know that the divinity of Christ is a matter of debate in early Christianity. So it's not something that is determined. So you have to analyze the messianicship of Christ separate from the claims of divinity. But he doesn't want to do that. And when Muslims are the ones who usually propagate this, he'll always shift the goalpost to Israel for some reason. And we end up talking about politics.
Stuff in my car.
What do you mean by debate in early Christianity?
So divinity of Christ is being established. Like, again, I don't have the Trinity is not an issue. Like I can try. God is qualitative in the triune metaphysical framework, and God is quantitative in the usual modern or Islamic definition of God for the modern framework. So you try to explain that to him, he's too low IQ.
And then I can go.
I don't even know what that means.
All right.
You're low IQ too.
I've never heard of that.
Qualitative and quantitative.
Yeah, I'll come get you when I'm done.
It's really that simple.
Yes.
Kind of disappointed.
Are you quoting someone? Are you getting that information from somewhere? Or are you just making it up out of your ass?
Was it my own induction? It was, but when I end up, and it's been still, I'm not.
Yo, let me let me destroy this because this little pimp squeak has been acting really really like borderline.
Which one?
It's this Last Supper guy. He's been borderline.
I like Last Supper.
He gotta pay
Supper, is he like your fellow Catholic Orthodox hybrid? Like he's one of the, he doesn't know where he's at.
I'm gonna humble him today. Let me just pay attention to this argument. You might like this argument. You heard? And so, Last Supper. Do you see the link at the top? See the link at the top?
Yeah.
Give you all the name. Hold up. Let me give you the right list.
Before I open that, can you tell me what you're on today? Is it that Resposado or are you on that the Blanco? What are you on?
I'm constantly on the Blanco. I'm on the Blanco all day. I'm on the Blanco all day. Now look at this list. Now look at this list at the top, right? Now Josephus not only names one Jesus, he names 20. But out of the 20, he has reoccurring names, and we boiled them down to 13. Are you aware of this list, Last Supper, from Josephus' writings? You gotta mute up, Smiler. Let me give this guy a left hook. You never see this coming. So
Yeah,
now,
there's another guy named Jesus in the New Testament.
I didn't ask you that. Don't give up information I didn't ask you. Let's stick to
I was aware that Yeshua.
I'm asking you, not one of them named that other Jesus a high priest. We're talking about out of the many Jesuses that Josephus mentions. We have one as James the Just, which was killed in 62. His name is also the Christ, the brother of Jesus. That's James in 62. Then we have, if you go all the way to the top of the list, we have a Jesus, right? We have a Jesus during the time of Herod, and he was also a high priest. And that was 30 BCE. Then the next Jesus, the only one that was crucified from this list, is Jesus of Nazareth in 30 CE. And then 30 years after, we had James the Just, which is also called the Christ. In 62, that was also killed. And then from 62 to 70, we have another 8 names that are also named Jesus, aka what's the name? Jacob. But you know, it only not in the Jewish, because that's Yeshua. But Joshua also means Jesus in the Greek. But we're not going to use that term. We're using Yeshua. Yeshua meaning Jesus. Remember, Yahweh saves, okay? So Yahweh saves has been on this Josephus list about 10 more times after. Okay? Now, what is to say, and you prove to me historically, that none of these names got associated with the Jesus of Nazareth?
Yes.
Would you be able to prove that?
Yes.
And did you say that James the Just was also called the Christ? The Christ. His name was the Christ, correct. How could there be 2 Christs? If you want me to go and you want me to dive deep into that? No, save it for another day. Right, yeah, we can get into that. And that's like another rabbit hole that we can go down and stuff like that, because a lot of these Christians want to sit up here and they just want to fucking throw the finger at Islam, but like they're not really trying to do polemics, like, because the Muslims don't really give like these good arguments. Like,
Are you gonna let me respond?
Yeah. Respond. Hurry up.
2 things pinpoint Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the Son of God who died on the cross, as a distinction from others who are named Jesus. One would be the Pilate stone, which is a historical stone that we have with the name of Pontius Pilate. And 2 would be Annales of Imperial Rome, Book 15, Chapter 44, which is Tacitus.
Why did you bring up Pontius Pilate? You have any evidence outside of the New Testament that has Jesus in front of Pontius Pilate?
Yes, I just told you. Annales of Imperial Rome, Book 15, Chapter 44. I just told you that.
So you only have one chapter. You don't have any other.
Now, do I have anything on the New Testament? Now, when I bring you something, you only have
you
one thing. I gave you 2 different things. I gave you 2.
Put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat. But I have 2 different things.
You don't gotta be a smart mouth about it. Okay.
Oh, you asked me for one thing. I gave you one thing, and you say, "Oh, you only have one thing."
Yeah. No, I wanted 2 things. Thank you.
I gave you 2.
You said 2.
I gave you 2.
Okay, give me 2. And what evidence does this show, just for from your knowledge and
Well, you're going to read the quote for yourself.
I'm confused. So,
driving.
what is happening? Like, what is the
I'm
point?
going against
Let me quote
against
knowledge of
Christianity.
Imperial Rome.
I'm so fucking bored. I'm so fucking bored, Messiah, that I'm like debating Christians now.
I don't mind, but I just want to understand what you brought this up to prove what.
I want him to prove to me that this Jesus didn't get mixed in with any other high priest or any other Jesuses before or after.
You want him to disprove a hypothetical.
Well, it's not a hypothetical. I have the historical evidence here that many people had the same name.
Okay.
I mean, Jesus was like Muhammad for the Jews.
Maybe that might be true. But
No, it's true. Like it was that common of a name.
Well, Muhammad became popular.
Same thing with Yeshua. It's a phase thing, but yeah, it was common in the time of Jesus.
The quote says, Christos, and he gets his name wrong. It says Christos. Christos, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the most extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius under one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate. A superstition thus checked for the moment broke out again, not only in Judea, but even in Rome, where the center of evil takes its place. So Tacitus says that a superstition broke out after the death of Jesus as far as Rome.
Yeah, I mean, Christianity at the time was spreading. That's just facts.
No, a superstition after his death. What was the superstition?
That he was resurrected.
That he rose from the dead, exactly. So this is how we pinpoint Jesus of Nazareth. Now, how can we pinpoint Pontius Pilate? There was actually a more recent discovery, of what we call the Pilate stone. We have a stone which dates back to that time with the inscription of Pontius Pilate on it. So we know two historical figures, Jesus Christ.
But how are you, like, he's not arguing against that though.
He said, how do we know that this list of Josephus cannot be confused with Jesus from the Bible?
He's just saying, like, look how many Jesuses Josephus is talking about. How do we know that the Jesus we have in mind that might have been, like, crucified?
That's what I just said.
That he's actually the one.
Yeah, that's what I just proved to you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't.
Not really. All you're doing is that this is the Jesus.
Messiah, let me handle this, Messiah, because I already got him. So you're saying that this is the only account of a man's story that Josephus
No, it doesn't say he survived. That's not what it says. It says he was crucified under Pontius Pilate.
Okay.
You know that crucifixion means that he died?
Oh, okay, but do you think that we don't have any other accounts of people surviving a crucifixion?
Not under the Romans. No, you don't. Show me one.
I'm gonna show you one. Right? You're saying there is
under the Romans.
Under the Romans.
Oh, damn.
Earlier you said you stupid. You should really not say that. You should say
damn. You see what he just did there? You see what he just did there?
You see what he just did there,
Euro? See what he did there, Euro?
Not the Romans.
Yeah,
Not under the Romans.
Not under the Romans. You see that? So now I'm gonna make you read, and I'm gonna stick on Josephus because Josephus is my today. Okay, and I'm gonna prove to you that we have Josephus, a crucifixion account by Josephus, and the crucifixion account by Josephus names exam question 3 men on a cross, 3 men, right? And 2 died, 1 survived. I just want to put that out there. You do understand this, right? I'm going to give you the information right now. Should I give them the more detailed list? I'm going to give you the more detailed list. Actually, the first one is fine. Right? I'm going to give you this one. I'll give you this one under a ChatGPT post, so you're not a little fucking bitch, and you're going to complain and give it
You are the most stupid I've ever had in my life.
I know. I love you. I love you too. But they put you to this because you're too confident. This is Josephus' writings, and I put it up at the top. The Life of Josephus. This is Life of Josephus, numbering from 420 to 421, depending on it. I saw many captives crucified, and I remembered these 3 of them as a former acquaintance who was very sorry at this in my mind. And I went up with tears in my eyes to Titus, and I told him of them. So he immediately commanded them to be taken down, and I had the greatest care for them in order for their recovery. Yet 2 of them died under physicians' hands, while the 3rd recovered. This is a Josephus speaking in first-person account. This happened around 70 AD, the Roman siege of Jerusalem. The authority involved was Titus, the Roman general, the later emperor. The situation, Josephus sees 3 men dispersing those being crucified. He interferes immediately. He takes them down alive. He receives medical help. 2 die. 1 survives. This is not a miracle account. This is not propaganda. Josephus presents a sobering and almost whatever they call that, right? So now, this is showing you under Roman rule, where men were crucified, the Last Supper, you said that no one has survived crucifixion under Roman law. So the lie detector came back. That was a lie.
False. Josephus was in the government. And
so now,
obviously the story saying he interceded. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. This is not what that is.
So what is this then?
Actually, 2 of them died when they took them down off the cross.
Yeah.
The Romans don't take people down off the cross.
They took it down. They took it down.
Josephus is in the government. They took him down.
Josephus went back. He went back to Titus, the emperor.
Right.
And then the emperor demanded them to be taken down.
Titus demanded them to be taken down out of respect for Josephus.
No. Yes. Yeah. So
he got them to take them down, and 2 of them still died.
Yeah, but 1 survived.
And 1 survived, right?
Yeah. So you said none survived. I'm telling you, 1 did survive.
They were taken down.
But you listen to me. Just admit that you fucked. Listen to me. Just admit that you fucked up. Let's move on.
Not at all, because they were taken down.
Now, can you prove to me, out of the 13 men, and 8 of them being high priests, and we have gotten these stories along with the Josephus account, and got maybe the wrong Jesus mixed up with some of these other ones? Can you deductively give me the story that matches up with the New Testament with the information that I gave you?
What? You want deductive what?
Yeah, I want him
I
to show
told
me.
you both of the sources, and we have more if you want more. We have
No,
more.
you said no. You lied. You said that there's no way that
nobody
anybody
survives.
this.
Nobody survives it, dude. He took them down.
Is what he said.
He took them
Under
down.
Romans, this is Roman law.
So you're just
Yeah, so he took them down.
The Romans.
prophecy. He's appealing to fulfillment of prophecy. I don't know, man. Jesus' prophecy, the main one is really the
Christianity
destruction
emerged
of
from
the
the same
second
time,
temple.
from the same apocalyptic Jewish matrix that produced multiple prophetic movements.
No, but the thing about Jesus
I'm
is,
giving the argument.
but I'll make a point before you even give the argument. The thing about Jesus is that we can trace at least Mark before 70 AD. And we can trace Paul even for also before that. So that leaves us with a Christian tradition that seems to center the destruction of the Second Temple prior to its destruction. So it's one of those prophecies, but it's like those half prophecies, because due to the political situation, one could have anticipated this to happen. So it has a specific name though. It's like a pseudo prophecy or something like that. Or Deutero or Proto or something.
Oh, I mean, to be honest, you're really not helping him out, because right now he has a bigger fish to fry.
When I hear you two talk, and then I'm like, oh, this point actually is interesting to explore. This point's actually interesting to explore.
Yeah. So let's explore this Last Supper, because I know you used to fucking debate with these fucking horrible fucking debate bros. You actually don't really debate anybody with fucking skills. So you want me to give you the argument? Because I have the argument. I'm gonna give you the argument. This is the argument.
Yeah, what's the argument?
It's a short sentence. I'm gonna give you the argument. See if you can debunk it. And then what I'll do is I'll put the argument in the chat so you can put it in ChatGPT. Christianity emerged from the same apocalyptic Jewish matrix that produced multiple prophetic movements. Jesus of Nazareth was one such figure. But after his death, his followers reinterpreted his failed messianic expectations through visionary experiences and scriptural rereading, generated a resurrection belief. I'm asking you, from all the information that I've given you, Josephus' accounts, especially the Jewish historian, right? And you let this have been political extrapolation later on with all the accounts that we have. Because remember, your argument for the New Testament is going to be that all these things were written and distributed before 70 AD. And here we are, 70 AD. I'm giving you historical accounts of things that happened before 70 AD. Would you be able to prove to me that none of these accounts have a collective that gets us to the New Testament? That possibly all of these priests and all these prophetic figures are not in the story of Jesus Christ. It's on you, buddy. That's on you, buddy. Can you hear me?
Supper on the phone.
Yeah, yo, he's opting out, bro.
What?
He's opting out. He's opting out.
So no, from
Go ahead.
So from what I understood from that, it seems to suggest that there were multiple people with sort of similar movements.
And we have two crucifixion stories.
And then you have
two crucifixion stories.
Okay.
Which I didn't even want to bring up. I didn't even want to bring up the other crucifixion story.
Man.
But I had to bring up the other crucifixion story only because this fucking idiot said no one's ever survived it.
Like, you went from 30-degree room temperature. No, what is room temperature? 70-degree room temperature, and then you went to like 100. Like, why are you at 100?
No, because I'm changing the tire.
Always mix like Celsius and Fahrenheit.
That's preteen.
They don't go by Celsius.
Anyway.
Yeah, so
even though it makes more sense.
But yeah, I can do polemics against Christianity too. Like I love doing this shit. This is like I love this shit. So go ahead. I don't have arguments only with Judaism and Islam. I got arguments.
I mean, I think I asked the proper question that I put it in the chat. It's a good point. Like, it helps us understand. No. It's not a good point in the sense like against Christianity or Jesus. It's a good point in the sense that it's packed with a lot of information.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It sounds like a hypothesis. Maybe a valid hypothesis, but it doesn't have the weight of evidence that the Christian perspective already brings up.
Okay.
So it might be good, like you said, to investigate, something to look into. But does it outweigh the evidence that we have for the opposing view? I would say no.
That's it.
The consensus of the scholarship.
Yo, it has to be more than
That's it.
You gotta give me more than
Well,
that's not what that is. No, see, I was about to say this. Scholarship has already come up with a consensus of what we know about Jesus. And in the consensus, we have things that conflict with what you're saying. So we have Jesus of Nazareth, who actually dies under Pontius Pilate, death by crucifixion. He actually died. He was buried. Now, there's a discussion on whether he was buried in a tomb or not. That's a discussion. But they all agree he was dead and buried. And so the weight of the evidence is clearly higher than that hypothesis. And that's why the consensus of scholarship leans towards the gospel narrative.
So, Messiah brought up two very relevant points, which are what Aquinum he went to, and also pseudepigraphy.
He has a good argument. So he has a good argument.
I'm saying Messiah.
Let me mute up. Yeah, let me mute up. Yeah, Messiah's got a good argument. Let me mute up. I gotta mute up.
I don't know. It's called a good argument, but he did bring up two very relevant points. Which I just mentioned, pseudepigraphy, of course, and what Aquinum he went to.
What was the second one again? I'm sorry.
You want classical Latin or ecclesiastical Latin? I was using the classical Latin pronunciation because I think that's better.
But Jesus?
Yeah, but if you prefer ecclesiastical, I could switch.
Risa, it's really Risa. It's this.
Well, I was
That's
just
really what it is.
Or
Hosea. It's like Hosea.
I was just making reference.
It's like Hosea.
I was just making references to your references about prophecy, which weren't actually prophecy.
Oh, yeah. What was the name of it? The ones that are like not miracles because they can be like anticipated almost, but they are still like half. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting the technical terms for these. So there's a few different types.
Yeah, that one has a specific name.
Well, I just gave them the only thing. So one refers to a prophecy that isn't written about an event, but after the event already occurred, but written as if the prophecy was written before the event. And the other one is when you ascribe a prophetical text to an author in his name, but it's written by someone else, usually much later. So you have those very typical apocalyptic writings, for instance, which are read long after the prophet lived. Also was sort of common around the time of the Jesus era. That's why you have these gospels called like Matthew and Luke and all that type of stuff.
Megatron makes me want to become Eastern Orthodox.
The Last Supper, he's back. Last Supper, where you from?
I'm from the United States, man, Midwest.
Oh, snap, he's from Chicago. You in Chicago?
I'm close. No, nice.
Okay, not too far.
And he's hungry. He wants some of that
It doesn't sound like you from my neck of the woods.
You from Chicago?
Yeah, I'm by Schaumburg.
I was just up there.
Oh, for real? That's real. Megatron over here tripping with this second hypothesis, man.
My friend Leroy is from Chicago.
Leroy.
Hey, Smiler, last time I came up with Megatron was like, today we're defending Islam.
Yeah, he's all my friend Leroy.
So I embarrassed his ass with this question. He couldn't answer it.
You might know my friend Leroy.
I don't know, man. I had to confess this.
He's
I don't know.
bad.
It embarrasses. It'll scandalize people.
He's bad.
I don't know if I should say it.
He's Yeah.
Hey guys, how you doing?
No, maybe I should bring it up. I don't care.
Yo, what up? He's from the south side of Chicago.
But we have a Muslim in the room. We just have the two sisters at the bottom. So
Leroy Brown is the name.
I mean, I don't know.
This is a great one.
You have the hadith that Muhammad was touching Aisha when she was on her period. So I mean, that's pretty embarrassing. But
Wait.
if you're talking about that, like if you have the wherewithal to talk about that, then you gotta ask yourself about Islamic paradise.
Is this like a honey pot title for the room?
I like Islamic paradise. I'm all in favor. I'm all in favor of 72 grapes. I like grapes.
Yo, why is he running away from the argument, bro? Why are you talking about Islam, bro? I don't
know. There is no argument.
You weren't here, nigga. What you talking about? You weren't here. You weren't talking. You weren't saying nothing. The argument was already refuted by me.
Prognostication. There's a specific name. They have a. I don't know why my AI can't find it, but there's a term for these. I saw the Latin one. It's not that one. It's.
No, I gave a Latin one and I gave a non-Latin one.
Can you give me the Latin one exactly, please? I'm sorry.
Who's the lady in the photo, Megatron?
Or if you could just type it in the chat, that would be perfect. Because I hate when I
got a real question for you.
With terms.
Were you in Times Square praying the other day? Because I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I wouldn't be surprised either, actually.
I don't know why y'all even beefing right now.
Well, he's in New York.
Did Megatron convert to Islam or something?
No, I didn't.
Bro, Megatron is as close to Islam as I am to Eastern Orthodoxy.
I'm all logic.
I don't. What Megatron said is somehow you felt was an attack. It's nothing he said was detrimental, I would say.
Dude, this guy's up here trying to prove Christ the Lord wrong.
He wants to be controversial. That's all Megatron wants. Yeah, that's all. It's actually, if he just presented it, guys, this is actually pretty cool. We got actually 13 Jesuses and Josephus, or 12. Hopefully you actually counted that. That's actually pretty cool stuff, man. That's actually stuff I would want. Once you said that number, I was interested.
That's common knowledge. There's another one mentioned in the New Testament.
No, but I pay attention to specific numerology.
Last Supper, I would really love if you could come to my room and smile at you.
Are you Muslim?
I'm really disappointed with you.
Are you Muslim?
He's like a filthy.
Phoenix, are you Muslim?
No,
Persian
I'm
or
ex-Muslim.
something.
You're what?
I'm ex-Muslim.
Are you ex-Muslim? Are you Christian?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But I have tremendous respect, mad respect. Mad respect for Christianity.
Okay, almost there.
He's converted to the one true religion.
Mad respect.
The one true religion, atheism, where the rock and
I'm
water.
not an atheist. I wouldn't call myself an atheist. I believe in God, but I don't know what it is yet. But definitely it's not Islam.
Deism?
He's a nomad.
Yeah.
So you don't hold a deism. You don't believe in a communication or revelation or interaction.
Well, I believe in the grand design, which the concept of the grand design, where everything is all the world, the universe has been created by a divine being.
He's a nomad.
This is the problem. If it's not Christian.
No. I don't care about whether if you're a theist, you got to tell me what you have received from God, or what do you claim has been revelatory from God.
He's a God.
Well, Last Supper, why you gotta be an STD, man?
He's received the creation.
Whatever, bro. Just the point is that it has to be Jesus, because if it's not Jesus,
bro, we love Jesus. Everybody loves Jesus. Jesus is awesome.
No, but if God is not Jesus, then that means
Jesus is God in a Trinitarian metaphysical framework. I told you it's qualitative.
No, in reality, if
that's what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, let me hear the end of the sentence. If God is not Jesus, that's
then that means human beings love their own children more than God loves us. Our love is greater than God's love, because there's suffering then we love each other more than God loves us, which is impossible.
I think there's
Crazy logic going on there.
How is that crazy logic?
If you're
If
saying
God didn't take on our suffering, it's unfair.
I don't care
What type of God is that?
how you want to play your induction gymnastics at Last Supper, but what I'll tell you is the Trinitarian framework prescribes God as qualitative. Think of it as divine, which really explains the whole John situation, that whole divine God, theos thing. Really actually is it's just qualitative. This is a fact. You could run to the bank. God in the modern sense, God in the Islamic sense especially, which kind of is highlighting how influential Islam has become in the modern world, in the sense that God is not defined in the same way as the Greeks defined it in the early Common Era. It's defined closer to the quantitative, so the individual God, so the hypostasis itself, or the knower himself.
No, it's not.
Yeah, today when you say God, we're talking usually people. You're talking about the Father, the ultimate.
The second
knower.
one you described doesn't exist. It's a false God.
But there is no second knower. The second knower is only fulfilled via the Son of Man.
The second scenario, the Islamic God that you described.
Is there? Do you believe there is an eternal second knower alongside with the Father?
No.
All right, then what the fuck is the problem then?
The problem is that
that's all you have to say to Muslims, and
God
they will be like, okay. The only problem Muslims have is that those Christians who collapse into tritheism or modalism, which are so many, it's ridiculous. But really, once you deny that there is an eternal second knower alongside the Father, then we're all kosher, man.
Kosher is the most important thing to be.
Muhammad would kill you himself. I'm just letting you know.
You don't know Muhammad, bro.
Yeah, I do. He killed 900 little boys, Banu Qurayza.
I really want to go down this, but like Last Supper, I'm willing, but like,
what did he do to Banu Qurayza?
It needs to be a full-on debate. It needs to be recorded.
All right, let's
that's
debate
all.
Banu
Just let me know when you're ready.
Were those boys over 14 years old that he chopped all their heads
Bro,
off?
I don't, honestly, I don't do this anymore. It's just beyond my pay grade. It's beyond my pay grade, though. And it's Ramadan, like, I can't be doing this.
Well, you probably did it close to Ramadan season as well. That's when the devil was able to appear to you.
Bro, you want to debate or not?
What, the devil appeared to Jesus?
You can bring about all your tropes. You can bring about all your tropes. You can bring about all your tropes.
Is it surprising to you that the devil revealed the Quran?
Because this is what I've learned from people. Last Supper, you have to stop.
We're not gonna say during Ramadan.
Shut up, Megatron.
Chill out.
No. Well, it's not necessarily like a debate as much as a report.
I don't fucking want you stupid ass anyway.
The reason why I want to record a debate is so when you ever make these points again, I just highlight the recording. That's all.
Nobody wants you to be part of our fucking church, you dumbass. You can't even answer this argument.
I hope that you're not one of the old conservatives.
Go have a wet t-shirt contest out in the Eastern Orthodox Church and get fucking baptized again, you little bitch. There you go.
This guy.
Oh my. Let's do the debate. Let's
Fuck out of here.
9-year-old boys.
Marry and fucking and worship the fucking saints, you dumb fuck. Yeah, go.
What are you talking about?
No, he's just. This is just.
What the hell are you talking about, Megatron?
He said himself. Oh, he ran away. The son of Aisha. He ran away.
Yes.
I'm surprised.
Are you Muslim? Green or blue picture?
Green. That's blue. How can you say green? That's.
I didn't mean green. Blue picture. Are you Muslim or not?
You wanna go against you wanna go against me in evolution? What do you wanna do?
Yeah, let's go against evolution.
You're gonna own your evolution?
Oh, you are slow, Megatron. Go ahead. I don't take Megatron seriously. He's a Trump supporter, so he needs help.
Are you a Muslim?
No, I used to be.
Okay, what are you?
Now he's
an honest Muslim now.
Well, an honest one.
I can't fish. I'm dead.
You can't be an atheist.
No.
listen to me. When you ask me what I am, then you take my answer. Okay. So
So if you
I
believe in
present
God,
myself as a kafir, as a murtad, muharib, speak the
Why did you hear what he is? So what is he?
It's murtad muharib. I prefer this term.
And what is it?
Yeah.
that's kind of weird, but okay.
No, that's not weird. That's from your.
What is it? What is it?
I mean, it's like you're operating under an Islamic paradigm still. It's kind of
No,
strange.
it's not a paradigm. I prefer it.
It's okay. Can you explain what it means?
Language. Okay. Because atheist, when I say atheist, what comes to my mind? Some fragile white boys like I don't know, Sam Harris
Okay,
or
so you're not an atheist. So what are
Dawkins
you?
or whatever. For me, it's
You're
not
the council
that.
Muhammad. Just
Yeah, it's not that. How to say? Like luxury. No, it's not. It's not a luxury. Seriously, we're having a Nazi outbreak, or a right-wing outbreak in
So how do you describe yourself?
It's not a luxury.
If you're not an atheist, how do you describe yourself?
Murtad muharib.
Yeah, what does that translate into? Like in
Murtad is a revert.
Apostate.
Yeah, no, it's more. Apostate is kafir. Murtad is a revert, and muharib is warrior. But this is literal translation.
So, yeah, well, I'm just trying to get
Just get
us
the essence. The essence.
So it's a reverted warrior is the literal translation.
Yeah, I'm fighting against Islam ideology, this cult. I'm not
So
just
against what ideology? Islamic ideology?
Yeah, it's an ideology, it's a cult.
So,
Yeah, it's a cult.
okay.
What's wrong with cults?
They end up badly, like.
You have a birth certificate?
Sorry?
Do you have a birth certificate?
Birth certificate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, so you're in a cult of your country?
No, I'm not. But I'm not a crazy nationalist. No.
But you participated in something that everyone else does. You have a
Hold on 1 second. Let me fix this. Let me put you in the audience. You're not gonna interrogate my guest. Yeah, he's interrogating my guest. I'm sorry about that, buddy. I didn't mean that. This is my show here.
Why are you interrupting?
I'm not interrupting, bro. He's interrogating you.
No,
And I want to make sure you're all right.
Well,
Bring him back up.
It's just a classic figure.
well, who was that?
Yeah, I'll invite him back up. I'll invite him back up.
Yeah.
Let me know.
We didn't tell you didn't want to be interrogated.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, are you okay with this? Because if he's offending you in any
I'm
way,
okay
let me
with
know.
this as long as he lets me finish my sentences.
Okay, you gotta let him finish.
You want a box? Pull up,
We
Megatron.
gotta let him finish his. You gotta let him finish his sentence.
Megatron, we need to throw hands, man.
I'll throw hands at you any day.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Oh yeah, you're right. I won't.
Ask Christian Malik if you'll throw hands.
He just says any day you want.
Did you box Christian Malik?
No, you just gotta ask Christian Malik if you'll throw hands.
That's not. Oh, yeah, I know he liked the box.
No, he lives across the big pond.
This guy's been coming here for a few days already. He actually is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah,
He sounds really cool.
Which guy
Sounds
is
pretty smart. The guy with the blue.
Oh, what?
I don't know how to say his name.
BuzzFeed. Yeah, it's BuzzFeed.
He's actually pretty cool. I actually enjoy.
His name is right there under his thing. It says very clearly.
Hey, he seems like a level guy. Between me and you, Megatron, is you try to bring people back into Islam, and I'm trying to show them the light of Christ.
Come on. You're just moving them from one cult to the other. But at the end of the day, it's the same cult.
So do you believe in feeding the hungry?
Of the big cult, but
Do you believe in feeding the hungry?
at the end of the day.
Hey, do you believe in feeding the hungry?
Believe?
Yeah, do you believe in feeding the
Like,
hungry?
Is it a good thing?
Not proof.
Is it a good thing to feed the hungry?
No. Now you're shifting the goalpost again.
I'm
I
asking.
don't believe.
That can't be.
Yeah, so you believe it's a good thing.
You believe it's a good thing.
Okay. Do you believe in the Scarlet Violet?
It's the goalpost. It's the goalpost.
Do you believe it's a good thing to feed the hungry?
So now you change.
That's what I thought. Shut up.
Don't tell him to shut up either.
Because he won't answer the question.
30 seconds.
He won't answer the question.
Bro, what's up?
All right, you guys got to be nice to each other. Let's have a nice respect.
I'm not nice. I'm not a nice person.
Well, that's my line. You gotta get your own line.
I'm not wasting.
I think he is a nice.
Don't waste your time.
Then maybe
All right, so speak to
I
me.
let you take all the attention. I hope.
Yeah, no, let me talk to you. See what I'm saying? That's why I wanted to put him in the audience. So bring him back up. You see what I'm saying, Last Supper? Now my rating is gonna go down because of you.
Wait, why is your rating?
This is a waste of time. Nobody should be up here. You never talk about Jesus. You don't even know the Bible.
I've been talking about Jesus the whole fucking time.
You don't even study the Bible, bro. You never talk about anything that has to do with the Bible. All you do is use stupid ass chat
It was about Jesus.
Why don't you actually study the Bible? I thought you were Jewish. I thought you were Jewish, man. You don't even know the
This is
Torah.
what I'm saying. Like, you made two Muslims leave.
When do you talk about the Psalms?
bro?
When do you talk about the Psalms?
This is what I mean. These people come in the room, Smiler.
Hey, what happened?
They ruined the fucking room for us, Smiler. Stop inviting these people up. They're rude to our guests. Two Muslims left because of this fucking idiot. Why do we have to bring him up? For what? He's not part of the show. He has nothing to do with what we're doing here. And all he was doing was being rude to everybody.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Damn it.
Or maybe you can, Sicario left, I don't know why.
Damn, you and Sicario got up out of there.
Sicario left too, that's not a good sign. But Emma's back, that's a good sign. I like when Emma's here.
Emma's back.
Yeah, she was talking yesterday, she was great.
Only thing I do know, right?
She's very honest.
Assalamu alaikum.
You sound sick. Are you sick? Are you hiding in a corner?
Alright. Yeah, we don't gotta invite this guy Last Supper up if he's just gonna be rude to our guests. We had two people leave.
Let's not invite him up.
Yeah, let's get Messiah back in here, bro. He's the fucking best person that we have on this fucking show.
Yeah, let's get
Well,
Messiah.
he's controversial sometimes.
Yeah, he could be controversial, but he's a guest. He could be controversial. Not this fucking final supper, like midnight dinner guy. Fuck it.
Last Supper wants to throw hands with you.
I'm not gonna fight. I haven't fought in forever, bro.
That nigga rusted.
He said he's ready. He's ready to throw hands.
He ain't ready.
He ain't about that life.
That's what he said.
I'll shoot him.
You see?
Explanation that I gave, Euro. What kind of argument would this be against Christianity? If there's any? I feel like there is one.
Well, there might be one, but I don't think you were being anti-Christian.
I wasn't being anti-Christian.
Uh-oh. He said, see you later. And then I can't repeat the rest of it.
It's Times Square.
Yeah, he said something Times Square.
Yeah, I'm on 168th in Amsterdam, so I don't know where he's far away. That's far away from that. So,
But he's in Times Square, I guess.
yeah, that's fine. Now, so what would be your what could you concoct? What kind of argument would you be able to concoct here? Optimistic, please join in anytime. What kind of argument could be had here against Christianity with this information that I'm giving? With the Josephus account, the Josephus with the many sort of Jesus's names in Josephus. I thought that was very interesting. You didn't think that was interesting? The different Josephus names?
I thought it was very interesting. You know who would probably be willing to comment on this is, I think he goes by the name Wet Breezy or something like that.
Who's that?
He's in the...
Sicario?
No. Simplicity.
Oh, Simplest. Yeah, but he's a Christian. He's not gonna want to do like you can play atheist right now.
Yeah, but he's a Christian, but he's able to read. He's able to read. Yeah.
He's able to read. Okay.
That's already a plus. He's no smiler, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
We could call him the not smiler person.
Exactly.
This
Yeah,
is not
he said
smart.
you basically distinguish between you being black and simplest not being black, being African. That was good. I like that.
You like that?
That was distinguished. Yeah, it was
There's a huge difference.
huge difference. Correct.
Huge, as the president might say. What's going on with your president? He hasn't said anything in a couple hours. Maybe he's not feeling well.
Oh, you're not in America?
Nah, I'm on the other side of this little pond you see in my picture there.
Oh.
But I'm coming to America.
Coming to America. Make sure you stop in
Chicago.
Apparently, I have to try their pizza, I'm told.
There's so many more things. There's so many things to try in Chicago.
Well, I heard they have good pizza, but it's not really pizza.
Pizza. I guess. I mean, there's a lot of good pizza places out here.
Yeah, but it's not really pizza. It's like a very thick.
It's like a pie.
It's like a pie, yeah.
It's a pizza pie.
Pizza pie, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm actually not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of pizzas.
What about, are you a fan of New York pizza?
That thin crust?
Yeah.
Absolutely. My favorite.
You like it really thin then?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And now, do you eat the slice or do you fold it first?
I eat the slice.
You don't fold it?
No.
A lot of New Yorkers like to fold it.
Yeah.
I don't like to fold it. I just eat the slice. Why do I need to fold it?
All right. That's what I figured. So.
And what do you think about eating it with a fork and knife?
That's just ridiculous.
That's how we eat pizza over here.
Oh my God, that's so stupid.
Everybody eats it with a fork and knife.
What the hell? Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do that.
Yeah, that's all we do over here, fork and knife. And you know what some places do here?
What?
Because like the pizza is usually not cut into slices. It's just served, if you can imagine, uncut.
Seriously? Oh my God.
Yeah, they're those slices. So that's why they use a fork and knife. But the other thing that in some places what they do is they cut the pizza with scissors.
Oh wow.
Like real scissors, yeah.
That's crazy.
Ouch. Imagine seeing that. Somebody pulling out a pair of scissors when they're right and eat their bite.
That's funny because I haven't even seen that in New York. I go to Long Island. That's where my family is. Long Island.
You're supposed to say, yeah, Long Island.
Long Island in Jones Beach. Yeah, next time I go out there, I'll make sure I say hi to Nigga Tom.
Are you join with him? Are you gonna throw hands with him?
If you want to.
Uh-oh.
Or maybe if we get in a bad argument.
You got a second challenger. Yeah. Two people want to throw hands with you now.
It'll be friendly hands though.
You never know.
Oh. trying to hurry up and get done with work, man. I gotta go. I got shit to do.
Wait, how come you're working today?
Because the mail runs Monday through Saturday.
Oh my God, Smile, how are you running?
I'm running. I gotta go. Pick up my contacts.
He's running because Simplest came on stage and he's afraid.
This guy always runs. I mean, Smile, come on. What black?
He always runs when they come on stage. He knows.
Yeah, I don't want no black on black crime.
Nah. We should.
Yo, Optimus, before you leave, can you tell Smiler that Rahim, the one that you said that was kind of like how the Trinity is represented? How you guys say it? Remember when you said that? He said that is like almost like a version of when we say God our Lord or Lord my God, like when we say it about Jesus. Am I right, Optimus? How did you say it? He said it really good. I don't speak Arabic very good, so
You don't speak Arabic?
I don't speak Arabic at all, so I don't know. It's like, what the fuck am
I mean, if you say our God, so say it in English, and then I'll tell you.
Lord my God is one, but you're saying God my God. If you're saying Lord my God, you're basically saying Jesus the Lord, my God, which is one, right? It's almost like
You know where that
it's
comes
almost
from?
like how
That comes from the Jews.
the Shema, right?
Exactly. This is where it all goes back to.
Yeah.
You're saying when we say the Shahada, when we say that,
that could be another one.
The Jews started that.
Well, that's the only like confession.
Lord God.
That's the confession that there's only one God. But if you're saying my Lord God is one, I would imagine it's like Rabbi Allahu Wahid. So
I don't know. He said it now. He don't want to say it now because I don't know. Maybe he's scared mad at me. Maybe I said something about Muhammad in my sleep or something. I don't know.
Why does Smiler speak Arabic?
Because this dude, if this dude spent this much time on Christianity, he'd be a beast. But he wants he wants to debate Islam more than talk about Christianity.
Yeah, I'd rather debate Islam because I know enough Christianity to defend what I believe. I don't want to be a Christian polemicist or apologist. I'd rather do polemics. I like the attack. I don't want to be on the defense. I'm a little bit worried. So I'll leave that to people that are better and more equipped than me.
I'm a little bit worried about
You know what I'm saying? We're all here together, man. The body is not, we're all a body. We all got to have our own good, Our own niche.
I don't know what I'm good at. I really don't know what I'm good at. I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, what are you good at?
I have no idea. But let's get a real Jew and debater up here. Let's get my boy up here.
Isn't Smile?
No.
I thought Smile was.
No, I'm not a Jew.
I'm a Hebrew.
Okay, calm down.
So Ash, do me a favor. You see this Josephus account up at the top?
Did somebody say he was a Jew because he's a Hebrew?
He's not a Hebrew Israelite.
Right.
No, I didn't say he was Hebrew.
But look at his.
I didn't say that.
Look at his outfit.
What?
He's got the turban on and the I don't know what it's got around his neck. He's an Islamic Hebrew.
All right, so this Josephus. Oh wait, which one did I put up there?
Wait, is he?
Would you be able to tell us who this Flavius under the high priest under Harold the Great replaced Simon of Boethus? Here, look, I'm gonna put their information up. Now these are the accounts of Josephus and the people that are named in his accounts about Jesus. Okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this one up.
Thank you.
I'll put this one up. Yeah, I'll put these up. Not that one. I'm trying to give you one with references so that you can look it up. But you can actually ask it in the post. Yeah. Chronological order. Yeah, this is a good one. So this is about.
You pay for Perplexity's premium service?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What? The service for this ChatGPT?
Not Perplexity.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know Perplexity AI?
Nah, I only use this one.
Oh, okay. Perplexity.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to confuse. I'm trying to keep all the memory in one freaking thing. A little old school like that. A little more loyal like that. Anyway. So Ash, you see these different accounts here? Now starting with the first one in 30 BCE, when King Harold kind of got himself involved in the temple with the priests, right? Are you familiar with this? Did King Harold involve himself sooner, or this was the time when he did it? Because any account after this is going to be 13 other names, or 12 other names, where they have the name Yeshua, or I guess in the Greek it would be Joshua, all with the name Jesus. So we have many different accounts of Josephus actually like talking about different Jesuses during this time period of 30 BCE to the destruction of the Second Temple, which is 70 CE. Are you familiar with any of these high priests that were,
Yeah, I think I see one name on here that I'm familiar with. Hold on 1 second. And
I really would love information about the first one. The first one is really the one I'm gunning at. But if you can give me any of the ones that you know off the top of your head, but you would know how to look this shit up.
Yeah, let me make sure I got that right guy. Let me see this one here. Number 3.
Well, number 3 is James the Just, so you don't want to go to number 3. We know what number 3 is.
So you're asking about the Jesuses or the priests?
Yeah, time. Like 4 like high priests, or the first account, which is Flavius.
Let me see this first one here. Everybody heard of Herod, right?
Yeah, they're saying that Herod's temple. This is when they started to reconstruct the temple. This is when I think it looked like a shanty before. It was made out of wood, and this is the reason why Jesus went in there and kicked the table.
That's interesting. So this is like kind of like a couple of Jesuses that's going around this time. I'm guessing. It's like
yeah, during this time, and these are the Josephus accounts of the Jesuses that are in here. No, not so much a polemic against Christianity, but it's pretty interesting that these names keep popping up. The same name.
What's the common name?
Now, there's different conspiracies around this because the Romans really didn't want them temple power. They didn't want to leave generational. So if they kept the same name, similar name, many people would, not to say that they wouldn't question, but when people are doing pilgrimage.
What political candidates now.
Yeah. The same sort of,
similar name. So everybody's familiar.
Yeah. Everybody knows your name. Cause Sicario be coming over. Sicario be giving the worst arguments, and I just wanted to yell at Sicario today. Because there was another one. There's another account where Josephus writes about someone who survived the crucifixion. You know what I mean? And it was just during 70 AD, which, these to me are very interesting facts that's almost infused into the New Testament. So these are like
what does ChatGPT say about, like, what do scholars say about that one account where Josephus talks about the one person surviving?
It's just his personal. You got this link saved, Ash?
Yeah.
You got this one saved? I'm gonna give you the one with the Josephus account with him showing.
What do you call him? Ash?
What's his name?
Israel.
It's Israel.
Israel.
Israel. All right. Israel. I'm sorry. Israel. Because I be fucking that name up all the time. That's why I just,
just throwing shit out there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So this one here, Josephus crucifixion account. Here, I'll give you this information. You want? Yeah. I'll give you this one. I'll give you this. This one's a good one. Good. This is the one I want you to hit. Who's that guy again? The one that be bringing up the Mishnah a lot. What's that kid's name again? Is this what is his name? Steve? No, not Steve. What's his name? He's black.
Draco.
No.
He's black.
Draco's black, but he's not that black. He's light skinned black.
Yeah, but is he black for real?
No, he's not black.
No. The Mishnah. I don't know.
The dude that brought up that horrible argument with was it the 19, the one that he said that was the Messiah, the suffering servant, but it was really Moses. What's that guy's name again?
I don't know who that is.
He knows who I'm talking about. Isaiah knows who I'm talking about. He's a Christian that does Christian devices. I want y'all to hit him with it. I want y'all to hit him with this shit. Because God's lawyer is fucking horrible at Christian devices.
So funny. Is he in New York too? God's lawyer sound like you in New York.
Nah, he's in LA.
Oh, for real?
He sound like he's probably a Persian Jew or some shit.
Yeah, he looked like a little pretty boy.
How the fuck you know what he looks like?
I thought he had a picture of himself on his profile.
Yo, you see my girl, my picture, bro? She bad and bougie.
She bad.
I don't want to fucking say else. I'm somebody cheating. Yeah, I got a camp of just Muslims who eat. They fucking eat. Oh my god.
Man, you be on bullshit.
Yo, I had him this morning. I had one of them. They blamed me because he was a new Muslim, and I'm asking him who was sacrificing Ishmael or Isaac, and I had him on the ropes. And they're like, no, you can't be talking to him like that. Why you causing problems? Why you know he's not equipped? I was like, yo, damn, you playing your boy like that? Yo, he's good. wasn't a fit them.
Right. Better keep you on their toes.
So SIL, with the information that I'm giving you, can you? What are you getting from this? Are you getting anything? Are you getting anything from this?
I mean, I'm looking, like, I gotta look at it some more, but it looked like it's a lot of Jesus, you know, going on at that time period. So I think you're trying to figure out which one is the New Testament right about.
Yeah, I mean, because, you gotta realize something, like these other high priests that he's writing about are also using prophetic, they're using prophecies too.
What do you think the priest can use in prophecies?
Yeah, they're using, so for example, right? So the bigger picture is that the name was common, the prophets were common, the political chaos was common. But did they not show multiple resurrections within the strict Jewish monoliths? And this has, like, you know, an anomaly Christianity has to explain. So, yeah,
Did you say multiple people being worshipped?
Yeah. So there's theological claim, incarnation, resurrection, into a sociological pattern of common name and common prophets. So they're saying it's a category distinct. Even if many men were named Jesus, that did not address whether one rose from the dead, you know what I'm saying? Like this is arguments on my side. But like on your side, you can easily flip those. Right? Remember? High priests that were named Jesus, you know, that have this similar sort of, you know, apocalyptic sort of, you know, so basically what I'm saying to you is that multiple Jesuses existed. The Messianic movements were common. Roman crucified many Jewish leaders. Josephus documents prophetic figures, and high priest was a political corrupt and unstable. In other words, Christianity arose in a vital religious ecosystem full of charismatic leaders. And that part is basically
Jesus wasn't charismatic.
historically correct. It's historically correct. So premise one would be Josephus mentions roughly a dozen distinct men named Jesus in the first century. Several of them were high priests, prophets, rebel leaders, apocalyptic preachers. One of them,
It's higher stuff.
so usually SIL, I'm very critical against Christianity also. Not just Judaism, not just like, I'm really high critical. So I'm saying, could they have, in time, collected all of these sort of things and give some sort of nuance to the New Testament? Was it, is that the new one? Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll pay cash for it. I don't want to pay it for a credit card. Ain't got no cash.
He's saying y'all gonna use the personal one.
No. What are you talking about?
You gotta love Christ, bro.
I do. Yeah, I'm flaking. No, I'm not flaking, bro.
No, he's not flaking.
not trying to hide from these things.
You don't have to.
I'm not hiding. Hell no. That looks sweet. That looks sweet.
Leave without seeing.
Nah, that's weak. You hiding from arguments like this. That's why all the other Christians left, because they were like, oh, I don't want to hear this shit. Right. You know, they all left. I say, they all left. They was angry. They were mad. They were mad that I was bringing this shit up. Why you gonna talk about this stuff? Yo, shut up. Fuck you mean? Why I gotta bring this shit up? Yo, as a Christian, you should know this shit. Like, seriously, stop the smiling. Like, you're always gonna remember this shit now. And when somebody bring this up, you're gonna have this shit preloaded. You're gonna be like, yo, my man part. I saw y'all put me on. And they wasn't leaving me high and dry. Honestly, bro, like when I was on Discord, that's all we would do is go over these arguments. That's all we would do is give these arguments to each other to see if we meet up. Like we used to run through all of them. All of them. That's why, like, a lot of times when you talk to Muslims, you ready. We're ready. I mean, like, you're ready to answer these shits right away. All you have to do is run through them a few times, and you remember them.
Right.
You know? But when they try to springboard.
On Discord?
Not like it was in the past. I'm talking about, like, 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Shit was heavy back then.
When Paul Talk was around.
Nah, we would just all sit in a room and we would play. Like I played anti-Trinitarian for a week. I had people on the ropes. I had Concrete. I had Concrete, my boy Concrete. You know, the one that be in Chillism?
Yes.
Yo, I had him on the rope. He's like, yo, I can't believe you're doing this. I'm like, shut up, bro. Just go with it, man. They thought they lost me. Yo, you arguing with too many atheists, bro. Yo, you gotta chill. I'm like, yo, you should know these arguments. Like, come on. You should answer these questions. And yo, you see how Messiah messed up? Mikhail messed up. He said there's one knower. No, the two knowers is Jesus is the Father and the Son are the two knowers. I don't know why he says one knower. That's not even like that's stupid. The Father and the Son are the knowers. They don't know.
What about the Spirit?
Because he says the Spirit is what proceeds from the Father and the Son. That's the what they say, the spiration of love. Which I like to use I like to use it a different way, but I don't split up the Godhead. I don't make it so that the Father's the only knower, because then now the Son is truly subordinate. I don't say that. I use it as mind and then word. Mind and word. If the Father's the mind, the Son is the word. There's no separation. There's no beginning or end in that sort of scenario. There's no subordination. If that makes any sense to you.
I think so.
Yeah. You like a monarchical mind a lot. I like that. That's it.
Yeah, I like that. Makes the most sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
All that the Father has is me. Really?
Yeah, exactly. Think about that verbiage. All that the Father has is mine.
Yeah.
It's because the Father is the source.
No, I thought you were just going to say the Father. I thought you were just going to say the Father is the Son. I was about to slap the shit out of you.
Nah, he's the source. He's the source.
Yeah, all right. So then read John 15:26. How do you understand John 15:26? Dad, explain that to me.
You got to read it though. I'm driving.
It's the Son calling on to the Father to send the Spirit, then the Father sends the Spirit through the Son. But if I read it your way, is you're telling me the Spirit proceeds from the Father, the Spirit proceeds from the Father alone. That means the Son sent the Father, and the Father sent the Spirit. What kind of retarded shit is that?
No, both could have the.
Oh, so now you're saying what I'm saying. There is no monarchy. How are you going to say that the Son tells the Father to send the Spirit when the Spirit always comes through the Son? Because then that's the procession of the Trinity. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You're saying the Son, Father, and Spirit in that verse. That sounds wild. That's like wild. That's crazy right there. Like there's nowhere ever in scriptures that explain that way. That is crazy.
So
just to say that the Spirit proceeds from the Father when the Spirit is within the Son.
The Spirit proceeds from the Father
through the Son.
Why is it not at the same time as the Son?
What?
Why is it not at the same
Because the Father's the archon. He's the source, like you said before, right? You see how I'm using it? I'm using it as a procession.
The word, the same way your word and spirit and your breath come out at the same time, it would be the same.
Okay.
When I'm speaking, my word comes out, and my breath is also.
Yeah. You're dancing now. That was crazy.
No, I'm saying that's what that is, right? If I'm the Father, I'm the source, and my word and my spirit proceed from me or begotten out of me, they're happening at the same exact time. I can't speak without breathing.
So then what's this monarchy of the Father business then? Because you're saying the Father and the Son are one.
He's the source. Like I don't proceed from my word and my spirit. My spirit and my word proceed from me. I'm the source.
They are you. They are who you are.
Right, but I'm still their source.
Yeah, but without the source, there's no word. Exactly. So then it would always have to start, right? How could then the Spirit proceed from the Father?
No, how am I skipping it? I'm saying
listen. The monarchical model is wrong. No matter how you put it, it's wrong. They just don't like that. They just don't like it that the Father's equal with the Son. They just don't like it because they argue with too many Muslims and they feel like they're going into some sort of like paganism bullshit. No, this is how the scriptures are written and explained. The word is all through the Old Testament, which is the argument that Jason gives all the time. He says that the Memra, the word of the Lord, this is also God. This is God.
Yeah. So how does that get rid of the monarchy?
The monarchical model is a Jewish model. They use a monarchical modalism. They're saying that the angel of the Lord, the word of the Lord, Father is just a different mode. It's just the same thing. That has no distinction. There's no distinction between each one. When you do that, you generally start to talk into modalism. The monarchical modalist model is what the Jews use. That's why there's no distinction within it. They're just saying all of it is God. There's no distinction with the Godhead. So they're saying that the Father is the Son. If they were using it, they would say the Father is the Son. That's crazy. That's wild.
Well, no, I wouldn't say the Father is the Son.
Yeah, that's kind of like what you're saying with a monarchical model. If you think about it, you're gonna bottom out at that eventually. All I'm telling you is just look at the Thomistic. All I'm telling you is just look at the Thomistic model of the Trinity. And the reason why I tell you the Thomistic model, the only reason why I'm telling you, you don't have to be Catholic to use the Thomistic model. The reason why I say the Thomistic model is he has literally the most the literature on the Trinity than any other person that writes about it. He's gone through every situation. Every situation. that he's gone over. He left no stone unturned. That's what I'm saying. So I understand you like your Jashwari argument, but when it comes to the Thomistic model, it's like it's uncanny. There's nothing that can really touch it. It's really if you think of, if you did your homework, you'd realize that like it's once you appeal to it, the scriptures make a lot of sense. You can go to any scripture and use and understand the Thomistic model.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I don't really know anything about it. Okay, I'm about to go inside this office, so I gotta mute up for a little bit.
because I have prophesied that some of the prophecies have come true. I've predicted. People were inviting me and saying, look.
Did you ever read this Josephus?
Like, bitch, I'm always right.
Did you ever read this Josephus crucifixion account? He recorded. Look at the link at the top. This is a good one. This is a good one for you to know.
I already know about this, man.
You knew about this one? I shared this one with you.
The problem is with the account of Josephus on Jesus is, again,
No, this is not on
manipulated.
Jesus. This is not on Jesus.
The crucifixion is Jesus.
No. This is this story that I'm telling you.
All right, I'm reading.
Yeah.
Historical setting, siege of Jerusalem. The text in full context, I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears. He ordered them to be taken down and treated with the greatest care. Yet 2 died under the physician's hands, and 1 survived. Key details often overlooked. He says many crucified. This was routine. He recognized them. Dude, that's actually pretty good, Barth. I'm going to copy that.
Yeah. Take all my sources. This is.
Hey man, I did. Did I take something? I did say this is pretty good. I gave you credit.
Like
there we go.
No. I like that you find.
I'm not like y'all taking my shit and no one gives me credit.
No. I like the fact that you thought it was good because I think it is good.
And that quote is actually very good, man. It's actually very dangerous too. I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears.
This is 70 AD though.
But you know, academia is going to tell me this is one of those that have been changed or whatever the word is.
Yeah, I'm cool with any interpretation.
Properly.
I just want to be. I just want to put this out there. I want to see what you. I want to see the responses that you would give to this. I actually am really interested in knowing.
Do I need to respond to this? Wouldn't this actually be supportive of like an Islamic narrative and where it appeared that Christ was crucified, but he
Well, no, this is 70. You got to realize something, though. This is 70 AD. This is not.
Okay, so you're just agreeing with academia, which I'm agreeing with them too. Like obviously, this might have been changed post Josephus. Or added post Josephus.
Well,
interpolation.
I just want to know, like, you ask your questions with your algorithm. Tell me what kind of polemical shit you come up with for this shit.
Megatron, you were saying that Mikhail here was becoming more Christian every day. Do you still feel that way? Is that?
I think he has his days. I think that there are certain days where he's very Islamic proud.
Yeah.
And then there's certain days where he's a Lumi. He's doing his Messiah thing.
What is that? Is it trolling or is he converting?
No, it's true. He considers himself Christian.
Oh, really?
He does, yeah.
So
he's a believer in Christ.
Christians believe that Christ is God, right?
He believes in a lower logos understanding of God's manifestation or his presence, or I'm not exactly sure how he presents it exactly. I don't want to misrepresent him, but he does believe that Jesus, in some sense,
is God?
Is divine.
Okay.
I'm not going to straw man.
Well, actually, check out this quote, man, because this is actually.
Is it like, I guess the Muslim view is that Jesus is a prophet, so divine in that sense. But do you think more than that?
I've heard him confess his love for Christ. I think anyone that knows that he is the Logos, which is how he represents him. You got to remember, in Islamic belief, they do believe Jesus will return his body's preserved to the end of time.
Dude, that is not even an interpolation, man. That is an authentic quote.
Sorry, there we were talking. Do they believe that Christ is the Messiah?
Yeah, they believe he's the Messiah. I'm not so sure how they explain Messiah.
What do you know about metaphysics and Christianity?
I think that he
You're gonna learn
has a way. He has a way of explaining. He enjoys the metaphysics of the Trinity. That I know he does. He really enjoys that, and I think he makes sense. Yeah, he enjoys the polemic part, and he just hates how Muslims misrepresent the Trinity. So he says true Tawhid is the Trinity.
True what?
True Tawhid is the Trinity.
Wait a second. Obviously, Tawhid and the Trinity are distinct. They don't contradict, but I would say Tawhid is closer to Usia doctrine than the totality of the Trinity. The Trinity is more describing God's eternal dynamics or reality and its dynamics and how God fits in that. So the Trinity is more
So you think
encompassing? It's overcompassing. While the Tawhid is very specific. Yeah.
Muslims are Trinitarian?
No, the Trinity is not the way you're defining God in the practical sense or the modern sense today is not the way the Trinitarian metaphysical framework identifies God. So God in the Trinitarian framework is more like color versus God as we describe him today is an individual or quantitative. So God in the Trinitarian metaphysical framework, God is more like divine. So you're saying divine.
Not color, but divine.
Well, like I said, divine is qualitative. It's not quantitative.
Okay.
It's a description. It's an adjective.
So you do or you don't believe in the Trinity?
The Trinity is coherent, metaphysically valid. Yeah. There's nothing to believe in. It's just a logical thing.
So Muslims
but the terms that are used in the Trinitarian framework to identify the hypostases, I believe, are outdated, or again, conflate things to people that leads them to heresies like modalism and tritheism. So that the Quran is suggesting that don't call God the Father in the same way the Hebrew Bible suggests not to call God Baal. In that sense, because it has led to people actually thinking there's multiple knowers in the eternal, timeless reality, which is not the case.
There are not multiple knowers.
Yeah, you're right. There are not multiple knowers. The Trinity does not profess eternal multiple knowers. No.
In his model.
No, this is the Trinitarian model. That's just the fact.
They're trying to. I would use the term, of course, co-opt Christianity, and then add a little bit of their own flavor to it.
What's wrong with that? We don't see nothing wrong with that.
I understand. This is a further confirmation of Islam as a supersessionist religion that tries to encompass other religions and then add a little bit of.
Well, it's supposed to be the final revelation, Norm. That's the whole point.
Like the same shit of Christianity.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I said supersessionist. Yeah.
The rabbinic Judaism doesn't believe that it's the final revelation to the world.
They take what came, you know nothing about so-called rabbinical Judaism.
You can answer the question directly. If I don't know, but you can answer the question directly.
There was no question. That aside, though, what I was saying.
Yes, there was.
Islam, no, there wasn't.
I said, does rabbinic Judaism see itself as the final revelation? How many times do I need to take you to foot and show you that you're not?
Please, it's Ramadan. Listen, Alamo, it's Ramadan. Let's be nice to him, please.
I agree.
Stay calm. He's not eating.
Yeah.
Just let's be graceful.
And he's emotionally unstable even when he is eating.
But listen. Let's not
do that. He has to do the whole personal thing. It's so bad.
Let's not just do that for this month. Please.
I'm with you.
Please.
No, you got it. I agree with you.
Thank you.
You don't want to set off a crazy person. What
I
was
don't
that say,
want to
though?
get
There
him
he goes
upset.
again.
I know.
I don't want to get him upset.
You can't be an adult, Norm. It's being an adult that hard.
Yes.
The thing that sets him off is some weird demon in his head, though. It's never anything that people.
Are you like CM now?
You're gonna force me to drop. You're gonna force me to drop you, and
Just can't. They can't avoid it because they don't want to have an intellectual discussion. They will always want to continue to insult, attack you personally.
I love you as well. No, don't worry. Tell me what your position was, though. Going back to the Trinitarian.
All that we were doing here is we're looking at. Look at the link at the top. This is what we're discussing.
I got
Look
you.
at the link at the top. The link at the top is Josephus, and you know that Christians love to bring up Josephus, right? It's Titus's personal assistant. Whether if he was his boyfriend or not, we don't know. But that's unsettled. That's unknown. And Josephus has an account of 3 men that were acquaintances to him that were on the cross, that were on a cross. This is 70 AD. This is around the siege of Jerusalem.
I'm with you.
He recognized these 3 people. And he went back to Titus, he told them, and Titus said, well, take them off the cross and give them medical attention. They gave 2 medical attention, but 1 survived. Now, we don't know the time frame or how long they were on the cross. It doesn't say anything about bones being broken or anything like that. It doesn't go through any of these situations. It doesn't give a detailed account like the New Testament. All this does is give a general observation and his sort of like, it's showing a firsthand account of him seeing his friends on the cross. So,
And why is this significant to you?
To me, I like to present these things to see how people feel about them, whether they feel uncomfortable. Like, how do you feel about this situation? This happened during 70 AD, written by Josephus. How does this make you feel when you hear something like this? And be honest.
When I hear that somebody was crucified?
When you hear that there was 3 people, 3 of them were taken down for medical attention, only 1 survived.
Okay.
How do you take that account? Do you think it's like a New Testament foreshadowing? Do you think maybe New Testament copied this sort of account? Do you think that this story was told and maybe the story got around and maybe this was the same kind of story used in Christian understanding of someone resurrecting from the, I don't know, anything.
Yeah.
I'm open book, and I'm willing to take in some of these objections because, when I see something like this, I'm not sure how I feel about something like this alone. But it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. That's all I'm saying.
Why uncomfortable?
It just makes me think that, the story of 3 men on a cross, 2 dying, 1 surviving. It's got a ring to it, if you get what I mean.
Jesus is the one who survived.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is in 70 AD. Jesus, allegedly, was put to death in 30 to 33 AD.
So Megatron, and
yes.
so Josephus.
Hang on. Megatron's trying to ask me a question. Just one second. So,
how does this make you feel?
I respect profoundly your relationship to your God, who I believe you choose to call Christ.
Yeah.
It makes me very happy to see anybody as honestly and as fervently reaching out to connect with God as I see you doing, especially when there are so many other people who slaughter people with the name of God on their lips, literally. And that cannot be what God ever intended, nor can that be a godly thing. So that seems to me, frankly, Amalek. So to see the spirit of your God, which you call Christ, and how it has moved you and saved you, I can only be filled with happiness for you.
I don't know if I've ever been saved. Though, because I was always a Catholic from the cradle. Someone who's saved would be someone like that realizes this later in life. Like, I don't know what it is. Like the saved part, I don't know what that means.
I don't mean it in instant.
No. I'm just letting you know, between you and I, when Christians say that they have been saved, I don't know what that means. Me personally.
Well,
because I've always believed. So it's like weird.
I learned from you guys.
Yeah, no. You're right.
You've been open on this app about some of your experiences, and I respect those. And I respect a redemption story. Needless to say, the original redemption story is the Jews leaving slavery in Egypt, going into the desert, following God's outstretched arm and mighty fist, and finally receiving the Torah. It's the ultimate redemption story. It tells us all that our suffering is meaningful, and that God is there for us, and that God will redeem us. So when I hear another group of people embracing that, I can only embrace them and say right on and say this can only be what God wants us to do.
Yeah, and these are some overzealous Jews that want to teach the Torah to the Greeks, to the Arabs, and the result of that is Christianity and Islam. So you gotta So we're reading the Torah, and we come up with these conclusions. And I mean, I guess that's where the fun begins, right? Right, Lolo?
100%. That's what gets us talking. And when people talk Torah, they're doing a great mitzvah.
Exactly. See, everything is mazel. Everything's mazel. So now we're up. So now, when I hear this story, yeah, go for it.
So when you have the story from Josephus speaking of how 3 were crucified, 2 died, and 1 survived. In hindsight, obviously, assuming maybe this isn't true, that he had heard that Christ rose from the dead, could he be referring to that he, you know what I mean, the fact that not necessarily saying this guy rose from the dead, but the fact that he was crucified, but these people are now saying he's alive, and so he's appealing to that.
No, I don't think he's appealing to that at all. I think this is a first-hand account, and I think this is Josephus showing us his relationship with Titus, because it's not very common that men that are put on crosses are brought down, let alone surviving. Whether if they lived or not, the fact that he has this relationship with Titus is almost his first-hand account of him partaking in his role with Titus at the time. So that's really what I see, and what this is really representing. The parallel that I like to see is that this is in 70 AD. There's many rumors that the New Testament stories were compiled and ended during that time. The only reason I think they say John was written before 70 AD is because with the story of John, he's showing very descriptive very descriptive sort of showing how Jerusalem looked like before the destruction of the second temple. So a lot of people they'll be able to say that maybe John was written earlier or before this time or very close to this time, because he's describing Jerusalem before the fall. So
I think John was written much later.
But then people say 90 also.
Yeah, I was gonna say 90 to 100.
Yeah, 90 to 100. There is that, but then I'm giving you just the other side of the coin and the justification that they're saying it's before 70, right? So we know that these writers that are writing, John is the only one that's alive. So all the other writers are dead. Paul is dead. Peter's dead. Everyone's dead. So we know that we can't really take their accounts after 70 AD because they're gone. They're dead already. So that's going to be the argument for the New Testament. So whether if you believe that or not, that's not the case. I'm just explaining how they try to date these things. And I have the pictures in my PTR, whether if it was Mark, that branched from Luke to from Matthew to Luke, whether Luke Matthew's first, then Luke and Mark, or there was a Q source, or they used the Marcion because there was a Marcion canon before the canon with Paul. However they want to shake it, there's many different theories and ideas on how this was all played out, right?
Right.
So, so since I leave those conversations open because I can't put my finger, nor can any scholar. I mean, scholars do pick positions, but they just say the best evidence to their conclusion is this. They're not saying it's definitively to be this. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So with the Josephus account, to me, I just find it to be interesting.
But that's history in general. I mean, history is not definitive. It's all based on probability and what's.
Well, no, this is history's history. George Bush Jr. was the president during 9/11. Could there have been another president during that time? No.
Yeah, but you're talking about history not only very close, but something we can actually validate. But 200 years ago, 1,500 years ago,
we know the president. We know the first 9 presidents. We know all the presidents. We know that there's historical dates to follow. Abraham Lincoln was shot on the balcony, just like Malcolm X was shot. Not just like how Martin Luther King was shot in the balcony. This guy wanted to free the slaves. Martin Luther King wanted to quit oppression. They were both killed on a balcony. Now, if you want to add that, you want to delete whatever, however you want to take that, whether it's symbolic or not, I don't know. But historically, we know they were both killed on a balcony. That we know. That we know.
Right.
Okay. Whether there's some sort of connection, that's the reason why I bring that up. I'm bringing that up just like I'm bringing this up right now with a Josephus account of someone surviving from the cross, from the crucifixion. So I'm not so sure if there is a connection, or whether if there is a connection. To me, they're close enough in literary times for there to be a connection. Word of mouth of this story going out.
Yeah.
People repeating the story, maybe being over embellished. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm open. I'm open to objections like this, is what I'm saying. I'm still going to believe in what I believe. But when I read these stories and stuff, of course, I'm gonna show this information to a Jew. I'm gonna show this information to my Jewish friends and my Muslim friends, and I want to say, what do you think about this?
Well, you better not show it to Norm. But
I did show it to Norm.
There's only 2 apostles that are known or believed to have died after 70.
Which are who?
John and Thomas.
Remember, Thomas went to India, allegedly.
Exactly, and that's why fairly confident he died in 72. Most people think John is 90 to 100. There are 5, which we don't really know the date, so they could be before 70 or after, and then we have 6 that are pretty definitively before 70.
Yeah, so we have John the Elder, which is in the beginning of 2nd John and 3rd John. So we know that this John, if we look at the how do you call it, the Last Supper, we see everyone else with the beard except for one. So people say this is John. This could have easily been also Mary Magdalene. We don't know. But there are people that say that this person without the beard could have been Mary Magdalene also. But I'm not going to definitely say that for sure. But this is just people, they put ideas out there because she was very close to him, not in a sexual way. She was the person he gave the exorcism to, the person who anointed him and washed her hair and got forgiveness. She's the adulterous woman. Remember, but this is all Catholic explanation or interpretation. I don't think the other people believe this about Mary Magdalene. But anyway. So I'm just putting this out there. I'm happy Rabbi's here, and maybe he can go You can read this story. There's another thing. This is something else I wanted to go over with Josephus' writings. I'll put it in the chat. And it's all the Jesuses that were mentioned, all the names that had the same name as Jesus, meaning whether it be what is it? What's the other word? The other name, the Greek name for Jesus is Jacob. So there's many Jesus. He writes about 20 Jesuses, but they broke it down to 14 because their names are being repeated.
Well, we like the 13 before.
13 or 12. 12 or 13.
Yeah, let's go.
Right?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. 12 or 13. Now, I wanted to share this link with Rabbi to see if he knows any of these people. I'm going to put that link, that ChatGPT link in the chat. And this names all of the high priests.
Gemini. ChatGPT is Muslim. I use Gemini.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Rich. Thank you very much.
It's like the waste of time comment that Rich is gonna just bring with.
I had to debate. I was debating.
I don't know why are you guys doing this? I'm in the middle of something.
Sorry, one mic up like a trumpet.
Yeah.
I'm hogging them all.
Alright, so this is
Those calling him then.
Where you guys going?
Oh, there is a God.
Oh man, well that's now you're just going. Oh man.
I was gonna say 12.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
who's how come I don't know this guy?
Because you're lame. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know, Rich?
I'll take
Kick him.
This guy is Congressman.
He's cool. He's my brother. I'm a nobody.
Alright, Rich, just pay attention.
Another black brother. You said you wanted more black people in the room.
No, it's fine. Let it get darker so we can't even see each other. Alright, so yeah, but I can't joke. Come on, guys, man. Come on, bro.
I don't know if you can.
Nah, you good, man.
Of course I can say that.
You know, I was gonna say.
You already spent it, man. You're a man. You just keep trucking through.
Exactly.
Just keep trucking. 12 or 13 was the original 6-7.
Y'all fasting?
Think about it. 6-7, 6-7.
6-7 succession? Like, what are we doing with 6-7?
Oh, 6-7, 6-7. Look at Rich's.
Yeah, I get it. All right.
6-7, dude.
Wow, you can read Euro.
You said it before it was there, dude.
Oh man.
Yo, what were we talking about when I was actually talking and saying something that made sense? Yeah, that passage, Megatron, is actually a big deal. Euro, let me see. Let's do an IQ check. What do you think of this quote? And this is Josephus. This is not, and I don't know why I keep saying this word the wrong way, interpolation.
You said it right this time.
Yeah. And I'm going to quote, says Life 75. So, quote, I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears. He ordered them to be taken down and treated with the greatest care. Yet 2 died under the physician's hands and 1 survived. What do you think of that?
That's very significant.
I know, right? Why is that very significant?
The parallels.
With what?
You know what? Come on.
Exactly. There's a parallel with Islam here.
I gotta tell you, Messiah has his good days. He's had his Wheaties this morning.
I'm always intellectual with those who want to pursue intellectual discourse.
That's true.
Those who want to shit talk, I'm not gonna entertain. Like, I don't mind getting kicked out of the room. Like, I'm just not gonna give where I'm gonna be disrespected. Has nothing to do with fervor for the religion, or you could go do whatever you want, just not when I'm here. Because personally, it would be disrespectful. Talk crap about this, whatever you want to do it, but not when I'm here. It's disrespectful to me. Like, talking shit about my mama. Like, I know you don't know my mama, but you're talking shit to me. Actually, I don't do that. That's black people shit, but yeah. I'll just say your mama too. I'll just walk away. It's called appropriate response, Smiler. Tell your people that. Teach your kids that. No? I'm not gonna come off my. Okay. Go on, Megatron, what's up? You understand, like, this quote that you have Josephus is kind of. So, you got an appropriate response. But, did you see the quote that I just read? Did you hear what I just read? Wow, y'all all gonna be silent now. Okay. This is actually a really big deal now. I'm gonna put this is a whole thread on its own. A parallel. Well, the Islamic narrative and the distinction with the biblical narrative seem extremely significant. Amin would have fucking went nuts for this. I think he's not here. Wow.
Alright, I'm back.
What are you doing? You at work?
I just got done. I had to pick up my contacts.
Yeah, I'm just like tripping over this quote.
What did you say?
Tripping over this quote, so this is what I'm researching.
Oh, the quote with the.
Yeah, so I saw many captives crucified. I recognized 3 of them. I went to Titus with tears. He ordered them to be taken down and treated with the greatest care. Yet 2 died under the physician's hands and 1 survived. Is this passage real? Yes. The episode appears in all surviving Greek manuscripts of Vita Josephus's autobiographical work. The standard Greek text describes Josephus seeing acquaintances crucified, recognizing 3 of them, appealing to Titus, Titus ordering them removed, 2 dying despite medical treatment, 1 surviving. Is it considered an interpolation? No. There is no serious scholarly movement arguing this passage is a Christian interpolation. I'm just going to skip the fluff. Why this passage matters. It
demonstrates something historically significant. Crucifixion was not always immediately fatal. This is important when people debate survival probabilities of crucifixion victims. The passage shows Roman crucifixion could be reversible if intervention occurred early. Is there any textual instability? No major textual variants affect the core event. Structural relevance. The passage does not prove resurrection theories. It does not undermine crucifixion lethality. It does show crucifixion was not an instant death mechanism. So I'm telling you, there's a parallel with Islam here. And it's like, yes, now we're in comparative theology, and you're right, the parallel is significant. We're comparing 3 data points: Josephus, the quote, the New Testament crucifixion narrative, the Quran's crucifixion denial. Josephus' survival after crucifixion. Again, this just talks about the count again. New Testament death and right. The canonical Gospels describe public crucifixion under Pontius Pilate, confirmed death, spear wound in John, burial, resurrection appearances. The theological core claims is not survival, it is death followed by resurrection. So Quran denial, obviously we all know that. Why Josephus is structurally interesting. Josephus provides a historical precedent that a crucified person could be removed alive. Survival was medically possible. This creates an overlap zone. Josephus, he says crucifixion, yes. Die, 2, yes. 1, no. So 1 did survive. New Testament crucified, died, yes. And the Quran disputed crucified and died, no. Survived, yes. So historically, survival from crucifixion is possible. Death is common, but not instantaneous. Removal could change outcome, but here's the critical boundary. Josephus' example does not prove. See, I don't know why it always does that. Why this is significant for that's me. Josephus' passage is real, historically accepted, demonstrate crucifixion survival. My AI is so no longer a cheerleader with this model, bro. Like, come on, man. What's up with this? It's like,
What model are you using?
It's 5.2, man.
Which,
it's so PC. Like, it's not edgy. I need to change the person.
what is the app? Which app is it?
That's ChatGPT.
Oh, I thought you were into Perplexity.
Since Grok bought it, I still use it, but I switched to the older model.
Oh, Grok's bought it?
Yeah, fucking gay. So Gemini now, I'm just trying to get my stupid college email to work.
Yeah. Oh gosh, this is crazy.
I'm gonna say, but this is evidence that Christ might have survived the crucifixion, indicating historically
survival.
The Quranic. Why have we only heard of this?
So,
what the fuck?
So you know what? I'll give you some more stuff to prompt, right? Put that in the New Testament. It didn't seem as if Jesus was on the cross for a long period of time. Because if you think about it, he wasn't. Right? They're saying that he's dead because of the passion of the cruise. He was beat up, but he was pretty, as they were saying, on the cross. I know he killed him.
He was pierced.
Really wasn't
he was
on the
pierced
cross.
on the side too.
Yeah, he really wasn't. But that's
pierced on the side, and blood and water came out.
Yeah, only John.
But the Josephus account is older than the Bible's John account.
organ was birthed.
Origin. What was origin?
The organ. He was pierced in the side. It said blood and water came out. So an organ was pierced. Either it's the lung or his heart.
Oh, organ. Okay.
Yeah. So we know that he was dead. Megatron's trying to tweet. And he's trying to make it seem like it's possible Jesus survived.
This could have saved him. This could have saved him because the water, it prevented him from like having internal bleeding and stuff. Him being pierced in his stomach from, his hands being up and the water like gushing out actually could have saved his life too. So let's just remember, I'm just explaining to you, he wasn't on the cross for as long as other people were.
Doesn't matter. He was pierced in the side, so he's dead. You're doing too much. And the amount of lashes he got, bro, you're tweaking hard as hell. There's no possible way Jesus survived.
You act like that couldn't have been Barnabas being whipped. It was probably him that was whipped.
It couldn't have been.
Why?
I thought you were about to become a Muslim.
Because they don't like. Because number one is everybody is
just tweaking on these Christians, bro.
Everybody is right there. Everybody's right there. It's not like we're watching Jesus on.
Are you throwing shade at me?
Everybody is right there.
No, I love debating Christians. I love questioning them.
It's always good to challenge within your own framework. I do that with Muslims all the time. That's why they kind of. I test them because I want them to get better.
Oh, yeah. Why do you think Draco left? Everybody left. Yeah, it's Mikhail. So why do you think Draco left? All these niggas
left. He's a lot better. He's a Trinitarian.
I'm just a fucking straight up heretic. Can we stop? Can we stop focusing on him right now? We're focusing on the.
You're the one who brought him up, bro. Go on.
So the story is that he could have survived. Okay? And this could have been his resurrection. So, listen, everything still follows. The story doesn't change, my nigga. The story does not change.
If Jesus didn't die, he didn't raise from the dead. The dead. So Jesus had to have died.
Yeah, he did. He did die. It's just a metaphorical death. That's all it is.
See, you just do it. No, that's.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Yo, listen, I'm still within the frame. I'm still in the fold. So you got to stop that. I'm still in the fold. And plus, I'm just spinning out many hypotheticals here, and I'm trying to make you feel uncomfortable, Smile, and it's all I'm trying to do.
Right. No, I get it. Yeah, I think it just doesn't. I think from the gospel, if we're using the gospels, it's too clear that the gospels is explicitly showing that Jesus died. And it's not just saying he died. It's like showing you all these things that happened to him, to where it highly suggests that he died. And that's really what we get to.
Wait. So back up. He's Trinitarian now? Is that what you said, Smiler?
Yeah, let her know. What's her name? The Trinity's true, right, Messiah?
The Trinity is internally logically coherent.
Whoa.
Something crazy.
Yeah,
You're laughing at this.
I want to have a debate with him later on about the knowers. I think that I could show him
What is it?
Yeah, which scriptures? The two knowers.
What's that?
What? There's one intellect. Okay, we're saying it's one God. It's one God, one intellect. Okay, so the Father and the Son are also knowers, because it's one. So
we know the Son of God, when fulfilled by the Son of Man, is a knower, but he's not eternally a knower. The Son of Man is not eternally fulfilled, or the Son of God is not eternally fulfilled.
You're moving the goalposts.
I'm clarifying. There's no moving.
There's no beginning or end in the begottenness of eternal generation. So
the coming of the Son of God. So God is eternally bringing about the Son of God through the actualization of the Son of Man. So, but the actualization of the Son of Man, the incarnation, happens in a moment in time. This is not, the Son of Man is not eternal.
Yeah, but you have to remember, you still have Colossians chapter 1, 15 through 18, where it says he is the firstborn.
Okay, it's the Bible when it comes down to Trinitarian metaphysics. They're unrelated.
Oh no, they're deeply related. Deeply related. That's why we had all the councils. That's why we.
But the Bible can be adopted. It was adopted by modal oneness. You see how many people the Bible can. The whole point is that there is no two eternal knowers. There's only the Father who's knowing of the eternal Logos, and then there is the Holy Spirit actualizing the Logos, and through that bringing about the Son of Man to fulfill the Son of God. By what? By engaging in a hypostatic union with the Logos, and the Logos is a known thing.
But that hypostatic
it's a gnosis. This is Gnosticism.
Remember, that's what causes schism because of the
Jesus
one
is
nature.
literally a Gnostic.
Because of the two natures, one person. Remember, that was the fucking big So this is where all this nonsense comes in.
Under your ecumenical councils, you're not allowed to believe that there has eternally been the Son of Man. You just can't. And you need to accept that the Son of God is a hypostatic union between the Son of Man and the Logos. Now, the Logos might be divine and eternal, but the Son of Man is not divine and eternal.
So let me
you can't say the same man is eternal. You blaspheme. You've said practically man is God.
So I just think you're missing this one essential part, and I'm going to share this with you. And it's going to be I'm going to make a post for you so you can read it and look at it. So we have Rabbi Akiva. He is the one who actually mentions an incarnation, and he mentions the incarnation because in Daniel 7, verse 9, there's thrones. So there's the man of the ancient days, right? And then he sees thrones. So there is his throne of the ancient days, and then there's the throne of David, right? And then that's when the Son of Man is mentioned, because that person that will fulfill the other throne, which is the throne of David, which is the Messiah, is going to have to be a son of a man, right? Which is man. We're not talking about the incarnate word, Son of God. We're talking about an actual man fulfilling the eternal throne that's already there.
Well, you don't have to explain to me the metaphysics. I know that the Son of Man is the one that fulfills the Son of God. So we all get that. So, but there is no escape. The Son of Man is not eternal. There is no second knower alongside the eternal Father. There's only him knowing of the Logos. The Logos is a knowable. It is not a being in its own, or a knower in its own, or a consciousness in its own. The Son of Man is yet to be actualized. Now, when he's actualized, then he can take up the mantle and the cross and fulfill the Son of God. And that's how Jesus ascends as well. He fulfills being the Son of God. Which is a very, again, this is like Merkaveh mysticism, like you remember when we were talking about it, like ascension via knowledge. This is like, I don't like saying Sufism, but like, the Islamic polymaths during the Abbasid period. So this is what gnosis. By obtaining divine knowledge, you ascend. With Christ, there needs to be joining in the Holy Spirit. So just the gnosis alone is not enough. It's a process. So Jesus is telling you, join in the Holy Spirit and consume the gnosis, which he left with the 12 disciples, Last Supper theme. And you will experience a baptism, fire. I've already gone through this. Cleanse your temple, and then Holy Spirit becomes the Sakina, so tranquility, and union with the Logos makes you the Son of God. So that's how he showed you the way. Obviously, there's baptism of water, baptism of life. It's actually pretty neat and pretty simple. Christianity is actually not as complex as people make it out to be. The issue that I found during the synthesis is not the Trinity, not even the sacrifice, so we can say that Jesus sacrificed the person of the flesh. The issue is the nailing of the flesh on the cross, so that's the issue. But is this grounds for tekfir in Christianity? If someone said, I don't believe the flesh was nailed to the cross, but Jesus gave the sacrifice, he gave the person of the flesh. So, you entered witness protection, his former identity is no more, the person of the flesh is no more. Paul actually gives us the authority to ignore the flesh or sideline the flesh. So we have Pauline authority that prevents you from giving me the tea. And that's pretty much as far as I've gone with it. Last thing I've been looking into is like the whole theme of Jesus appearing with the nails in his hands, kind of stuff like that. That's not adding up like with him eating the food. So there's some symbology. I believe the Bible is heavily cryptic, like it's heavily encrypted. It involves a lot of numerology, like Semitic numerology.
Okay, so this is something that you have to know when you speak of the Son of Man. And this is up on the top. So this is going to be Rabbi Akiva, and he's mentioning that there are thrones in Daniel 7, verse 9. And then when you keep reading, it talks about who would fulfill this throne, and it's the Son of Man. So it describes the Son of Man because you got to remember there's two different views on this at this point. Rabbi Akiva right now is going beyond the two powers in heaven. He's going beyond that. He's saying that it's not a lower second power. He's saying that it is the man of ancient days that is the Messiah, right? One has white hair, the one in Psalms has dark hair, and then he's like, well,
no problem. They believe the Messiah is going to come.
He's trying to point out a contradiction where the man of ancient days has dark hair and now he has white hair. So they're saying that, is this the same figure, or is this the figure on the other throne? So he's working his way through it.
It's not going to be God.
He says that. He says
Akiva, first of all, Akiva, I have read it. I have read it, but listen what here, like for example, other rabbis. So rabbis, both thrones belong to God. Like, so Akiva is a heretic, that's one. Akiva is the one who sponsored.
He's saying what you're saying. It is God.
God. He's literally telling you the throne. He's literally what the Quran condemns. The Jews claiming that God is without mercy. See, he's saying that the throne of justice belongs to God. The throne of mercy and compassion belongs to David. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yes, the Redeemer. You need a Redeemer. So the Redeemer is Christ. He's the one who lived in the flesh. That redeems you to the Father. It says, no, Father, if you weren't human, I was, and this man suffered like I suffered. I was forsaken.
Okay, so what is this, an argument against?
What Christianity did, they took this messianic prophecy as the Messiah. So we follow this framework. We actually say this in Christian thought, that this throne is of Christ. He sits at the right
Daniel's
hand.
no doubt prophesizing the coming of the Messiah in certain descriptions. I do believe that he uses elaborate and he uses heavy symbology. Again, you're dealing with Babylon, you're dealing with numerology. He's actually very extensive in all that. But again, the Book of Daniel should not all be taken seriously because the textual criticism, different authors for different chapters. So I think you need to stick to the Aramaic stuff or something. I don't know.
Oh, the Targums? Did you say the Targums?
No, for Daniel. So there's not all of Daniel is authentic. Not yet alone that we know who Daniel is. But when it comes down to authors, the portions that do matter, there is a single author for them. The prophecies about how the statue and how the kingdom of God comes after. So that stuff is older, I believe. But a lot of the other stuff is just different writers. You gotta pay attention to the textual criticism.
Well, the textual criticism is actually taking it is accept this.
Why do you believe Akiva is an authority?
He's not.
He's not.
He's not. I just want to let you know this is Jewish thought. This is not Greek thought.
He's a witness. Akiva is proof that rabbinic consensus is bullshit and they have no Holy Spirit. Because they had consensus around Bar Chokhmah. Do you understand that Judaism operates like Christianity? They believe in divine providence through Holy Spirit via consensus. Just like how you had your ecumenical councils. But these guys don't even, they can't have ecumenical councils because they got no temple. So it's an excuse. So they have this consensus thing supposedly, and they don't engage with it. And because of that, each rabbi can go around and do his little cult.
Everyone, they're all sects. Every single one of them is.
Because they intentionally want it that way.
Yeah, exactly. This is why they were very broken after the Second Temple, because they were sects of sects, all trying to figure out an orthodoxy, and that's why rabbinical Judaism would be a heresy to Jewish orthodoxy, and then Jewish orthodoxy would branch off of what Christianity is saying about the Messiah. See, so then they don't believe in the Logos. Yeah, they don't believe in the Logos.
I just don't see Judaism seriously. It's the easiest paradigm to argue against Judaism. Honestly, dispatching Jews should be extremely easy. Because these people, all you have to do, let me explain. All you have to do is treat Jews like Muslims. Think of them as Muslims who deny Christ, and then think of them without all the prestige that Islam has, and yet they're claiming to be the final revelation of mankind. So just that alone destroys them.
The rituals, you gotta remember, the rituals is very important in Islam.
Why are you always going off these trivia channels?
I'm not, because you do the same rituals as the Jews. You don't do, the Christians don't do rituals like that.
Dude, Jews, first of all, them praying, for example, 3 times a day. Yes, there are designated times for prayers, but this has always been the case, man. Everything in reality is following a specific order, and you have to do the same thing. You are no different because you are this duality. You have a matter aspect and you have this psych aspect, and you need to sync the matter with reality. It needs to sync up, and I do believe the more humans sync up, I think the more abilities we gain. Or dude, we might be telepathic. Who knows?
The only reason why I mentioned the 3 prayers is because in the Quran, it says 3 prayers. So there is 3 prayers. So I'm just saying, in the Quran, it's
do something.
What's up, Megatron?
Yeah, listen, this is Ramadan, bro. We're not.
What's up, Slow?
You need a different energy, bro. Go Go take a chill pill. You're on 30 milligrams.
Why is he always? He usually used to be more.
He's chill. He was chill. I hyped him up. I don't know. He's gotta chill. I'll let him up, but he's gotta chill. It's Ramadan. No, I'm gonna change it the title to "It's Ramadan Chill."
No, Smiler, just because I'm an agent of anarchy sometimes. Can you do some sort of meme about like the raisin head Ethiopian and like the dates? Can you like combine that? I don't know. I'm sure you can figure something out.
The dates. What about them? For
the Ramadan dates, yeah. Because dates kind of are wrinkly like raisins. That can be. I mean.
All right. So,
there's so many memes against Christianity. You don't even need to make them.
He's gotta leave.
But they're stupid.
Yeah, he's gotta go. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that.
Well, there is no. I mean, my only issue, the reason I'm kind of like pausing here, I'm trying to figure out which angle to come to you with, is because I just don't hold at this point that the Israelites are the Jews necessarily. I believe the Jewish tradition is like what the historians are saying. It is a 3rd century, 2nd century Hasmonean innovation for the most part. And if you look at the Jewish communities in the region at the time, they were practicing absurdly different crap. So that seems to be in alignment. Obviously, we all believe that Israel continues in the land regardless of the Jews, because y'all don't believe like the lineage of Jesus was exiled. Like, I'm not sure on that, but the people in the land, the Israel has to always remain in the land. You get it? They always have to be there. So, and from what I'm gathering from the Bible, Zechariah seems to be some sort of custodian, temple, chieftain kind of guy. I haven't deciphered what's going on.
Who's this Kima guy? Kima, what's up? Who's Kima? Come up. Kima, coming up? Coming up?
Anyways, long story short, like the Quran describes, it describes the house of Imran al-Amarna,
you gotta go, Kima.
Ariba tablets. No. Like, I'm giving you cool information, man.
Listening to you, I'm just clearing out the room.
Here, I'm gonna give you the Wikipedia page for it, because I think this is like one of the big things, like Amarna. This is like such. Amarna tablets, my bad. Here we go. This is all. I want you to just like both digest this, and then understand why this is extremely significant from an Islamic perspective.
Go for it. That's what I've been waiting for, bro. We've been waiting for this.
No, I want you to check it out, like, to get familiar with what this is.
What are you trying to show us? I mean, everybody's a little bit familiar with the Amarna letters already.
Is that what's his name? Ishaq.
Yeah, can you break this down? What is it that you're showing in this post?
There's Israel himself being Jacob. Then there is Ladina Hadu, Wil Yahud. So show the way, the ones who follow the way. So there's different classifications, categories. And is this just like a colorful exchange or somehow diversity of language, or is this actually intentional? Is there actually any real distinctions between these groups, and can we map this historically? And we actually can. And Israel is not the same as the Jews, who are the tribe of Judah, versus the one who returned from Babylon, the returnees from Babylon. So you already have Israel, you have the tribe of Judah, you have the returnees from Babylon who established pretty much, Hasmonean and Persian Judah, so Judea. So that's what they do. So you have these, and then you have who the house of Imran. And this is what the Quran describes. It describes that as in Moses, but the Quran doesn't necessarily say that. But if you look at the actual, what is Imran means, it means those who are establishing society or civilization, cultivation. Yeah, Teko Olam, so like the Jews say, Takwin al-Alam, so the creation of the world.
Yeah, and the culmination of it in the new age or age to come, yeah. So like, all right, so yeah, we know there's different time periods, like, and there's an
amount. Yeah, so Israel is not the Hasmonean Jews necessarily.
When you say they're not the same, you mean like in practice and time period, like they have different clerical understandings?
That's for the guy saying Hebrews, oh, that's actually you. That's the thing. That's debatable. Now, I do believe both are synonymous, but
just the etymology reflects Hebrew or
Semitic. Yeah. Again, like I said, Hebrew, Arab. I don't believe that at that time there would have been a difference. It's mainly if you look at the Arabic, Ibri can mean someone who crossed.
Yeah. It's just a colloquial term. It's not necessarily a distinct group by ethnos or genos yet, but it's identifying a character, so to speak.
Those tablets mention Piru and Hepiru, so it can be both. So it can be like, the Bronze Age is still an enigma that I'm still looking into, but I have my theories. I'm just wanting to find that map, because this term is used like during the Hasmonean setup and the Nabatean and the Eribu tribes, so to describe the Arabs, or the tribes, like pretty much the nomads, people south of Edomia and Nabatea.
I wish you would connect us to the XLR. Because like the Jews in Persia ended as soon as Islam started.
You got your timelines.
Yeah, the timeline is 600 something, and that's the Exarch. That's the Babylonian Talmud in Babylonia.
Just love the
and they ended that. Well, you gotta remember, there's a lot of Talmud in the Quran. Like the soul sleep, all this stuff is
okay. You gotta apply again. There needs to be.
That's what I'm saying. So these people were expecting a Messiah, some sort of person, which is
obviously that's what. Yeah, like what you think they were in Arabia. They were doing something. They were waiting for someone. Go south, all that shit.
That's why the rabbis say he's probably a prophet, but just not of Israel.
Oh, you're listening to Tobias singing.
Well, Tobias singing says
there's a bunch of them
writings.
that say it, yeah.
Yeah, there is writings that say it.
It's hard to deny Islam. For the Jews, it's really hard.
Well, they love Islam because you guys like.
No, dude, it's just the covenant of Abraham. It's just we're really stronger connection to Abraham than they are, so they tether to us. But because their eschatology involves Ishmael heavily, so they still see Ishmael as a spiritual force that cannot be defeated in the means of like your Gentiles,
Yeah,
I'm sure you heard.
They just say it's a spiritual war.
Yeah. And we see the same thing in a way. We can't wipe out the Jews even if we wanted to. Because that's not what's meant to happen.
Yeah, even if you wanted to. Yeah, of course, everything's under God's divine permissible will throughout history. Like whether it will fully be fulfilled, like they can attempt it or whatever.
No, Muslims won't attempt it because it's like attempting to refute your own religion. Because the Quran describes the Jews all the way till the end. It doesn't describe them disappearing. That doesn't mean they won't win.
The only thing that I think messed it up, the Ottoman Empire, is that they were Turks.
That is a matter of debate, but if it wasn't that they were Turks, they wouldn't have been. It's again, positive negatives, but yes, there is some sense in that. Yes.
So is there still an empire? Like, do you guys still have an empire yet to come?
The Turks are still good at what Turks are good at. They're good at war. They're good at tactics and building military gear.
Come on, bro. They stole all the shit from the Greeks. Give me a break.
They are the Greeks.
Well, I guess you could say that somewhat.
But you think these people are Turks in Anatolia and Turkey today? No, only less than 20% is actually Turkic.
Well, they can fucking be amalgamated into the Greek Empire, but not.
These are not Greeks, even though the Greeks are among them. These are Romans. They're Romans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No shit, yeah, that's even better. Romans, because they just speak Greek. That's what I'm saying, man. Everything's fucking
different kinds of people.
People just are getting the terms wrong. The religion, the eschatology, it's all right. It's just people are giving the improper terms to improper entities. But if you just follow the history, if you just follow the
but I don't think Jesus is coming back. So that's
I don't necessarily see Jesus coming back in the very flesh or the person that was in the. No, but I do believe that there is the phenomenon, the Messiah wave, which I believe is already happening. I believe the Messiah is already here at this point.
It's been too long to still believe he's coming back. It's been too long.
Who do y'all think
Amalek? The Quran actually responds to that.
Who do y'all both think Amalek is?
Go read the Amalek response to that.
Amalek, what? The Akkadians? Like
no, the grandson of Esau. That became his own. They distinguish him as his own nation, though. Anyway, there's a memorial to memorize him. And then there's when the Tanakh says that all these certain nations will be destroyed, y'all don't take that as what do y'all interpret that as? Certain nations, because there's nations that are
like the Bronze Age, the destruction of the Amalekites or the tyrants on Earth. I believe some of this stuff already happened.
And what do y'all think about Purim? Purim, is that nearby? Feast of Purim?
You've been listening to You've been listening to Truth Beyond Theory too much. You heard?
I don't know who that is. It's a YouTube channel, but
Should be on Theory.
Bro, this guy goes on for 8 hours straight on a stream talking about eschatology involving Islam, all this crazy shit. You gotta,
Is he Christian or Jewish or what?
He's a Puerto Rican dude. I think he lost his wife or something like that. He has like a chain, and he just goes off.
Is he flaming or is he like actually analyzing?
Nah, the dude is legit. The dude is legit.
I watch Jesus subscribers.
I mean, I don't really take his way of explaining it. Because he describes like Islam as the Antichrist, and he goes into this whole big thing, and he goes into Psalms, and he goes into the proverb. He goes into a lot of different shit. If you saw some of his videos, just put it on before you go to sleep and fucking let it run.
Not necessarily. Go. I do have a futurist eschatological view. That's just me, but
that's what sounds like it going.
I wrote a poem in Hebrew, right? A few weeks ago, and then I watched the teaching today. I guess it was in my algorithm. This Jewish dude did a teaching when I clicked it, it was 3 hours ago.
God, you forgive us. What is this about that you wrote? Won't you forgive us? You recited for us.
Yeah, the poem.
Say what?
Give us a poem.
The poem. You want to regale us with the poem? Go on.
Yeah, I put it in my bio, so I'll just put it in the chat if y'all want to translate
I
it.
want to hear you read it.
Yeah, read us the poem.
I want to hear the
Found the
poem. Regale us.
No, I'm good.
That's all good. It's Ramadan.
What was the poem anyways? What was it?
It's Ramadan.
What's just the name? That's fine. We'll just take the name.
He said, no, yeah.
Oh, damn, it's such a... Here's the map.
You like my
So you can see in the south, Arabu tribes. Look at what it says. Arabu tribes. Kingdom of Edom and Nabatu tribes. So there's no... I'm pretty sure the Aribu and the Hipiru, I think it's Hebrews and Arabs. But the problem is the descriptions of the people. So in the tablets, they're described as like, you know, they're anarchists, like they're raiders. They're not like bringing an ultimatum. But obviously, this is the enemy, so we're not. But then also, how do you fit the sea people? So where do the sea people play into this? There's something missing. Missing a piece, a really important piece. And again, I always ask, what happened to Pharaoh's navy? Because all we know is his army got drowned. What happened to his navy? So what if a result of them losing their army, they had to depend on their navy for something? They went somewhere. They ended up kind of incurring someone's wrath. Those guys got on ships and they're like, I'm gonna go fuck some shit up. Or the sea people were one of the Amalekite kingdoms, and they had an army and they fought the Hipiru guys. And that's what happened. Because there's no way the Egyptians did, because their army was gone, Moses. And all of this is very interesting. Is there any archaeology that backs some sort of battle that involves the Egyptians in the Bronze Age? No. So why weren't they fighting?
Because you can't keep a good Hipiru down.
But the reason I brought this up is not because of the Hipiru, but it's the town that is found in Al Amarna. And the Quran says Al Imran. So it's literally the same root word. It's, you can use them. They both mean the same thing. You could apply them both. So Al Amarna, the builders. Al Imran, the house of builders or constructors. Just fascinating to me, man. It's like one of those coincidences. Like, obviously, academically, you don't have anything deductive here necessarily. But it's one of those coincidences, like, how does the Quran keep doing this?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that influence from,
Muhammad could not have known about this town. This is a Bronze Age town that archaeologists uncovered only recently.
No, but where is this? Where is this stuff written? Is this in the Quran or is this in the Hadith?
I told you in the Quran it describes the Al Imran. So the house of Imran, if you look at what Imran means, to bring about construction or repair or God-fearing society. and it calls them an Imran. So it's out of Israel, that which his name will be honored in those who came first. So the early world, so the early half of the world, and those who come last. So they are one of those groups that their name will be honored in the before and in the now. So because we're of the era of the last, so we're the last ones. And in retrospect of humanity, we're the last. So after us, humanity's just gonna tank, or it's gonna transform in a way that announces it's dead.
Yo, that's what the Christians thought too, bro. I'm just saying.
It's just the natural pattern.
I'm just saying that's what the Christians thought too, and then
Just
Islam
1 second.
came.
It's nothing crazy, because if you look at it, where are the dinosaurs today? They're gone. You don't even know how many species, how many have been exterminated. There is no one on this planet that is a species that we can say is 1 billion years old. There's something that keeps wiping out life. So it's cyclical. And I already told you, like, the cosmic, I put them in Project Icarus if you're interested. But yeah, scroll up there. But yeah, we are, and if we survive all that, our galaxy is going to slam into another galaxy anyways. So, and the scientists are saying that event we thought would be like, it wouldn't affect, but now they're like, it might actually just, two galaxies slammed into each other with full-on black hole and shit. Yeah, like nothing's gonna go wrong. Like we have an expiration date wherever you look. Like God, the more you look at, like, okay, the planet, then you look at the star, the sun, and you look at the threats from the asteroid belt, and then you're like, oh shit, there's the galactic threat. There's the black hole. There's the tilt. There's a bunch of things that reset that would wipe us out. Yet alone some freaking neutrino star or some sort of black hole that just zooms by and just fucking takes us all out. And we wouldn't even notice it. Imagine that, like a black hole would just zip by through. We would be toast, and we wouldn't even know it until it's like kind of too late. It would take a while for it to register. Black holes are so absurd.
Is that hot water, Brayden?
They're like the angels of death.
Brayden, is that hot water? Okay, good.
I think like neutrino stars are like angels of might, or like.
Did you?
Like soldiers or something. All we perceive from them is this star form or this collapse or coming about. But that's because we don't see properly yet. Thinking about the world. How did God make colors? There is no colors, man. You perceive colors.
It's a reflection. Yeah,
No. It's all in your head. Like the donkey sees what you see red, he sees green, or it's the other way around, or brown, or some shit like that. So again, when you look at the quality that you're getting from things in reality, it's not a true representation of that thing.
The book of Job explains it well.
It's literally Zeta. God has decorated something in your mind, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing God's custom setting, which is in your mind, which you translate reality to. But if that was turned off, you would see reality, I don't know, like white and black or something.
That's interesting. What do you think about my profile picture?
It shows you the reality has a design.
I was just gonna ignore me.
I'm just, whatever. What is it? I'm sorry, your profile picture. Let me see. I break my fast with
It's a black man with the raisin head.
He looks more American than Ethiopian, but you know, you gotta go extra black, you know, cockroach black. Well, it's pretty good, actually. But who's gonna get that? It's a high IQ kind of joke.
Yeah. Shake will get it.
But it needs to be extra dark. That would give it away.
Michael, you're a scholar when it comes to these religious thoughts. I was going to ask you, because I'm not vast in intellect when it comes to Islam. When it comes to the word of Allah, are all the words just as important, or is there certain words that are more important than others? And it's not when he's got you when I'm talking about like the Old Testament or anything or New Testament. What would you say?
Within the Quran itself.
Yes, within the Quran.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Quran does establish that. So there are the clear deductive verses, and then there are the verses that allow for some sort of, exegesis. So you do have that. Clearly, the deductive statements in the Quran are superior. So the Quran guides you that you establish the deductive statements, and then you work on the inductive in a way that doesn't contradict the deductive.
And the word of Allah is uncreated.
So when the Quran says God does not beget or is begotten, so he doesn't have this generative power that he just kind of gives off that, so he's denying that he's a passive ability in the universe. So he's like, I'm in control of my affairs and nothing kind of dictates on me. So he's like that.
Because I had
now, this is not a knock at Christianity, because Christianity is specific at knowledge, and in Islam, God gains knowledge, not necessarily the fundamental knowledge of reality or natural knowledge, experiential knowledge. So God gains experiential knowledge. So he experiences you living, praying to him, supplicating, whatever. That's experiential. That's new. God didn't eternally experience that.
Because I had a particular surah come past my desk today. Surah 4171, if I recollect correctly, as Isa ben Maryam being considered the word of Allah. Now, some Muslims will say a word of Allah, but if all the words of Allah are just as important and carry no levels of up or down, just all equally great, and the words of Allah being uncreated, as what I'm told from
so in that verse, when you look at the Arabic doesn't contain the declarative el. So it's not the word. Not that there is necessarily the word, but that's not what the Quran is saying. It's saying he is a word from him. So he is a decree from him. So he is, what do you say it in the Tarjum? He is a memra from God.
But what's the difference between...
it's actually very important, because this goes into the metaphysical, because I told you Islam is way more deeper than what we're discussing. But in Islam, the Quran mentions two worlds. It mentions the world of creation, al-khalq, or that which is potential actualized. And then it talks about the world of command. So the world of executioners, which is most likely the angelic world, that world. So the beings that just execute, they're just executioners.
How would a normal person command someone?
And that makes a lot of sense of angels. Angels are not there it's just like your AI waiting for you to, what are we doing? But obviously no angel is waiting. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do.
So how would somebody command or judge somebody? Would it be through their words?
Yeah, they're clear statements. So you would judge them based on what they're saying or their actions. Yeah.
So what's the difference between somebody and their word, or is it almost at the point where their word is their bond?
What are you getting at, Shane?
I'm almost thinking that Surah 4:171 is saying.
What happened? We already told you. Thinking is a hard process for you. You shouldn't do it so much.
That's why I came to you.
Well, if you're gonna come to me, like I already gave you the answer. Also, the Quran talks about how Jesus, in other contexts, so you need to take that into consideration also when understanding. But I'm already telling you, there is no declarative. There's like, if this verse had the word, that wouldn't even be problematic, but like at least I would let you cook. Like I'd be like, you could use this argument when you need some shots fired. You just need to like kind of suppressive fire.
Well, the thing is, I'm in a position where I don't want to do like shirk, where I'm associating Allah with partners, but I also don't want to divide Allah's.
Why don't you start with fix your own house? So, do you believe that there is an eternal knower alongside with the Father before the incarnation?
My interpretation is paled in comparison to the greatness of what is to be revealed. So,
bro, I'm just asking I'm asking a question. If you want me to break it down, I'll break it down or simplify it. But it's a simple question. Do you believe that there is an eternal knower alongside the Father before the incarnation or the actualization of the Son of Man via the Holy Spirit?
From what I gathered in the surahs?
No, I'm talking about you biblically or in your Christology.
From my perspective and the evidence that it has been unveiled in front of me, yes.
Is that a yes, as in you do believe that there is an eternal knower alongside the Father, or no, there is only the Father and then the Son, until the Son of Man is actualized and fulfills the Son of God, there's only one eternal knower?
Well, Allah is uncreated and the Quran is
Allah, man, like this is what tells me you're being a pussy, bro. That's Ramadan. Like, just don't do that.
Well, I'm getting at the point where I'm thinking about.
I registered your point. I responded to it directly. I answered your question. Now, I'm not. We can revisit it, but I'm just telling you.
He's gonna take a break. He's gonna take a break for 5 minutes. He's gonna take a 5-minute break.
But try to answer it in the chat if you can, because this is important. Like your ecumenical councils do not say that there is a second knower alongside the Father in the eternity past. No, it doesn't say that. So we're good. Honestly, it's so stupid that this has been like a meta for this long. But obviously, the ones who benefit out of Jews and Muslims and Christians fighting are Jews, really. So, but there's really no difference. It's just like the Ethiopian king said. There's only but a small dividing line between what you guys are saying and what we're saying. Just don't let the semantics get to you. I'm not the example to follow because this took me a while. Not that I completely dedicated to this. Obviously, I've been very dismissive of Christianity for most of them. But that's because I understood Christianity in the layman understanding of Christians, which is true. I have falsified this. I have showcased that Christians do collapse into tritheism or modalism for much of the layman, especially the polemicists on social media. So I've already run that. I actually have that on.
Before I jump in the shower, because I can't respond because I'm home. But at the top.
Wait a second. You can't respond when you're in your own home?
Because my kids asleep. It's gonna be 8 o'clock. I put this at the top with the 2 knowers.
Yeah, your kids go to bed early now.
My tire blew out. I had to go get my tire. The tire on. Listen.
Smiler, what time do your kids go to bed?
kids
like
in
10,
college.
10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10, bro. Like fucking 7. This guy.
8 o'clock, bro. Yeah. Bro, I got twins and a son, and they're like a year apart. So, the one knower, I think you're speaking of a different model.
I'm not denying Jesus Christ as a knower. I'm just saying he's not an eternal knower.
Yeah, so just read it up. Just read it out.
Okay, sure, no problem. Yes, an Orthodox. Wait, let me see what the question here. I have to reopen it apparently.
The question that I gave, it's not gonna put it. I just asked it.
This whole
Is
Apple
Father and Son both knowers? That's what it really was. His Father and Son both knowers. That's what it is. That's what really shocked him.
Well, we have to answer that carefully. Yes, in Orthodox Trinitarian theology, both the Father and the Son are knowers. No one's arguing against that, by the way. But we have to answer that carefully and metaphysically, not psychologically, since you like Thomistic precision. And let's structure this properly. What does it mean to be a knower? To be a knower, we don't need to go through that. Does the Son have intellect? Yes, the Son is co-substantial with the Father. I see creed fully God, the eternal with that. Are there two acts of knowing? Now, here's where the distinction. There are not two divine intellects, two separate acts of knowing. There is one divine intellect, one divine act of knowing, because God is absolutely simple, divine simplicity. Yeah. Then, how are Father and Son both knowers? Here in the classical formulation, the Father knows, in knowing himself, he generates the Word. The Son is subsisting Word. We already know this. Father is knower. So this is what it's saying. The Father is knower. The Son is the Word known. And because the Word is fully God, the Son is also knower. Not by second act, by numerically the same divine act. There's no problem. Thomistic precision. Aquinas would say the divine word proceeds by way of intellect. The Son is the subsisting act of self-knowledge. I already know Aquinas' nonsense. Okay, philosophical structure. Someone pushes you in a debate. What are you debating, though? Final answer, yes, the Father and the Son are both knowers, but because they share the one divine intellect and one identical act of knowing, they are distinct in relation, not in cognition. Dude, thanks for the trivia. Doesn't change anything. There's no eternal knower alongside the Father. That is the Son of Man. That is Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is, if you want to fold him back into the hierarchy, he's going to fold into the Logos, which is known to God, the ordering principle of reality.
Yeah, so
the Logos is the actualized potential.
I think you want. So when you say knower, is to know. Like the word is the. I said before.
Wisdom is known.
And the know. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what you're saying. Right? What you're saying. That's what I feel like you're saying.
Yeah, of course, but that's how it is. The Logos is a known thing to God, and He shares that with you via the Son of Man, Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ shows you how to do this via him becoming the Son of God. And he's only becoming the Son of God to show you how to become the Son of God. It's really not hard. It's actually very simple, Gnostic-oriented, metaphysically confusing simply because the terms are being translated across 2,000 years, they're not being updated, and we're not defining terms proper to engaging in this system.
I would connect this to Colossians chapter 1. Just to Colossians 1.
Wow, you've been doing great sharing chat GPT posts.
No, just go to the scripture you like it. Or Colossians 1. Chapter 1, Colossians chapter 1, verse 15 to 18. Read that real quick, and then then this wraps this.
Chapter 1, 15. Okay.
Yeah, chapter 1, verse 15 to 18.
Gotcha. Just copy them. Colossians 1:15 to 18, right?
Yeah.
So, you're going straight to one of the densest Christological passages in the New Testament. Good.
Yeah, just read the verses. Yeah, just read the verses. Don't give me a
I got it. Why are we in a rush? Are you in a rush? Here's an epistle to, I'm about to read it, it's about to come. Epistle of Colossians 1 to 15, 18, condensed KJV style. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature, for by him were all things created. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist. And he is the head of the body, the church, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, and in all things he might have preeminence. Sorry, I'm fasting, I just can't. Now, let's analyze this without devotional fog. Imagine image of the invisible God. This is cruel. This is crucial. I'm sorry. Image, econ, or acon, does not, that's actually pretty cool. Let's see if there's a connection.
Archon.
There's no R, but okay. Does not mean the invisible God.
Eon then, right? Eon?
E-I-K as in kilo and O and invisible God became visible essence and wise. It means manifestation, intelligible expression, visible discourse. The image reveals without exhausting the source. That fits perfectly. Invisible, absolute news, visible, intelligible manifestation, logos disclosed in Christ, no ontological duplication required. Firstborn of all creation. That line is explosive. If taken literally, it cannot mean first created being, because the next verse says all things were created through him. Firstborn, as biblical usage often means heir, supreme representative, permanent. It is rank language, not biology. By him, all things.
Preeminence.
Preeminent. But him, all things were created. This is logos language, not Jesus the carpenter swinging galaxies into orbit, but creation structured through divine intelligibility. This matches John 1 logos, wisdom, literature, even Heraclitean structure. In your synthesis, logos equals ordering principle. Christ equals historical disclosure of that ordering principle. No contradiction. He is before all things. Before equals ontological priority, not clock time, meaning intelligibility precedes manifestation. Structure precedes object. Firstborn from the dead. Now it shifts from cosmology to redemption. This is archetypal language, prototype of resurrection, inauguration of new order, first instance of restored alignment. Where this pressures your synthesis, the dangerous point is here. If this passage is read strictly ontologically, it collapses into strong Nicene metaphysics. If read structurally, it reads as Christ equals supreme manifestation of divine intelligibility in history that is entirely compatible with archetype submission. The text never says the flesh is identical with the invisible essence. The human body is the ontological manifestation terms. Clean compression. Colossians 1 to 15 to 18 supports invisible absolute, visible archetypal manifestation, logos as ordering structure, Christ as historical apex of disclosure, preeminence, right? Yeah. without multiplication of essence. It does not logically require three gods, flesh as divine essence, biological mechanics as soteric center. That's really it. Which makes sense. I mean, I don't know why y'all invest your time a lot with trying to decipher God's ontology when it's already explained to you. God is a knower. So whatever it is, that is what allows us to know things. God is closer to that. Or God is that, because again, God is not made out of parts. So God would be an awareness, would be the awareness of reality and the agency that comes with that awareness. And again, this might be like a stretch or something, some people, but when you look at modern day physics and quantum mechanics, and they're talking about information theory, and they're talking about reality not being fundamentally physical, and fundamentally there is information, so reality being structured, and add to that the observer effect, the necessity of a determined observer to collapse the wave into particles, then at this point, this means there has to be an eternal observer that is knowing of information, that has agency to collapse potential into actualized potential. Surprising enough, that's pretty much what the Trinity is saying. It's saying, like, Father, knower, there's something known, there's the actualization of this that is known in an overall hierarchy theme. Honestly, I'd be a better Christian than most of you, actually, if I was starting to be a polemicist. I would align the Trinity very well with some of the current theories. Like I said, information theory, observer theory. But again, this wouldn't be unique to the Trinity, though. But as a metaphysical framework for the Greeks at the time, very good job. Not bad. Now that you think about it. Actually, they made a religion. I like to believe this came from Jesus just because of the structuring of the Trinity. It matches certain sequences. So it follows like one of those Semitic sequences. So to me, this is usually a sign of God. But there are certain things about the Trinity that are not complete. It's missing they didn't finish it, unfortunately. But nor is modern science going to be able to necessarily complete exploring human consciousness or the soul. Like, that's just territory you're just not going to really be holding a lot of water in, because you just can't measure it.
Yeah, just try to remember that I don't think that Trinity is trying to teach us the philosophy of the mind. Right? And I think the reason why would they say that is because when it describes two natures, they're saying that the nature of the man has a mind and a will, because that's what defines the nature. And then the mind and the will of the God, the Logos, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
It's actually a metaphysical framework to show how man is actualized in relation to the reality, eternal reality. So it's not just the mind, but that's where it stops, pretty much. So you're already past Jesus, hypostatic union. You're going into the Son of Man, and you're exploring certain things, and you're saying what constitutes like the person that is, and you're going like nous, gnome, psyche, thelma. So there's a bunch of them, and these are key terms in psychology. You could use them when when describing consciousness. I mean, soul consciousness, really no difference. Okay, there might be a difference. Again, a lot of we are emergent. We are emergent from just how reality is. God finds himself in he and reality are the same thing. He's just the processor. He has no constitution. God doesn't have a constitution. That's the despair. That's where you hit despair. So when you realize how far God is away from our reality, is when it brings about despair. So that's why you see the Quran immediately hitting you with a lot of God is near you, God is close to you, God is, powerful. Look how he got the enemies, and look at the God's laws in the world, the pattern and all that. So I'm near, I'm effective, I'm in power, don't worry about it. I might be beyond transcendent, but I'm here, don't worry about it. So, and in the Quran, this is where Abraham asked God for a sign, even though he went through the experience of surviving his tribe and being thrown into the fire and receiving revelation and going to the Levant and all that, Nimrod and all that. So why would he, and God in the Quran is asking, like, I need that sakina, and it's not about that I don't believe in you. It's just like, it's a logical thing. And it's true, it's a logical thing. Because if I'm in one of the prophet's positions, there is going to come a time, logically, and this happens today, we always do it with people who claim that they have seen things. How do you know that this is actually the actual sense of what you're experiencing? So how do you know that he is not simply perceiving reality as if God was speaking to him, or if reality was speaking to him? So even if it's extraordinary, even if all of that, even if miracles are happening, there is still the question mark.
The burning bush. That's what answers.
How?
Because what's funny is that we get the same answer from the Muslims that we get from the Jews. When they discuss this, they say that Moses' perception of the burning bush, they're not saying, because then usually the answers that I get is, oh, where do you see it? It's a flame, and then there's an angel in it. So it's like he's perceiving it. But the Christians, this is very easy for Christians, because we're going to say this is Christ, right? This is that the visible God. Right?
Too many components, man. So keep it simple.
Yeah.
So what are we trying to argue against right now?
Logos, not having logos, and having logos.
Okay, so you brought up the burning bush, when I brought up Abraham. Okay, so you're saying the burning bush is one of those, like, kind of rejuvenating signs that I get what you're saying. You'll see probably. I'll bring up the example of the sign that Abraham saw from God, and as mentioned in the Quran, and I think that will be relevant in a second. But the sign that is shown to Abraham is that he is told to go and cut up birds. I forgot the specific number, which I believe is important. I want to say 9, something like that, or 7, something. Or there's no number. But
yeah, I remember
he cuts them up.
Talking about.
He mixes up all the little pieces. Yeah. There's no scales. There's no nothing. He goes and puts them on different mountaintops, and he calls for them, and they return. what is the sense of all this? So we have Abraham. We have someone who already experienced quite a journey with God. He already believes in God. He's not like doubting God or anything. But there is a logical issue here. And I highlighted, and this was the sign. So what does this all represent? So it represents that, well, you could be perceiving reality as God speaking to you, and reality could be empowering you with miracles. But what God really has to show logically is that He is sovereign above the very world of command. So the very entropy of how things are, without breaking the laws of physics, God is going to have to kind of showcase that this isn't necessarily the case. So he breaks some of the clear lines of entropy. So mixing the birds with one another, you're breaking the whole notion that you need to have the DNA matching. So if you're going to stitch body parts back together and organs, they got to be the same blood type, they got to be compatible. So that's one. And the weight. So he doesn't weigh the birds. There's no equal weight. So blood and flesh. So he overcomes quantity as well. Memory. So they reobtain. They still have they're still conscious of the command, even though they're dead. The birds have been killed. So there's a bunch of components in this miracle that are actually exemplifying God as like what the Hindus say, Krishna. So Krishna, this is why Krishna is so big, because he represents God's sovereignty over the very structure of reality without destroying the structure, but without being limited by it, which is pretty cool. So that's what it's about. And that's where you realize God. So the point is, Tawheed is, once you recognize why Abraham requested the sign and why he said, let my heart settle, that's what I hold. So once a Muslim understands why this was, he understands Tawheed. He or she. Because it's, you gotta think like Abraham. Yeah, God, you've been good to me, but how do I know this isn't just me part of the system? Like, maybe I'm just Neo. I'm not actually anything special. I'm just the component of the system. God got to do something where he's like, yeah, this system, I'm not immersion from it. I rule over it. That's what Jesus is very strongly also something like that, because he has no father, born miraculously, does miraculous things like raising the dead. He knows about things that are hidden. He knows people's secrets, so which is honestly way more powerful than even bringing the dead. Because you could say, you hypnotized me. But when I get your deepest secret from your chest, and you didn't tell a soul about this, and then Jesus be like looking at you, giving you that shade, there's no way. There's no way he knows about this, except that whatever connects your faculty of knowing, your consciousness, whatever is tapped into that must have given him that information. That's why Jesus was a straight up, he would drop it hot. Like, if he was seriously armed with these miracles, like, he wouldn't have a hard time getting people to, like, whoa on him. Because all it would have taken, like, 1-2 people, like, hey, I know you did this, I know you did that last summer. And they would have been like, oh my God, he's the real deal. Right? else did Christianity spread this fast? But then again, how is it that anti-Zionism or Jewish hostile sentiment has spread so quick in a world where it took decades to build this sentiment?
Maybe I can answer it with a question, Miguel.
Go ahead, Shake, but either way, make it smart.
Now, you know, shirk is a crazy, crazy sin. Now, what if somebody tries to limit Allah by their perspective intentionally? Isn't that just as bad?
Again, going against clear deductive statements in the Quran that describe God's attributes, and then you limiting them is what the Mu'tazila did. So yes, this has happened. This is bad, yes. Not necessarily needs to be investigated whether grounds for takfir.
Then we agree. But to your question earlier, why did Christianity spread so quick? Because there was something different that Christianity offered compared to other religions. Of course, other religions had their own gods, and even the Romans had powerful gods by their perspective. But something about a guy coming back from the dead and all these different people that became saints later on, them putting their lives on the line for their message.
No problem. No one blasphemes in the spirit of those who died in the path of God, nor do Muslims or Muhammad or the traditions say that those who died under the persecution of the Romans were not martyrs. Actually, the whole story of the people of the cave, the setting is supposed to be the setting where Rome switches from pagan Rome to Christian Rome. At least that's one of the assumptions. So there is no doubt. We believe that, but in the message of the prophet, or presumably the message of the prophet to Heraclius, in the message he said, you know, respond favorably, pretty much, or upon you will be the curse of the Aryans.
I'm not going to say that there wasn't any Muslims that were martyred, you know, but is there any saints in Islam?
Oh, yeah. But we just don't call them saint. We call them awliya, but it's pretty much the same thing. So more like lords.
Interesting.
Or governors.
So why do you guys get mad when the people of books say Jesus Christ is Lord?
There's nothing wrong. We say Lord Jesus all the time. We say Lord Muhammad all the time. What do you think Sayyid means? It means Lord, Master.
Interesting.
Yeah, bro. Our issue is with you saying Jesus is the Lord of Lords.
But now why is that?
Because the Father is the Lord of Lords.
No, even by your argument, let's not say from even the Christian perspective, but isn't Isa ben Miriam either going to be appointed or he is coming back to judge with Allah's judgment?
The Quran does not say in any deductive statement or strong induction that Jesus is going to come back for a second time. Actually, it doesn't actually make any sense for Jesus to come back, and also it breaks the laws of physics. Unless Jesus is in comatose right now or in like frozen, then no, he's not coming back. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't going to be a messianic phenomenon. There isn't going to be a sacrifice. There is, and I believe it already happened, but I am not denying the potential reality that Jesus might return. Again, there's a lot of hadith that talk about Jesus' second coming, so it's really hard to say that, we would have to apply something like conspiracy or some sort of explanation. We would say the enjoining of Christendom with the rising Muslim religion led to them importing some of their eschatology into Islam via hadith.
But the problem is that there are too numerous, the ones about Jesus, to say, so it's a low probability that there is no hadith that mentions Jesus, that Prophet Muhammad didn't say of this. But again, the Quran remains silent, or again, there are inductive arguments that can be made that showcase that the Quran is saying Jesus is coming back. But again, no clear statements. And even from the traditional Christian perspective, Jesus does not come back. When Jesus comes, it's to inherit the world. It's game over. It's already Judgment Day. So there is no world. It's literally when you see Jesus, it's the end of the world. Not like how these dispensationalists believe. They believe that, no, Jesus shows up, it's not going to be the end of the world. It's going to be like a millennial reign and all that.
No, I wouldn't work with you on your perspective. You say he is not the Lord of Lords. Would it be fair to say that he is the judge of the lords?
God is the judge of all lords. Now, whether God bestows, now we believe that's going to be the case. God bestows, they're going to be sitting at the right side of the throne or on the right. Like these themes all exist in Islamic tradition as well. The prophets are going to be honored. Don't worry. Now, are the people deserving of the intercession of the prophets? Because the prophets will have their moment to intercede, and that will be their judgment upon their peoples, whoever they were sent to. So we believe in that, but we believe that most people will not earn that intercession. So Jesus's intercession is like what your book says. Like Jesus is going to be like disowning a lot of people who really think that they're doing shit in his name. Excuse my French.
Well, look at this. They got Islamic judges, even right now, even before, and probably even if
And for us, Moses killed a person too, so Moses kind of has a little trouble thing going on. So again, this is secondary tradition, but Moses killed someone. So the prophets, you see Jonah, he kind of got frustrated. So there are things that knock down, they don't have perfect scores necessarily. So intercession also, this is where the prophets' meritocracy kicks in. So prophets get little scoreboards to it, and the way they get to do it is they get to bring as many of the ones they favor with them, or they get to intercede to God for those.
So you're saying Isa ben Miriam is the intercessor to the lords, to Allah. Interesting.
Yeah. So Muhammad will intercede, Jesus will intercede, but again, in our traditions, they as in when so this is specifically after the resurrection. So all of humanity will gather, and because it's going to be it's a very long era. So say 15,000 years.
Muhammad intercedes, because it looks like that Isa ben Miriam has been raised up particularly, and on this day of judgment,
look up intercession of Muhammad.
But I kind of feel like Isa ben Miriam is more serious when it comes to this.
These are going to be to their nation. So Jesus, whoever he's sent to, they're going to be the ones who are asking for the intercession of Jesus. And that's where in the Bible, in Matthew, it said, they're going to come to Jesus, and what's he going to say? Say, nah, you guys are worker aloneness. Let's get the hell away from me. I don't even know you. He's going to disown them. So this is the problem. Jesus' intercession is one of those extremely difficult ones to get.
If Muhammad
and also God is going to make an example out of Jesus on Judgment Day, because some people thought he was literally the big guy, and so he's gonna. So Jesus is gonna be on the hot seat for a little bit, not because Jesus did anything wrong, but to make an example that this is God, Creator. So here, I'm gonna show you this is my creation. So I get to do I'm gonna put some scrutiny on it.
So if Isa brought the Injil and he had the Torah during his time, and Muhammad brought the Quran, would it be fair to say that he is going to judge even the world, the Jewish world, his followers, and the Muslim world?
He's already judged them. Their covenants already, when it comes down to Jesus, already is under application. So it's already applying. The Jews are cursed by Jesus, and that is what it is. And they will remain cursed. And the Quran calls them cursed. So they're cursed. And they will not know a Messiah except Christ. So the Quran prophesizes to you or tells you in clear terms, these people will never know a Messiah post-Muhammad other than Christ. So don't worry about it. These people will not have, none of them will die except guessing to themselves who the Messiah is. They're going to be like, Christ? Because, kind of like when you Google the Messiah or who's the Messiah, it's going to pop up, do you mean Christ? Jesus Christ. These are the things, this is what the Quran means. So the Jews will not know who to tell the Messiah if they are questioned who the Messiah is. They're going to say Jesus.
So what's the Islamic perspective that a Jewish man is going to come back and he's going to judge the Islamic world with the Torah?
He's not going to judge us. No, he's not going to judge us.
He's going to intercede. He's going to intercede.
No. Jesus' job is to kill the Antichrist, to remove the delusion from the world, and he is to end any sort of conflation that has led him to be believed to be God, as in the Father, the eternal knower. So he's come to do that. So and he's come to, in accordance to the Hadith, break the cross. So he's come to showcase that he pretty much wasn't crucified.
So is he going to use the Quran to judge?
But I believe the crucifixion is the sign of the curse on the Jews. So the crucifix follows the Jews. It's a looming sign above their heads. You see how it makes them nervous. They're cursed. So that's what the cross really represents.
No, just for the sake of argument, let's pretend the Christians, that book that they have is the Injil. Now, I'm not saying it is or isn't. Let's just say it is the Injil. From what it looks like, it seems like Jesus Christ has broke the cross because he overcame death from their perspective. Would that be fair to say?
I mean, to believe Jesus was resurrected, you understand that means is to believe he died. Now, we don't believe he died to begin with. So now God is to cause him to experience wafat. So his life will end as he knows it. So Jesus ain't gonna be able to go back in time and live among his community. So his life is done in that one. So and he will. The notion is that he will come and complete the remainder of his life, whatever is intended for him, in the time now. So in the second coming. No. And like I said, I'm not necessarily a fundamentalist when it comes down to Jesus. I just don't deny or affirm, but simply state that in what I would bet on is that there is no second coming of the very person of the flesh or the flesh itself. There will be the phenomenon of the Messiah. And I believe that's what you saw in Gaza, for example. So you saw this massive human sacrifice, child sacrifice that happened by circumstances of the world that, the world is just let it happen because, it needs to happen. And this sacrifice was taking place, and what did it do? It ushered a messianic wave, like I said. And remember, Jesus' whole thing was the destruction of the temple in 3 days. He was very oriented in the
actualization of his prophecies at the detriment of the Pharisees or the rabbinics, right?
No, for sake of argument, let's
Or why
pretend
else did Jesus curse the temple?
let's pretend these Christians are the people of book. I'm not saying they are or they aren't. And let's pretend their book is the Evangelion, the Injil. Now, if it's true from perspective,
what the Evangelion?
Oh, the Injil. Let's just say the Christians, their Bible.
I mean the Bible. You mean the Bibles as we have it today. So, are the Bibles problematic? Again, I don't believe the Muslim world has put in like a real serious collective attempt to synthesize the Bible with the Quran. But then again, the Muslims don't feel that they are under obligation to do so. They actually believe that this is your job to do so. So it is up to you to determine the validity of Islam. They, as Muslims, and we've said this a million times, are under no obligation to go look into the previous books. The Quran is complete. So the Quran, even if you don't perceive it to be complete, it says it's complete, it's complete. It's just now, I'm a believer, someone who believes it is complete. So again, I'm not necessarily like hardcore or Wahhabi. Like I'm more closer to, or not that these are nuances. It's so stupid.
Well, it's a good question.
A lot of this meta, I hate talking about it because I don't believe in it. So you're like, Sheikh, like, with all due respect, like I think you're a good guy. Like I don't think you're like a evil person per se. I think you play around too much, but the Quran or any scripture needs to, if you're going to believe it to be the final revelation, it needs to be able to speak to man and explain every stage that they're in, because we go through stages. And do you believe that the Bible, 4,000 years, let's say, from now, is going to be able to give people an understanding of the reality that will, like, truly resonate with the Bible? Or is the Bible going to feel outdated, or is it going to feel like an old story or something?
No, I have a good question. I hope you're sitting down for this one.
You're not going to answer that one? Do you see Christianity surviving 4,000 years from now, assuming all things keep going the same way?
Yeah, I can see it surviving.
Wow. Like as a majority religion in the world?
So that'll be the same argument for you. It's like...
we have the data. It tells us by the turn of the next century we're already the majority anyways.
I feel like somebody
we're the largest religious sect on the face of the planet, Sunni Islam.
Somebody will always have that pursuit to know more and to understand more. And if they're truly conclusive and they're not biased and they look at...
I don't see what the Bible is. That's simple. And I can highlight to you how Israelites or Jews got confused before with Baal and how God told them not to use that term anymore. And if God saw in the wisdom, or what you believe God saw in the wisdom, that, he would change a name that he gave to himself, then why can't you accept the Quran's argument, which I have shown you via proof demonstrated in front of you, that this language confuses Christians and leads them to be tritheist or modalist? And wouldn't you describe tritheism or modalism as shirk, right?
Well, this is the position I'm in. You have Islamic scholars going to the Roman Vatican to study up on early Islamic transcripts. At the same time, Quran, what was the Quran before that? Do we have a difference to compare? Even though he was saying to standard.
Yeah, there are manuscripts. Like, I don't understand, like, it doesn't take you long right now to type in Quranic manuscripts and their carbon dating but if we didn't go, and again, if we're simply going based on historical academic kind of standard that neutralizes the Islamic narrative.
Well,
if we go based on that, you are going to have to look at these manuscripts, and they're going to be carbon dated to potentially before the very timing that we give to the prophet. So you would end up in a bad circumstance. The only thing that allows you, in light of the evidence, to continue this argument is because of the Sunni tradition. So because of the Sunni tradition maintaining Uthman and the events that happened, that you know this. If it wasn't for this tradition, you would have to assume that the Quran predates even the current dating that we give to Muhammad.
Well, how would they know those transcripts are even good, or if they're forgeries?
Yeah, it's called carbon dating.
Well, you can even
Plus, there's textual criticism.
You could carbon date forgeries as well. But that's what I'm getting at is, if they didn't preserve their Injil, what makes you think they're going to have some authentic Islamic information?
Listen, man, if you're going to come and say, well, I believe the Quran not to be preserved, you're going to have to come with evidence. You can't just be like, there is no evidence, so, you know, I'm right.
Well, I'm not saying it's not preserved or it is preserved. What I'm saying is, how do we know it is preserved if the original Quran is burnt?
You gotta, first of all, the Arabic one, and to what a lot of people like me and others, they might have done this in a not necessarily the proper researching way, but they attempted. So the symmetry of the Quran. So the chapters in themselves, is there a specific symmetry that we see, or is it normal for these chapters to be asymmetrical, or, you know, or lacking of symmetry? And based on the analysis that I have, and falsifiable, give you the data, the chapters all have symmetry. So there is a clear, these are packets that are meant to be in the specific size and the specific orientation, and at least when it comes down to the chapters themselves. Why? Because when you translate them to numerical value, or you give them numbers and you try to look for the symmetry, it's from the very beginning to the end. So there's a symmetry throughout the whole chapters. And this is not just me who talks about this. You have Catholics who wrote about this. So there's a Catholic guy I always like to bring up who analyzed the calf chapter, the calf. He comes up and tells you this stuff. So to say that the Quran is lacking preservation credits, you're going to have to explain why, even assuming that there is the Quran is not completely preserved, why is it able to continue and hold this kind of symmetry? I mean, you're talking about editing at this point.
A person outside of religion, outside of Christianity, Judaism, even Hinduism, will ask something along the lines of, what would motivate Uthman to burn the other Qurans? What was the point?
This has already been, and everybody does this. It's not like if today there is an edition of a book that is, you know, in error or missing pages, they're going to do a recall. Like if there is a car or there's a problem, they're going to do a recall. And usually these products, guess what happens, Sheikh? They're destroyed. Or reformatted. So that's what it is. And so the Quran being an oral transmission, in light of all these Gentiles kind of joining in with Islam, they are not that proficient in Arabic. They're writing it down.
Then why were the Islamic scholars at the time of Uthman?
We're conquering the world. We're not busy. The biggest mistake, the early, and I don't want to say Abu Bakr.
I don't want to either say Earth but it's just circumstantial. It is what it is because they're green, man. But they did not establish a central government, a bureaucracy, institutions. They were simply just like propagating a religion. They were a warrior nomad with a weak central command in Arabia. That's what it is. The Arabs did not conquer North Africa with armies that you couldn't see the end of them. A few thousand, mainly alliances that were with the Arab tribes because the Sinai is full of Arabs historically since ancient times, and with Coptics who were Miaphysites who hated the Romans anyways, and Greeks who were like also willing to aid an event. So that's what it is. It's these guys were not, they were simple, man.
How are you, brothers?
Yeshua Akbar, Eden, what was it? Lent Mubarak.
Is this like? Do you have to take something for this, like, Sheikh, or is it just internally so humorous for you?
How are you? How are you, brother? How you doing? Ramadan Mubarak, my friend.
Ramadan Mubarak. We call it Ramadan here in Pakistan, brother.
Oh, they do. Nice. We're right now in America. We're doing Lent Mubarak.
I'm right now in Bangladesh.
Did you get the Lent thing going?
Yeah, I had fish on Friday.
Why didn't you post your forehead with the ash?
I'm vegetarian. I am vegetarian, brother. I'm vegetarian.
The reason why I didn't do that is if you go out in the streets and you boast and you're telling what you're doing, you're going to get the recognition of man. But if you're staying quiet and you're humble...
Do we have a last question, because you're boring?
Oh, question? Yes.
No, Masha, like...
It was brought to your attention that... Oh, no, I was going to ask Michael. What if it was brought to your attention that everything that you have been taught has not been the truth at the end? Would you lead that if the truth is revealed?
That's a no-brainer. Everybody would hopefully accept the truth if the truth is revealed to them in a way that, epistemologically valid. Of course, but this does not mean that this wouldn't be the truth revealed from like Christendom or Judaism because it's fundamental, Sheikh. You don't have a text that claims to be a final revelation to all of mankind. Christianity, the problem with Christianity, the message of Christ is specifically directed towards the lost sheep. Paul is the one that kind of brings on boards the Gentiles, and I don't see really the Gentiles necessarily abiding with Paul's teachings per se on this one. But Jesus did not come for the Gentiles, nor is his message directed necessarily for the Gentiles. The cues are way too many. Like I said, he speaks in parables when he's around Gentiles because he doesn't want to speak to them in the proper phrasing because they might end up understanding it the wrong way. So you can clearly see that Jesus is clearly conscious of people defining terms from their own framework. Clearly. That's why he speaks in parables.
What about the scholarly commentary of 36:14? That's where I would like the original Quran before Uthman to navigate around.
What do you want, man? What I already told you, the Trinity is logically coherent. I already told you metaphysically what you need to hold to. Now, if your issue isn't the Trinity or you being takfired as an idolater, at this point, what is your issue against Muhammad? Your issue against Muhammad is not good, dude. I'm gonna kick you, bro, because first of all, I'm kind of racist, and two, you're fucking boring. So that's just what it is. Now, if I'm a Christian, one, I have a lot of problems.
My book is not necessarily direct divine revelation. It is inspired via Holy Spirit and still is fallible. So that's one. You have a text, you have a collection of texts that are fallible. Also, you don't have a unanimous agreement on what exact texts are authoritative, even among the churches today. So even if you ignore the Protestant, the Catholic, and the Orthodox, they're not necessarily in agreement.
So when you say in that same argument, if that's the case in Christianity, then you would have to make the parallel. Otherwise,
Of course, there is. It would be hypocrisy to not do otherwise. But again, this is not knocking. This is not me saying Christianity is false. Now, historically, also, academic consensus and archaeology is not strongly supportive of Jesus. Yeah, we're barely keeping the notion that Jesus. But mythicists, actually, there are academics who agree with mythicist theories. So it's not that fringe. So actually, to me, the evidence is weak because, like what Barth kind of showed, there's a lot of Jesuses, man. There's a lot of people claiming to be the Messiah. This also, the whole theme of Jesus seems very pro-Roman state. So it would be perfect for the Roman state, especially against a hostile, constantly rebelling population like the Jews. It's a pacifist religion. It shows them as cursed. The very symbol of a Jewish man named Yeshua on a tree is a curse. So it's subjugation, it's re-indoctrination. One could say it's a Roman religion, and this is an academic position that's pretty strong. No one's denying that I'm not denying it, but there's definitely, you got to understand, Christianity between Jesus, Paul, and Constantine. That is what you have. You don't have a pure Jesus religion.
well, the thing is, the same way you have the stipulation of the Christians having the inspired word of God, how did Muhammad receive revelation? Was he not inspired?
He received it via angel dictation. So the angel Gabriel came to him and revealed him to him, told him to recite.
If the angel Gabriel
already know the story.
we
can be more technical about it, but that's just the general phrasing.
If the angel Gabriel is the Holy Spirit that you guys like to use in the arguments,
you already know that first of all, when you're talking to me, you talk to me as an individual. You don't try to straw man me into the layman positions that are commonly known in this shitty meta. No, I'm in the top percentile. So,
what's the difference between Muhammad receiving revelation from the Holy Spirit and then the followers of the Christ receiving the revelations of the Holy Spirit? What's the difference?
First of all, the followers of Christ are not prophets. That's one. And two, historically, we can't verify most of them. You understand, we don't have a single historical reference to anyone saying, I met Paul. Yeah, by the way, I met Paul on this date. We had a nice chit-chat. We ate, some donuts or some piglets, or I don't know what the fuck they ate back then.
What about the Islamic scholarly commentary?
And guess what? Peter, we don't have anybody claiming they directly met Peter. We don't have that. The only attested person we know is James.
What would Uthman gain in a
and others, obviously, but not the key ones that you believe in.
Peter,
and not only that, but then we have the Jews claiming Peter is a double agent.
What would Uthman have to gain of getting rid of the Quran and saying that the Injil is not preserved?
How could he get rid of the Quran? Look at the borders of the Muslim world during the Uthman's era. Just please go take a look.
That's the question that he...
No, just please open the map. And type it in, because you have to learn this, man.
Which one? The Sunni, the Shia, or the Ahmadi?
Oh my God! It doesn't change anything. The Sunni Shia, Shia even existed back then. Just
because the Shia
Rashidun, Uthman.
border.
But the thing is, you guys don't accept each other's hadiths. So who's
Oh my God, you're just like machine gunning a Sheikh. Like who? This isn't TikTok, bro. This is not TikTok.
Bro, they don't let me get one word in on TikTok.
Yeah, because this is what you literally are now exhibiting too much TikTok. You've become a broken record, and you know you're gonna get kicked out of rooms, and you've just been stuck in this. You can't stay on TikTok forever, dude. You gotta mix it up.
I'm a well-mannered polemicist.
You know what I think is good for you, Sheikh? You should have an ex. Do you have an ex?
Yes.
You should try to engage in conversations there. I'm not saying abandon TikTok or Clubhouse, but like.
Oh, I thought you meant like ex as in like a fast date. No, get on X, the Twitter, yeah.
Yeah, X, Twitter.
But these are the questions people are gonna ask.
Bro, these are questions you can ask your ChatGPT and it will roll its eyes at you, bro. Like if you could convince your ChatGPT, don't, bro. Like it's just because I'm friendly. Yeah, it's just because I'm friendly, man. But otherwise, like, and because there is no other crowd, Shake, but you would be on my block list a long time ago.
Maybe
But if this was Clubhouse, COVID, you wouldn't even be a cricket.
Bro, if this was Clubhouse, COVID, like me and God Logic would be working together.
No, bro. He was very professional. Clubhouse was very professional, bro. Like, even the Christians, you could not be an idiot and just, like, speak whatever you want on stage. No, they would have kicked you if you're not making sense. It was very easy. That's how they did it. And you had... Okay. Yeah, man, it was... Can't wait for that Clubhouse to come back.
If I was around back then, God Logic would be begging me to come to his rooms.
You honestly think you're a better debater than him? He's a shitty debater himself, bro.
Well, did you see what he did to your guy's metaphysician?
Oh my God, bro. These two,
they
like Jake and Dog Logic, like you understand their origin is on this app, right? Like I think Jake YouTube actually, but Dog Logic is on this app. Like he's gonna chase after the people that can give him. Who are the biggest mistake we Muslims do is we entertain people. Dog Logic is not stupid, but Dog Logic is not devotional to Christianity. This is a job. This is a job for Dog Logic. And do not let that confuse you, man. I knew this guy before he had YouTube. He was on this app. We know who he is. We made that guy. We made that guy because he's the only one who's willing to get his head chewed off. And that's it. And people like end up like, oh wow, this guy's actually braving suicide. Let's watch that. That's all. It's stupid doing it for free.
Well, because maybe I'm doing it out of generosity because I want to see the person prevail and overcome sin.
Sheikh, anybody of my generation and under that can, and even the X guys, anybody that has a decent double-digit IQ, if you are not at the level where you can ask more sophisticated questions other than the basic repeated laundromat questions, you're not doing shit, bro, other than making a fool out of yourself.
I could ask you this. What type of question would I be?
Though, right? Isn't the can you tell me the definition of insanity, Sheikh?
Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
How long have you been doing the same thing over and over again?
I do different things.
Why are you asking questions that would ask 20 years ago?
Let me ask you this. What type of Christian would I be to hate you and receiving the gift of salvation that has already been paid for?
gift of salvation is believing in Jesus Christ, then we believe in Jesus Christ. We believe that salvation, for salvation, to believe in the revelations and the prophets and God. You already know our principles of faith. So believing in Jesus and believing in the gospel or the evangelion of Jesus, which is the good news, which God has come to redeem the Son of Man. So
if you really believe in Jesus, then why do you kill transgenders in your country?
My friend, I thought you were a beautiful Muslima.
Bro, I'm a Muslim. What the fuck are you saying? I'm a woman, bro. Shut the fuck up. I'm a transgender woman. What are you saying,
Bro, why do you got a Darth Vader voice?
I'm a transgender woman. That's why. Just shut the fuck up, bro. Like, can't you respect women? Like, why are you saying this?
This is not only is this not kosher, this is haram.
See, you give hate. I do not give hate. That's
Okay,
the problem. Because of the mentality that you people have, I have to leave my family in Pakistan because of the people like you.
My friend,
you literally kill people. That's why people have to take refuge in other countries. Transgenders.
Sheikh is technically Russian, so
I'm not Muslim.
Yeah, but the point is that people who are transgender and who are like LGBTQ.
Tell him where you're originally from. He thinks you're a cracker from America.
But wait a minute. You think I have positions in government?
He thinks you're a Yankee.
I think that Muslims lack sensitivity for the people who are not like that. That's why we have to be more families.
Are you ready for post-Ramadan Eid sharing the fun bags? Because I'm assuming that would be enough recovery time for them.
Is that a photo of you?
Yeah,
it is.
Would it be haram if I ask you for
Sheikh, give it a fucking break, bro. Like, holy God.
You Sheikh, that's what I'm...
Yes, go on.
I thought you kicked me.
Who were you asking if this is a photo of who, what?
I was asking about the update for the moneymakers.
They're showing right now. It's my profile pic.
Are we jogging and running or what?
Not quite. I'm still doing radiation, so they're still a little sore.
Well, God bless you through that treatment. And then
2.5 more weeks, and I should be able to get back in the pool and stuff.
Do they float on their own? Are they going to be acting like floatables, or are they still sinking?
I don't think they'll. They weren't sinking before. Before they were I had a hard time because they would float too much.
Oh.
So now I'm hoping that I have an easier time.
Floatables.
Cora, can I ask you something? You have an interesting perspective. I think you bring a lot of value to our group. Would you consider, what would Uthman gain to burn the Quran and say that Injil has not been preserved?
He just wanted to fuck you, Sheikh. He just wanted to fuck you. That's it. That's what he wanted. Uthman was just a sadistic guy, and he was thinking in the 7th, 8th century, how do I just fuck over humanity in this delusional mind fuck? Yeah, let me, because people like that, they're just that sadistic, man.
What if we're supposed to?
Because a guy like that who got killed by a bunch of Egyptians who literally marched all the way into his home and chopped his head off and killed in front of his wife, that's the guy who's sadistic and thinking and planning evil for the world now.
They also chopped his wife's hands.
Yeah, and his wife is Christian, right? You understand that, right?
But let me ask you this.
But yeah, we're not talking about that one either.
What if we were supposed to pray away from the Kaaba, but since we don't have the original Quran, oh my goodness.
praying towards Mecca is ridiculous because you could face any direction and technically be praying towards Mecca because we live on a spheroid.
Well, the Quran does say
It's
you can face any
It's
direction.
a non-Euclidean shape, so every direction's towards Mecca.
Well, if you're considering the earth sphere, yeah. But the whole point, God does say in the Quran that wherever you face, for you will find the direction of God. Mecca is for unison, so we are all, everybody knows that, oh, these must be Muslims, look at their direction of prayer, look at the times they're praying. It's a unifying thing.
But the problem is,
plus it gives us central authority, so whoever, it gives these holy sites value, and it gives custodianship of these holy sites value and the maintenance of them.
if that's the situation, then if we could pray in any direction, why is it that the Muslim understanding is that Allah is the God of the East and the West?
I do believe there are restrictions in Christianity, but I think it's more of an Eastern thing.
If there was restrictions, then the grave wouldn't be conquered.
Just relentless. Someone needs to give you a machine gun, bro.
Bro, no. I have something stronger than that. It's stronger than any double-edged sword.
Stronger than a machine gun.
Oh, yeah. Cut through anything, sharper than any double-edged sword. It is the word of God.
Do you have the word of God? Do you have, quote, God?
Jesus. He is the word of God.
Jesus is the Son of Man. He's not the Father. He's not the knower of the Logos. He knows the Logos, but that would be the words of Jesus. Do you have the words of the Father? Do you have a message from the Father?
But John 3:16.
Is John a prophet? Did he get a message from the Father? The author of John did not meet Jesus. What are you talking about?
Now, if you doubt this and you're questioning the inspired word of God, then you would also have to question the inspired words that Muhammad received.
I do question them.
Do you question them like me?
Hey man, if you can convince your AI you got a good point, I'm down to hear it.
What do you mean? This is you have great Brazil.
Bro, like, you know me, you're dealing with a guy who's like running like Markov order statistics on the Quran. Like, I already tell you, like, Quran passes third Markov order. So the symmetry in the chapters, at least at this level, there's more that I'm going to run, but I need bigger chapters. I'm leaving that for last, but proves that the use of language or themes, it is intentional. So you're telling me, and I'm pretty strong on this one because I have the data.
Man,
you're telling me a man who was literally from a pretty well-off tribe, didn't need relief for anything, was honored, who had a successful business, decided to blow up all that in smoke, and managed to become a genius. He's the Wizard of Oz of humanity. And not only that, bring about via prophethood, via being a judge, via a warrior, being a father, being the head of a household, to to a strategist, to a diplomat. He had to do all of that. And what was it, 23 years, which, by the way, crazy number. And in that, he was literally had to migrate, and his tribe was suffering persecution because of his actions. So you're telling me an Arab abandoned his tribe for and comfort and wealth for what exactly? What did he gain? What did Prophet Muhammad gain after it? His bloodline? Well, they got killed. A lot of them got killed. So he didn't even set up his family. They were poor. You hear it in our literature that Abu Bakr did not inherit them because the notion is that no one inherits prophet. So this is what happened. So Muhammad, between getting risking life and limb, to risking poverty, to literally despair because he had to fight in the battle of the coalitions when they came against him and the betrayal. Like, not only that, but he was an idealist. He wanted the Jews to believe, even though God was telling them they're not going to believe. He wanted people to believe. He would go out of his way, even though God, a lot of the Quran also is being like, because it's dealing with that heart, the one who still has a good heart, or at least the heart that is in processing, is still self-monitoring, or is God conscious, that's the heart. And that's what it speaks to, and it's trying to tell you, God is telling you, you're not going to be more merciful than me. I guide people. People are just sealed. Some people are sealed. Some people don't see. Some people are blind, deaf. That's what it says. So, you got to read the Quran as if you're someone who is seeking the final revelation from God. You need to understand your epistemological condition. You are a theist. You are a theist who is dealing with a scripture that is ancient. And not only that, a lot of the historical evidence, the archaeology, can strongly challenge your position and can leave a lot of room for skepticism and doubt. You need a final revelation that at least tells humanity, hey, I'm God, I spoke to you, I did all this, and I'm speaking to you this time, and I'm telling you how it is till the end of time. We need that. Right, if we don't have that in theism, we collapse, we become deist. And that's what you're seeing. A lot of people are becoming, the threat isn't Christianity or Islam. Your main threat is unaffiliated. That's your main threat, because you have people claiming to believe in God, but they're unaffiliated. They don't believe in any revelation. They don't realize that they are now deists. And these people are going to go to hell, by the way. Deists go to hell.
All right, check this out. So, if he was not appointed, or he didn't get the revelation, he would have been forgotten in the sand, just like the other people.
So you think he did it for renownship? So you think he's a Setian?
He wanted to get remembered.
He wanted remembrance, but Muhammad could have done that without the signaling virtue and ethics.
Okay,
and God.
Name somebody of your relatives from 1400 years ago. Name a relative.
Ali.
That's a question you can talk about.
Yeah, I'm from the lineage. At least my tribe is. I'm a Hashemite.
Last name?
What?
You don't have to answer, but that would.
A lot of people are Hashemites.
First and last name.
I thought this could be fake, but
also their favorite hobby.
Oh, you want my ancestors? Well, my ancestors are probably going to be the people in Gaza, the Nabateans, the Arabs, the Edomians, the Samaritans, the Semitic people of the Southern Levant. That's who my ancestors are going to be. That includes the Israelites. That doesn't necessarily include the Judean or the Jews who returned back from Babylon. So that's what it is. I mean, do you want my great grandfather? I know up to 12 names if you want. I just know my 5 build-up name, but let's see. So one of my ancestors, Abraham, Ahmed. Yeah, so these are because everybody in their ID carries 4 names. So yeah. So, but my father carries, so my great grandfather, my father's ID contains it. My grandfather contains my great grandfather. We can find this. It's not that hard. But I come from a very big family, so and we know we're Arab, as in because we have clear not only the DNA that I've taken, but but we just have no one denies that. Yeah, so I'm definitely like Arab, but or I'm J1, so whatever. But in sense of southern Levant, like I said, Herodotus says that there's been Arabs in Gaza since 5 centuries before the Common Era. So we have the grave of the grandfather of the prophet in Gaza. Did you know that? You know the third oldest church is in Gaza. Do you know that? Third or fifth? I want to say third. Third oldest. Gaza's ancient, bro. That these motherfuckers just destroyed a lot of it like that. That's a crime against humanity, man. They destroy.
Have you suffered abuse at Montrose Behavioral Health Hospital, formerly known as Chicago Lakeshore Hospital?